Hey, how's it going, everyone? I recently created a poll regarding some older courses that I have, and by older I mean over 2 years old. The poll was about should I put them free on YouTube or not? And this is because, well, I had some concerns putting them free on YouTube. Some of you already pay for these courses. But this is a educational platform, and I really wish for everyone to have equal possibilities for education. But I thought that after 3 years, I should give something back to the community. So this is why I will post my very first course, which is web development, HTML, CSS, and actually the JavaScript part I will not post. I will not include in this free course because I will include then later on the full JavaScript course, and that contains everything about JavaScript. So stay tuned for that one. So I hope that you will enjoy this course, and please share with others that would need this course also. Oh yeah, and hit that like button if you want to see more free courses. There is the way that I know that this video is enjoyed and that you really wish to see more content like this. And by the way, if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing to the channel and click that notification bell in order to get notified whenever I post a new video. Oh, and PS, the course is, as I said, 3 years old. First of all, I was extremely shy. My English wasn't that good. Now this is perfect right now. And the recording equipment that I had back then, so I didn't have this beautiful microphone right here. It's a bit lacky. But the content itself, it is what it is. It is a good HTML and CSS course. So please consider checking out this course, and catch you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the course. And in this lecture, we're going to finally write our first code. So here is what we're going to do. First of all, I want to explain what you see here. The HTML5 Boilerplate. That is actually this doc type. This doc type here declares that this is an HTML5 doc type. So next up, I want you to go to your desktop or anywhere on your hard drive, and I want you to create a file. I'm going to open an Explorer because it could be that if you're on Windows 10, you won't see something. Let's right click, hit new. I'm going to create a text document, and we're going to call it our first web page. And here comes the tricky part. You see this extension here? And if you don't see it, then you're going to go to View and click this button right here, File Name Extensions. Okay, so now if you see it, you're going to delete the text and write in HTML. This way we declare that this file is actually an HTML document. Okay, ask us if you want to rename it. We're going to hit yes. And now right click again, open, and open with one of your basic text editors. I'm going to take Notepad. Cool. Now we're going to write our first line of code. So let's say to this document that this is an HTML5. How do we do that? As I said, we're going to declare the doc type. So it's doc type space HTML. Next up, we're going to write our header. Actually, we're going to pack it into an HTML. We're going to write our skeleton. So let's say HTML, and HTML, as we know, has also a closing tag. So HTML. Now we're going to need two parts of the body, actually of the skeleton. We're going to need the head and the body part. So let's make a bit of space here. And what I like to do is to keep it separated. So we're going to hit one time space, Now we're going to start writing head. And head also has a closing tag. And now we need a body. Let's say body, and the body tag also has a closing tag. Perfect. Now if you can remember, we said that everything that we type into the head we can't see in our web page. Let me just close this down. So let's give this page a name. What do we have to do for that? Title tag. And title also has a closing tag. I'm going to name it our first web page. Perfect. Now we have a title. We should put something in the body. Oh, actually, let's hit save. You can either hit Ctrl S, or go to File and hit Save. Now, we're going to take our file and hit right click, open with Google Chrome. And it's an empty page. And it says HTML, our first web page, and then the location. But it's still an empty page because we don't have anything in the body. So let's go back to our text document and say, I will now introduce you to our very first tag. This is a heading tag. It's called H1. Now H1 also has an opening and closing tag. And between the H1s, we're going to type, this is my web page. Hit save. And now let's refresh the page. Now we have something on our page. Finally, our very first web page. Another thing that I want to show you at this point is a comment. Now comments are declared like this. And close it. And in between these two lines, you can type everything you want. It will not turn up on the web page. So we're going to write here HTML5 doc type declaration. What is wrong with me today? I can't write. Let's hit save and see. If we refresh, nothing happens. Okay, let's take this, right click, copy. You can say, yeah, because everything that is not in the body won't turn up on the web page. Let's try it. The same text as a comment. Let's hit save. Refresh our page. Nothing happens. What if we just take out the text and hit copy? You're going to leave the other one inside and put it right under our H1. Let's see what happens now. File, save, refresh. What is this? Now, we didn't declare what this is, what kind of tag this is, but it seems that the web page still shows something up. Actually, in HTML, if we write something in, it will automatically appear as a paragraph. And it will automatically have a max size of, depending on the browser, I'm not sure, but approximately 16 pixels. Alright, now we wrote our very first web page, and now the coding begins. So see you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this section, we will take a look at HTML essential elements, also known as tags. Now, as I previously said, HTML has a ton of tags, and you can look them all up on the developermozilla.org webpage. But we will focus on the most often used tags. Let's just call them the essential tags. Although over the years some of the HTML tags became irrelevant and are no longer best practice, these right here are the most often used tags on a web page. Okay, so let's take a short look at what the essential tags are. The first tag we introduced in our last section, this being the heading tag. Heading tag go from H1 to H6 and have an opening and closing tag. As you can see, opening, closing tag, and they are block level elements. Paragraph tags also have an opening and a closing tag. Anchor tags, opening, closing tag. The image tag has only an opening tag. Now there are two kinds of list tags. An unordered list tag with an opening and closing tag, and an ordered list tag also with an opening and closing tag. Now unordered and ordered lists need list items, and list items will always be between the opening and the closing tag. Our last most important tag will be the content division tag, which also has an opening and closing tag, and it is a block level element. We will take a look at the division tag further on in this course. Okay, now we will open our HTML document that we used last time. So let's hit right click, open with text editor. And we'll also open it in our browser. So this is what we created last time. Now, because I said that this is a hands-on course, we will start writing in our tags. But first of all, a few general conventions. From this point on, I will no longer select something, right click, copy it, then go in here, right click, paste it. We will use shortcut keys. Okay, so let's go into the header and comment out our shortcut keys, which we will use from this point on. First we have Ctrl plus C, so it's copy. Ctrl plus V is paste. Ctrl plus X is cut. And are we forgetting something that we most often use? Oh yeah. Ctrl plus S. Save. Okay, let's hit the save button and see what happens. Ctrl S, refresh the page, and we see that in the header there's our text, but we don't want to see this. So let's comment this out. Go back to our text editor, select this. This is our comment tag. Ctrl C, Ctrl V, Ctrl V, Ctrl V, Ctrl V. Now select the ending tag. Ctrl C, Ctrl V, Ctrl V, Ctrl V, Ctrl V, Ctrl S. Let's head into the page, see what happens. They all disappear. Perfect. Now let's head into our text document and write out all our essential tags. So we said that the first tag is the heading tag. Actually, let me put this back in. And in the comments, we'll say that the heading tag goes from H1 to H6. That's 5. Next up, let me just delete this. So select and hit the delete button. And also this. Now actually we need this, but we're going to no, we have it. We have it already here. Okay, we delete this too. Now our next tag was the paragraph tag. So in the body, we had under our heading tag and copy this, Ctrl C, Ctrl V, and replace it with our new title, paragraph tag with comma. What did we say that the paragraph tag has? It has an opening and closing tag. Let's put the opening tag and closing tag. Okay, let's write our first paragraph. So select our paragraph opening tag and our paragraph closing tag. So in between the opening and closing tag, we will write our paragraph. So let's say, this is my website. There are many websites. Sites like this, but this one is mine! Exclamation mark. Let me just make this bigger. Now let's hit Ctrl S and refresh our page. And we have our first paragraph. This is my website. There are many websites like this, but this one is mine. Hope you get this reference. Okay, back into the text editor. Gonna copy this, paste it in, and we'll take our next tag, the anchor tag. If we just replace this. We've got an N. Paste this out. And I'm only going to show you these tags, and further along the course, we'll take a more deep dive into them. Okay, so anchor tags have an opening and the closing tag. And in between these tags, we'll write, this is my link. Let's see what happens. Hit Ctrl S, refresh the page. This is my link. But there's no link here, because an anchor tag has an attribute. And I would just give you a small peek preview of attributes just for this example. So the anchor tag has an href attribute. You say href equals, so I would tell this link where to go if I click on it. So let's just say, go to http://google.com. Let's save this, refresh the page. Now it's underlined. So if we click this, it takes us to Google. Perfect. Let's go back. Our next tag is the image tag. Let's copy this one in. Image tag. And image tags have only an opening tag. So delete this, say opening tag only. Okay, so let's write our image tag. We say img. So where do we write something for this image? It's actually right in here. Now what we must specify for an image tag is where the image is. And I provided you an image. You can download it in the documentation. Is this one right here. So an image tag has a source. So we say src equals. So where is this image? If you take the image, right click it, hit properties, it will tell you its location. So let's just copy this one in. Right in here between quotes. And one more thing that we have to do, we have to specify the name and the extension. So this image name is image. So we hit the backslash and say image dot JPEG. And this should be actually here. Okay, let's hit save, refresh the page and see what happens. Nothing happens because I typed the JPEG wrong. Now hit save again. Ta-da! Our first image. Okay, let's continue on. We had our next tag, the list tags. Okay, so let me just copy this one in, say list tags, and list tags have opening and closing tags. Let's copy this one more time. Just leave some space between the last body tag. And our first one was the unordered list. So let's say on list tag also has opening and closing brackets. So let's type our first unordered list tag. Open and close. So between the brackets, we'll copy in unordered list tag and see what happens. Hit Ctrl-C, Ctrl-S, go further down the page. Let me just make this actually bigger. You see right under here we have our unordered list tag. But there's no list because we need a list item. So where do we put in list items? We put in between the opening and closing type of list tag. So if I say this is actually a list item and close it, let's see what happens now. We have our dot. Because unordered list items will always have dot squares, but this part we will customize in CSS. Okay, let's copy this and say ordered list. I actually have a spello here. It's on that's much better. So this is an ordered list tag. It also has an opening and closing tag. And we'll replace this with a O and this one with a O. We take this, copy it in here, and see what happens. Refresh the page. As we can see, ordered lists start with a number, a letter, or a Roman numerical number. But we will take a more deep dive into list tags further along this course. Now I just want to show you I wanted you to have this right here because we will expand on this much later. So thank you for watching. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this section, we'll be introducing our first HTML tag. It's called the heading tag. Now the heading tag, and especially the H1 tag, is most often used to display a title on a page. And going downwards from H1 to H6, the headings are becoming smaller and smaller. A really important note about the heading tag, the H1, is a general rule that only one H1 per page should be used. Further note, the last heading tag is H6. There is no H7 and it will only appear as pure text. Now I want you to open up our HTML document once again. So let's right click it, open with text editor, and also open it in the browser. Let's make this smaller. Now you see, we used our H1 for this is my web page. Now let's type an H2. Let's just take this is my web page, and copy it in here. Hit save, refresh the page, and see what happens. Now see, H1 is bigger than H2. Now let's just copy this a few times. Actually 4 more times. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's change this to H3, H4, H5. Well, this is actually also an H4. This is the H5, and this is the H6. Hit save again, refresh the web page, and see, this is getting smaller and smaller and smaller till the H6. Let me just make this a bit bigger. Perfect. Now what would happen if we put in our H7? Let's say H7. Let's take this again, copy it in here, and see what happens. Ctrl S. Aha. The H7 actually takes up the assigned default pixel value of a text for a web page. And it will only be displayed as text. Let's recap. Only use one H1 per web page, and H6 is the last heading tag. That's it for our H tags. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, we will learn about our next HTML tag, the paragraph tag. Now, the paragraph tag is a block level element, and it has an opening and a closing tag. Now the paragraph tag has additional inline tags, but important note, these are no longer industry standards since we could style this with CSS, and I will show you this further along in the course. So let's say we want to make our text bold. We would use the bold tag. It has an opening and closing tag, or the strong tag, which also has opening and closing tags. Now if we want to make our text italic, then we would use the I tag or the emphasize tag. Now let's open our HTML document once again. Right click, open with text editor, and also open it in the browser. Let's make this just a bit bigger. There we go. So right underneath our paragraph, our less paragraph tag, we'll write a new paragraph. So let's say and inside our paragraph tag, we will put in some dummy text. Now for years and years, there has been a dummy text called Lorem Ipsum. If you go to loremipsum.com or lipsum.com, you'll find this dummy text. This is actually used since the 1500s. And this is used so there's no copyright problems. So let's just copy this, Ctrl C, paste it in here, hit save, go back to our page, refresh. Here is our dummy text. And I will actually just enter this right here, this, and this. Okay, let's play around a bit with our text and use those. Ooh, this is still too long. Wait just a sec. And it's still too long. Let's see. And this one's more. So we can see our opening and closing tags. Now let's say I want to make dolor bold. You can just say putting P and closing B. Hit save. It's this one right here. Let's refresh, and it's bold. Let's try it with strong. We'll use for this text right here, we'll say strong. Let's just copy this, put it right here, and close it. Hit refresh. This one is now strong. Now I want to make sit and elite, italic. So I go into our text editor, and I set I, and then close it here, and emphasize. Let's see what happens. Perfect. So these two are both italic. Now, as I said, this is no longer industry standards. And these are actually, as I said at the beginning of the course, tags that are no longer used. Because later on, we'll style all of this with CSS. Okay, that's it for this lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this lecture, we will talk about the anchor tag, or the A tag. Now what this tag does, it helps us make link between other web pages, files, locations within the same web page, email addresses, other URLs, even telephone numbers. Now the anchor tag also has an opening and a closing tag. But the anchor tag on itself doesn't do much. It needs its attributes. And one of its attributes is the href. The href actually tells the anchor tag where to go. So we can, as I said, we can send the link to another web page. We could stay on our same page. We can even send an email. So let's jump into our HTML document and open it. And also open it in our browser. And right out underneath here, we're gonna first write a paragraph. So we say and between the paragraph tags, we'll write contact us. So perfect. Now let's go under our contact us. And actually we're gonna make a unordered list. So we say opening and closing unordered list tag. Got to close this. Go one level deeper, even one, and here in the middle we'll put in some list items. Li. Let me just think about it. We'll actually need 4 list items. Okay. First list item will be our website. The second will be email us. And the third will be call us. Now I'm not going to put anything into the last list item because I need it for later on. Okay, let's hit save, refresh the page, and we have our 3 list items. Okay. Now we want to link our website here. So if someone clicks on our website, I want them to be sent to our website. So take our H tag, open and closing parentheses, with open and closing, and right here after the A, we're going to give it a direction. So we say href equals and let's just send them to Google. So we say http:/google.com. So let's see what happens. We save it, refresh the page, and if we click on this, they would be theoretically sent to our website. Okay, let's go back. Now for the email part. We are also going to pack this into an H tag. So we say A. I just copy this one in here. And actually I'm going to do this to the colors too. Perfect. Now we type in our href again, but this time we'll say mail to. And we're just going to give it a fictive mail address. So we say nowhere at gmail.com. Save this, reload, and if I would click on this, it would actually open my email address, but this will now open my private emails. I'll just click it and you will see the email opens, but you won't see the whole content. So let's click it, and through the magic of editing, you didn't see anything. But you saw that the email actually opened. Okay, now let's go to the phone number. Once again, we will say href equals tel from telephone. And you will say plus something blah 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 blah. And here we'll type in colors at the same something fictive number. Let's hit save, refresh our page, and you see if we click on it, it will prompt us to open it with an application. So you could actually just click this. You could call with Skype with any application that could forward you through a calling application. Okay, let's just delete this, and I'm actually going to copy the one over here and paste it once again. And between those two, I'm gonna take another paragraph. So just copy this paragraph and say or. Because there are two types how we can open a page. We can either open it in a new window. So as we see, let's just save this and we hit refresh. We click on our website. It will take us directly to Google now and close our page. But what if we don't want to close our page? Then we have another attribute, and I'm going to put it right here. It's called the target. Target equals, and we'll say blank. Let's hit save. Refresh our page. And it was the second one. So if I click on this, it should actually open a new tab right here. Let's try it. Perfect. Let's go back. If you click on this, it opens Google in the same tab, and the one beneath in new tab. Let's close this one too. Let's close this too. So let's just say here, where was it? Here, our site. Open our website in a new tab. Or open our site in the same tab. Hit save, refresh. This is just for you to know the two differences. Okay, so let's recap. The A tag creates a hyperlink to either another web page, a file, a location on the same web page, an email address, or a phone number. Okay, so that's about it with our hrefs. See you in the next lecture. Welcome to the end of the first section. In this lecture, I would like to conclude our beginner's HTML section with the two list types, the ordered list and the unordered list. And of course, what would be a list without his list items? For lists have many applications in the web page. Even menus are actually made out of list tags. But more on this in the next section. For now, let's take a first look at our ordered list. As the name says, the ordered list is composed of ordered list items and can have many attributes. On the other hand, the unordered list has list items which don't need a particular order. But enough talk. Let's open our HTML document for the last time with the text editor and write a few list examples. So we go to our HTML document, open it again with our notepad. Now, as said for the last time, because the next session we will use our code editor. So we have our HTML document opened. We also open it in the browser. And let's just go. Wait just a second. I just want to quickly edit something because this image is really disturbing me. Should decide. So here's the image tag. This is actually an attribute, and you would never want to use this in HTML, only in CSS. So let's just say width equals 200 pixels. That should do the trick. Save it, refresh. Perfect. This is just too big for me. Okay, back to our ordered lists and unordered lists. So right underneath here, right before the body, make ourselves a bit of space. And for this example, we will make a grocery list. So let's just make an H2 and also close it. And right between the H2 tags, we'll write grocery shopping list. So save it, refresh. Perfect. Now underneath our H2 tag, we first write our unordered list. Now actually, we'll make 3 items. If we go shopping, we basically need a few things, and we will categorize them. Let's say our first category would be vegetables. We'll also need some fruits. And I think that's enough. Okay, so we have our 2 categories. Now let's put them in an ordered list. So we'll say opening ordered list tag. Then we just copy this, paste it in here one time, copy this, close it, and copy it under here. Let's hit save and refresh. So we have our 2 categories, but there's nothing in front of them yet, because we have to put them in a, we have to assign them an item. So we'll say that this is an item, is a list item, li. Let's copy this, paste it right in here, and close it here, and copy it under the fruits. Okay, so we have our 2 categories, but as you can see, they're numerated with 1 and 1, and we don't want that. Because we have the opening tag here and the closing tag here, this is automatically taken as list item number 1 in an ordered list. And because, well, actually, if I took it just for, so you can see, and put it again in here, we have number 2, but we don't want this. We want 2 different categories, so we'll delete this, and actually we'll say that this should be 1 category and this should be a 2nd category. So the ordered list, our first ordered list, is of type equals Roman numeral 1. This can be A in caps or small, or it could be I and it automatically numerates it afterwards. But we want this to have the value, so we also have to say that this is of type 1 and the list item is of value 1. So let's see what happens. Save it, refresh. Perfect. We have our first category. Now for the second category, we'll copy our type in, leave it as it is, still a Roman numeral, but the second item, we give it a value of 2. Let's refresh. You see, we have 2 categories now. Okay, now in these categories, we need some items. So as I said, this is one category, so we'll still stay in the same ordered list. I just have a bit of space here and open up a new ordered list. So we say ordered list. L, perfect. And close the ordered list. And give it an item. Li. And for our first item, let me just put this down here. And let's just think about how many items do we want. So for the vegetables, let's say we have to buy tomatoes and potatoes and peppers. Okay, so we need 3 items. We have 3 items in our list. So 1, 2, and 3 items. Just tab this out. Bring this down here. Okay, so these items are in this list, in this ordered list, which is in this, from here to here, ordered list category. Okay, so let's say we have our tomatoes, then we have our potatoes, and what do we say? Peppers. Let's hit save, refresh the page. So we have 3 items to buy in the category of vegetables. Now let's imagine we want to give this some quantities. Because we head out to buy tomatoes, but how many tomatoes do we need to buy? Lists can have nested lists in them. For example, we nested an ordered list in another ordered list. Now what would happen if we nest now an unordered list in this list? Say unordered list, open and close it. And this list has a list item. Let's copy this. Not in here, in here. And once again, and close it. How much tomatoes do we need? Let's say we need 1 kilogram. Let's hit save, refresh the page, and we have a sub item, a sub list item for our main, actually a sub list item for the tomatoes. We need tomatoes and we need 1 kilogram of them. Now for the potatoes, let's copy this, paste it under here, and say we need 2 kilograms. Let's hit save, refresh. Perfect. We need 2 kilograms of potatoes. And now for the pepper. For the pepper, we were actually told that we should buy 1 kilogram of red pepper and 2 kilograms of green pepper. Let's hit save. And we have our 2 subcategories for the peppers. We have 1 kilogram of red and 2 kilograms of green. So what did we learn today? That we can have ordered lists, unordered lists. So this is an ordered list. This is an unordered list. Lists can contain sublists, and we can assign attributes to the lists. Now for the fruits part, I would like to check out the exercise portion of the section. And what I want you to achieve is this right here. So we see we have a fruit section, which is bolded, and it has some text on the right side of it. Then we have our bananas, which is italic, and this is also italic. Then we have our cherries with a decision to make, and you say this is either A or B. I can't remember what I should buy. Okay, so this is the end of the first section. In the next section, we will get into more modern and complex way of writing HTML, and we will also get to install and use VS Code, our first code editor. Let's just say now is where the fun starts, and we'll quickly start building our first web page and slowly introduce styling through CSS. And at the end of this section, I've also prepared some quizzes for you and an individual exercise. But before the exercise, I would suggest to first take the quiz, then attempt the exercise on your own, and then download the solution HTML document and compare your results. So have fun and see you in the next section. Welcome to the end of the first section. In this lecture, I would like to conclude our beginner's HTML section with the two list types, the ordered list and the unordered list. And of course, what would be a list without his list items? For lists have many applications in the web page. Even menus are actually made out of list tags. But more on this in the next section. For now, let's take a first look at our ordered list. As the name says, the ordered list is composed of ordered list items and can have many attributes. On the other hand, the unordered list has list items which don't need a particular order. But enough talk. Let's open our HTML document for the last time with the text editor and write a few list examples. So we go to our HTML document, open it again with our notepad. Now I said for the last time because the next session we will use our code editor. So we have our HTML document opened. We also open it in the browser. And let's just go, wait just a second, I just want to quickly edit something because this image is really disturbing me. Should decide, so here's the image tag. This is actually an attribute and you would never want to use this in HTML, only in CSS. So let's just say width equals 200 pixels. That should do the trick. Save it, refresh. Perfect. This is just too big for me. Okay, back to our ordered lists and unordered lists. So right underneath here, right before the body, make ourselves a bit of space. And for this example, we will make a grocery list. So let's just make an H2 and also close it. And right between the H2 tags, we'll write grocery shopping list. So save it, refresh. Perfect. Now underneath our H2 tag, we first write our unordered list. Now actually, we will make 3 items. If we go shopping, we basically need a few things and we will categorize them. Let's say our first category would be vegetables. We'll also need some fruits. And I think that's enough. Okay, so we have our two categories. Now let's put them in an ordered list. So we'll say opening ordered list tag. Then we just copy this, paste it in here one time, copy this, close it, and copy it under here. Let's hit save and refresh. So we have our two categories, but there's nothing in front of them yet, because we have to put them in a, we have to assign them an item. So we'll say that this is an item, is a list item, li. Let's copy this, paste it right in here, and close it here, and copy it under the fruits. Okay, so we have our two categories. But as you can see, they're numerated with 1 and 1. And we don't want that. Because we have the opening tag here and the closing tag here, this is automatically taken as list item number 1 in an ordered list. And because, well, actually, if I took it just for, so you can see, and put it again in here, we have number 2, but we don't want this. We want two different categories, so we'll delete this, and actually we'll say that this should be one category and this should be a second category. So the ordered list, our first ordered list, is of type equals Roman numeral 1. This can be A in caps or small, or it could be I and it automatically numerates it afterwards. But we want this to have the value. So we also have to say that this is of type 1 and the list item is of value 1. So let's see what happens. Save it, refresh. Perfect. We have our first category. Now for the second category, we'll copy our type in, leave it as it is, still a Roman numeral, but the second item, we'll give it a value of 2. Let's refresh. You see, we have our two categories now. Okay, now in these categories, we need some items. So as I said, this is one category, so we'll still stay in the same ordered list. I just have a bit of space here. And open up a new ordered list. So we say ordered list. L. Perfect. And close the ordered list. And give it an item. Li. And for our first item, let me just put this down here. And let's just think about how many items do we want. So for the vegetables, let's say we have to buy tomatoes and potatoes and peppers. Okay, so we need 3 items. We have 3 items in our list. So 1, 2, and 3 items. Just tab this out. Bring this down here. Okay, so these items are in this list, this ordered list, which is in this, from here to here, ordered list category. Okay, so let's say we have our tomatoes. Then we have our potatoes. And what do we say? Peppers. Peppers. Let's hit save, refresh the page. So we have 3 items to buy in the category of vegetables. Now let's imagine we want to give this some quantities. Because we head out to buy tomatoes, but how many tomatoes do we need to buy? Lists can have nested lists in them. For example, we nested an ordered list in another ordered list. Now what would happen if we nest now an unordered list in this list? Say unordered list, open and close it. And this list has a list item. Let's copy this. Not in here, in here. And once again, and close it. How much tomatoes do we need? Let's say we need 1 kilogram. Let's hit save, refresh the page, and we have a sub item, a sub list item for our main, actually a sub list item for the tomatoes. We need tomatoes and we need 1 kilogram of them. Now for the potatoes, let's copy this, paste it under here, and say we need 2 kilograms. Let's hit save, refresh. Perfect. We need 2 kilograms of potatoes. And now for the pepper. For the pepper, we were actually told that we should buy 1 kilogram of red pepper and 2 kilograms of green pepper. Let's hit save. And we have our 2 subcategories for the peppers. We have 1 kilogram of red and 2 kilograms of green. So what did we learn today? That we can have ordered lists, unordered lists. So this is an ordered list. This is an unordered list. Lists can contain sublists, and we can assign attributes to the lists. Now for the fruits part, I would like to check out the exercise portion of the section. And what I want you to achieve is this right here. So we see we have a fruit section, which is bolded, and it has some text on the right side of it. Then we have our bananas, which is italic, and this is also italic. Then we have our cherries with a decision to make, and you say this is either A or B. I can't remember what I should buy. Okay, so this is the end of the first section. In the next section, we will get into more modern and complex way of writing HTML, and we will also get to install and use VS Code, our first code editor. Let's just say now is where the fun starts, and we'll quickly start building our first web page and slowly introduce styling through CSS. And at the end of this section, I've also prepared some quizzes for you and an individual exercise. But before the exercise, I would suggest to first take the quiz, then attempt the exercise on your own, and then download the solution HTML document and compare your results. So have fun and see you in the next section. So welcome back to the course. This is the intermediate HTML5 and beginner CSS3 section. I will start this section by introducing you to the tag attributes, which will take us a step closer to CSS3. The reason why these two are combined in this section is because in the modern web development world, it makes little sense to go further deeper into HTML without some style applied. Also, it is redundant to talk only about CSS without HTML. And furthermore, in this section, we will also take small but consistent steps into building our very first website. So I hope you're pumped as I am. See you in the next lecture. Okay, so welcome back to the course, and in this section we will finally get to run our first code editor. Now, a code editor is a small piece of software like a text editor. The only difference is the code editor has special functionalities. The code editor is, on the other hand, not a IDE, Integrated Development Environment. An IDE has more sophisticated and complex functionalities to make the developer's life more easier, let's just say. Okay, now I want you to go to visualstudio.com and I want you to download Visual Studio Code. Now, not the Visual Studio IDE as I said, but the Visual Studio Code. Now, if we hit the download for Windows button, or actually if you go to downloads, you will see that the Visual Studio Code download here, free download. So just click Visual Studio Code and this will send you to this download window. Now if you're on macOS, Windows or Linux, just pick out the one you want. Okay, so download it, install it, pause this video and get back to the video when you're finished. So after you installed Visual Studio Code, let's take a short look at the UI or user interface. So we have three main parts here. One being the editing part, one being the explorer part, and right down here is the terminal part. If you can't see this, actually the console, go to view and click on the terminal. This will actually put it out. We will head to this much later on in the course. In the terminal part, you will see your problems that will pop up if you have something wrong in your code, your output, your debugging console. Now in this section, we have our file managing system or explorer, our search. Actually in here, if we have something in here, like folderless files, if we hit the search button, it will search in everything that is in here. And then we have our source control, our debugging, and our extensions. Okay, so now what I want you to do is to create a folder on your desktop. So let's hit right click, new folder, and we will call it Web Dev. After we created our folder, we will go to File, Open Folder, and we see it here on our desktop. So just select it and open it. So we now actually have opened a project. Now from this point on, there are two ways to create files and folder. Either here, so by clicking a file or a folder, or you can actually go right in here and just create a new file or a new folder. If you right click, new folder, you get the idea, and you put it in here, you see we have our new folder. Or if you create a new text document, let's just say index and .html, it will automatically appear here. And if we delete it from here, it will be permanently deleted. So just delete this and delete this too. So from this point on, everything that we're going to write right in here. And let me just give you a short example. Say we create a index.html. And I will show you our first emit. So you just hold down Shift and hit the 1 button in order to make an exclamation mark. Emit abbreviations. If we hit enter, you will get our automatic boilerplate. So we have our body, our head section, our title, meta automatically inserted, and the HTML5 tag. Now, because from this point on we're going to use our code editor, what would be a code editor if it does not help the developer? So how does this code editor actually help us? Well, through a few extensions, and I'm going to show you my favorite extensions, which we will install together. Well, actually, I already have them installed, but if you take a look here, this is what I want you to install. So actually, you would just type in here, for example, our first would be the live server. So just type in live server, select this one, and I actually have it already installed. You would just hit the install button. And after it is installed, just go back to our file manager. Live server is, let's just say we used to right click and open our HTML files in the browser. Well, actually what live server does, it helps us to open our files directly from Visual Studio Code. So just right click in the HTML folder and hit open with live server. And let's see what happens. You see, we have our HTML document opened. Let's just snap this into place, make it smaller. Put this one in here. Move this one up again. Okay, let me just give it a short title. Actually, I want to hit a H1, and this is where the emits come in. So from this point on, if you, for example, hit H1, automatically recognize it and put in the starting and the ending tags. So I just hit enter. You see, we already have our H1. So this makes life pretty much easier. So let's say this is a emit. So I spelled it wrong. H1. Oh, we don't want this. We just want this H1. Another pretty cool thing is if you hit save, so I go to file and save. Did you see that it automatically refreshed? Let me just close this one. So for example, if I copy this and pasted it one more time and hit save, it automatically updates. Now, the next extension that I want you to install is the prettier text. Now what this does, it actually makes our code automatically align. If you can remember, as we tabbed out certain things in our HTML, so for example, let me just open this once again and drag it up here. For example, if we want to put our list items, let's just say this should go down here. And actually, because it's in this list item, in this list tag, and under this list tag, it should actually be here. So let me just give you an example what this does. Let's copy this one into my HTML. Let's hit it back. Oh, done that. And this also back here. And if I've hit, and okay, also put this one here. So if I hit save, it will automatically arrange it. So this is what the prettier code format does. So you just type in prettier, and this is actually the first one up here. Just install it. Okay, let's go to our next one. There should be the bracket pair colorizer. What this actually does is colorize when you have more than one bracket or parentheses, it will define them in more colors. I don't know how many colors this have, but you will see a few examples down here. So this is extremely useful. Next up is the code spell check, because, well, people make mistakes. You can see here the example. Value spelled wrong, now value spelled right. Let me just show you right here. Value. It doesn't maybe recognize it. You can also hit the quick fix, and so what you need for along this road would be the Java, the JavaScript ES6 code snippets. It's actually code snippets for JavaScript. Then the HTML CSS support is also excellent for our tutorial and for Run also. Auto rename tag, this is excellent. Let's just take a look at this example. So if you want to rename this, let me just tap this down. If you want to rename this list item into an ordered list, for example, we just hit LO and it automatically renames both starting and ending tags. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this lecture. Hope you enjoyed it. So this is our work environment from this point on, and see you in the next lecture. In this section, we will take a short look at attributes. So what do attributes actually do? They extend the tag by changing the behavior of providing metadata. The attributes always come in the name-value pair. Take for example ID, we have the name and the value, or class, name, value. From a hierarchical standpoint, the highest attribute is the ID attribute, which must be unique in the whole document. So if we define an ID of 20, this should be used only once in the whole document. Its purpose is to define the element when linking, scripting, or styling with CSS. A class attribute is a global attribute, and it is a space-separated list of the classes of the element. Classes allow CSS and JavaScript to select and access specific elements via the class selector, or functions like the DOM method. So let's take a look at an example and see what we can do with these attributes. Now I want you to open up our VS Code, and within our index file, we will create an image tag. But first, let's make another folder within the development folder. So the web dev, in here, make a new folder called images, or IMG. Then we will take our image file, which I provided to download, and put it into the image folder. So let's open up the folder, image, just copy it and paste it right in here. Okay, let's write our first image tag. Let's say image. So we already see that we have an attribute, a source attribute. Now in here, we'll say backslash, go into an image folder and select our image. Let me just do that one more time. So if there were more images in this folder, they will appear here. Let's just select our image, and in the alternative, we will type in this is a. Okay, let's open it up in our server and see what happened. Now we have our image. Let's just take this and copy it a few times, actually 3 times. Let me just resize this so we can all see better. That's it, perfect. Then let's hit save. And because we have our prettier extension, it automatically reorders everything. But I actually want this to be down here. Oh, that's much better. So we have our 3 images. It's the same image. Now let's assign each of them a class. So let's say class, and let's call this class logo. And we'll copy and paste it in each of our images. Space there and there. Let's hit save again. For now, nothing happens. What to do with this class? Now let's also assign it an ID. So let's take our first image. Right here before the class, we say ID. So right here we type in first img. So we have 3 classes, which is the same class for each image, and one of them has an ID. Next up, I will introduce you to the style tag. So let's go right up here above our title and let's say style. And between these 2 style tags, first we will target a tag. So our tag was an image tag. Then we will tell all our images to have a width of 200 pixels. Let's hit save. And we see that all our images have a width of 200 pixels. Now by targeting the image tag, we assigned all our images a width of 200 pixels. But what if we want the first 2 images to have a height of 200 pixels? We go into the image tags again, and right here we're going to take out from the last image the class. So this image will have no class. We save it once again, we say nothing happens. But if we go right up here and say all images with the class of logo will have a different height. So how can we target a class? Well, we hit dot, then we say logo, and say height 200 pixels. As we can see, all the images with the class of logo were assigned a height of 200 pixels. But let's say that the first image should have a border. Now we can take our ID. We say hashtag, and the ID was first image, first img, and this should have a border of, let's say, red border. The border should be solid, and the thickness of the border should be 5 pixels. Close it up, hit save, and now we have a border of 5 pixels with the color of red for our first image. Okay, so there are 2 less things that are really important. First of all, we will never use style inside of an HTML file. For styling, we will create a CSS file. Second, you should always comment out your code. So in CSS, the comment looks like this. So we hit our image down, backslash, backslash, 2 stars, and between this we can write our comment. Let's just say this is targeting in CSS. Let's copy this one time. Just say that this is our title comment. And here we say tag targeting, because this is how we targeted a tag. Then, forgot the backslash. Class targeting. And last we have ID targeting. So as I previously mentioned, this is the only time we will use inline CSS. In the future, we'll create a file. So let's just create one right here. Call it style CSS.css, and this will create our CSS file. Now heading back to the HTML, we'll take all of this and hit Ctrl X, this is for cut, and paste it in right here. Let's hit save. Let's hit save in the HTML file also, and we see all our styling disappears. So how can we link these two together? In order for the HTML to gain the styling from the style file, from the CSS file. At this point, I want to introduce you to the link tag. So right up here, link tags should always be put, as I said at the beginning of the course, in the head section. So let's write in here, link. And it would ask us our href. And our href will be linking the CSS file to this HTML. So actually we're referencing a file. So let's say style.css. Let's hit save again and see what happens. As you can see, our HTML links to the CSS file and takes all these attributes and applies them to either the tags, the classes, the IDs, and so far and so on. Okay, so I hope you learned something in this lesson, and see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this lecture, I will be introducing the table element. Although no longer commonly used in the web development, table elements represent tabular data. This is information represented in two-dimensional table comprised of rows and columns of cells containing data. Now, why tables are no longer commonly used is because with things like grid and Flexbox in CSS, we don't quite need tables anymore. So let's jump really quick into our VH code and give a few examples of tables. So after you have your VH code opened, and we also have our web development folder opened. So right in here, we'll create a new HTML file called tables. Tables.html. And we will also create a CSS file called tables style.css. Okay, so let's get on with writing our first table. So hit our shift exclamation mark, make our quick boilerplate, and in the body, actually call this tables. Give it a title. Okay, and now in our body, we'll first get a h1, and in the h1 we will write tables. Let's save this. Just open it up in our browser. Let's resize it and make it a bit bigger so everyone can see this. Okay, so under h1, I'm gonna make an h2. And first we will make a simple table with header. So we say simple. Save this. Second, we will create another h1. Actually, let me just copy this a few times. Okay, the second table we will make would be a table with t head. and a T footer. And T body. The fourth table will be call group and call. So with and our last table will be a simple table with caption. Okay, let's hit save this. Actually, I forgot a width here. Width, call group. Okay, so let me just really quickly get back to our presentation and explain what we're going to do here. So what are the components of a table? We have table caption, which specifies the table caption or title of a table. We have the tag col, defining a column within a table. We have the tag call group, defining a group of columns within a table. The tag table, representing the tabular data, which is our main tag. Tag body, encapsulating a set of table rows or TRs. The TD tag, which defines a cell of a table that contains data. The tfoot, defining a set of rows summarizing the columns. The th, defining the cell as a header of a group of a table cell. The thead tag defines a set of rows defining the head of the columns of the table. And the tr defining the rows of cells within a table. So we're going to take all this and make some examples. Also, really quick note, table is a block level element, and all the tags and these elements have opening and closing tags. Okay, let's get back to our example and make us some tables. So right underneath here, under our H2, we'll write our very first table. So as we said, we define a table with the tag table. So we say table, and within this table, we'll have a tr or table row, and within this table rows, we will have two ths. So let's th1 and just copy and paste this. Between our th, we'll write first name and last name. Let's hit save. And we have our two table headers. Now we'll make a second set of TRs. Within those TRs, we will put in some data, so TDs. Once and copy and paste this. Within these TD tags, we'll introduce some data. So let's say our first person will be with the first name of John and with the last name of Smith. Let's just take this and copy it once, and our second person will be Jane. Last name also Smith. Now let's hit save, and we have ourselves our first table. But in this moment, this doesn't quite look like a table. But first, let's link it together. So let's say link. We're going to link our HTML table with our table style CSS. So let's say table style CSS. Hit save. Okay, so now we're going to give our table a border. Let's say border equals 1. And to get rid of this double border, you go into our style CSS, table style CSS, and say table, and say border collapse, and hit save. Now we have a nice border. Okay, now we're going to go under our second example. and make the second table. So for this table, we want to have th, tfooter, and tbody. So we'll create our second table tag, say table, and within this we're going to create a th. In the th we're going to create a tr, and within this tr we have 3 ths again. So 1, let's copy this 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Within our ths we are going to write header content. So header content, we forgot an n. 1, hit save, got our first header content. Let's copy this 2 more times. So this is 2 and this is 3. So we have 3 header contents. Now we're going to create our body. So we say tbody. Within this, we're going to just copy this in our body and say that this is body content. Whoops. Let's replace this. Now we have our body content. And let's also create a footer now. So we say tfoot. And within this, we're going to copy this again. Our tfooter tag and say this is footer. And take this and copy this 2 times. Also, let's give our table a border of 1. And because this seems to be too cramped up for me, we're going to go into our CSS and tackle the table and our ths and our tds. And let's give it some padding. So say padding 5 pixels. And say border 2 pixels solid black. And so we can differentiate our th from t headers from our t footers. Let's just say that our t heads and t foots. So we're going to give it a background color. Let's say background. Color of hexadecimal number of 333. So light gray. And do we have this selected? Yep, that's why. If you click on this number, you can then drag it to make it brighter. Let's hit save again. Perfect. So we have a light gray. And we also want to change our color of the text to white. So let's just say color. The hexadecimal is FFF. Perfect. Now onto our third example. Underneath here, we will create our third table. That's a table. Within the table, we will have a call group. And actually, this will have a attribute of span 4 with a t head. And within this t head, we will have, just copy this, put it in right here. And because we said we have a span of 4, we include the 4th one, and this would be head. This would be the 4th one. Let's just save it, see what happens. Okay, this automatically now takes the style from the style sheet. Underneath our head, we just put in some table data. Oh, actually, I just realized I made a mistake here. So within our body, we want to have table data, not THs. Let me just correct this. Let's hit save. And now it's no longer bold. And this will also be, let's say, content. And now let's give it a second content. So we just copy this and hit save. For our third example, well, actually this is the fourth example, call groups and call. We'll create another table tag, then create a call group tag, call group, and within our call group we will create a call which will have a style of background color, let's just say red, and the second call which will have a span of 2. Now let's give this table some table rows and table heads. Let's say tr. Within this tr we write our ths. Let's make 3 of them. The first one will be lime, and will be lemon, and the third will be orange. Let's hit save. As you can see, the first column is red. Now if we put in another tr, another row with red, yellow, and orange, as you can see, this column will maintain red. If we put in a third one, let's say black, just for the purpose of it, it will keep popping up as red. Okay, for our last example, this is actually just a short example. We will create a table with a table caption. So let's say table with a caption, and within this caption we will say this is a caption. Let's hit save, and underneath the caption we will create a tr and a td with table caption. Okay, so this is pretty much it for tables. Hope you enjoyed this lecture, and catch you in the next one. Welcome back. Okay, so I kind of wanted to stretch this out as long as it's possible, because without having some base knowledge about HTML, this can be a bit confusing. In this lecture, we will learn about div and the div tag and the span tag. The HTML content division element, also known as div, is the generic container for flow content. It has no effect on content or layout until applying CSS. The HTML span element is a generic inline container for content which does not inherently represent anything. It can be used to group elements for styling purposes using a class or ID attribute. It should be only used when no other semantic element is appropriate. Span is very much like div, but div is a block level element, whereas span is an inline element. So a quick recap: the div is a content division element. It is a generic container, and it is a block level element. It has an opening and closing tag, and it has no effect on the content or layout until styled using CSS. The span is a generic inline element. It has opening and closing tag, and it also has no effect on the content until applied CSS. The main difference between these two is that div is a block level element. And now I want you to open up our previous lecture, which was the table lecture. And also I will show you a couple of extremely useful things in Google Chrome. So let's open up our VH Code and open the table lecture. So now if you have VH Code opened and also the browser with our previous lecture of tables, first I want you to go to Google Chrome, right click here and click View Page Source or Control U. Let's just click back to HTML, and do you recognize this? Is actually this part right here. From the title to the doc type. This is just a comment saying that code injected by live server, and this is a bit of JavaScript which we don't see, we didn't insert this, but it's automatically generated. Now if we go further down, we will find our HTML that we wrote last time. So if you want to inspect any page, let's say we go to Google, right click, inspect source page. This is all the HTML that is written inside of Google. It's pretty much for a simple input page. Okay, let's close these two up, go back to our page. The second thing I want to show you is the inspect. Now you can open inspect either by right clicking, clicking inspect, or Ctrl+Shift+I, or hitting the F12. Then click on the elements. So what can we find in our inspector? Well, first of all, we see all the code that is written for this web page. We have our HTML and we have also our style. Further along this course, we will talk about the console, the source, network, and also down here in the console is where we're going to pretty much make our first lectures for JavaScript. Okay, why do we have this open? Because now I want you to go back in our HTML, and right here beneath our header where we have the table, I want you to write your first div tag. So write div, enter, and the closing tag will cut out using Ctrl X and paste it in right here on our table. Hit save. As you can see, not much has changed. But now I want you to do something which is called a general reset. So we go into the style, and above our table, just click table, hit enter, and this is a general reset. Now you see that our content has a bit of a margin here. If we go to our body and click it, you see it has an automatic margin of 8. Then it has an undefined border, an undefined padding, and this is our content. Right here, this is our content. Okay, let's head back into our CSS and say margin 0. Close it and hit save and see what happens. Our content has now 0 margin. And this is extremely useful because if we want to style something, we would like actually to define anything that we style into our web page. Now let's head back into our HTML and give the div a class. Let's say class container. So let's target this class now. Just copy it, go back into our style, hit dot because this is a class and we target classes with dot. Copy this one in, the container. And let's start styling our container. So let's say margin 5 pixels. Let's see what happens. Enter, save. I also forgot to save this. Now if you go to our inspector again and click on the div, you will see that it has a margin of 5. Let's increase it to 20. So it's more clearer. Okay, now we have a margin of 20. Let's also give it a border. So let's say border of 5 pixels, and the border should be solid and the color of red. Now we take a look at our container again, the div container. It has a margin of 20, a border of 5. Now let's give it some padding. Go back into our CSS and say padding 20 pixels. As you can see, everything that is under the border has now a padding of 20. Now if you wanted to give all the content in this page a padding of 20, so it has a bit of space in between it, you can either go here and say padding 20 pixels and hit save. And this will spread everything out, but also it will add another padding between our, just select this, between our div and the entire HTML. Okay, let's delete the padding and hit save. Now let's say we want to target something in our container. How can we do that? This is where the span tag comes in. Because if you tackle the division, it will treat it as a block element and apply the style to everything. Let me just show you if I hit another div. So in our H2, we'll put inside a div. Just copy this right out. Hit save. And we can see the simple and the table with header jumped down to the next row. But if I would replace it with span, this is actually wrong. So if I would say span, it will stay in line. So this is the difference between a div and a span. As I said, the div is a block level element and the span is an inline element. And I could take only this part and give the span a class. So say class of span class. Go into our CSS and call out the class. Let's say color red. Now as you can see, only this part of the H2 was affected by our styling. So I hope you understood the difference between div and span, because we will be using this often in our course. Hope you enjoyed this lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this lecture we will learn about forms. The HTML form element represents a document section that contains interactive controls for submitting information to a web server. The form tag on its own won't do much, but it actually wraps around some of the other important tags. The most common tags that we will encounter within our form tags will be the label tag, the input, the field set, and the legend. Now of course forms need some validation, but we will take a look at this further on in our course. Also note, the form is a block level element. So although forms can contain other tags within them, we will mainly be focusing on the label and the input tag. And of course, in order for a form to be valid, we need to make sure that the user introduces the correct data in our form. For example, the password and the email address. In order for a form to do something, we need to declare what kind of action it needs to take. So the action of the form represents where the data will be sent. And furthermore, we will also need to tell it what kind of method should it use. Should it use a post or a get request? Forms can also take up IDs and classes. And of course, forms can then be later styled by CSS. Now, let's take a look at some example forms that there are out there. This, for example, is a simple logging form. It has the action of sending data to the database and the method of post. Furthermore, this form has some input tags. The input tags will have the type of email or phone number and password. And also we will have some labels that define these tags. Here we have another example of a form. This form creates a new information about the user and then sends it to the database. It will have a method of post and some inputs with the type of first name, last name, mobile number or email address, password, date, some radio buttons, and a sign up button. In the next lecture, we will talk about input tag and create our first small form. Welcome back. In this lecture, we'll learn about the input tag and its attributes. The HTML input tag is used to create interactive controls for web-based forms in order to accept data from the user. It has only an opening tag and the input element is an inline tag. Also, it can be styled with CSS. There are a wide variety of types of input, and how an input works varies on the value of its type attribute. These are some of the most commonly used input types, like the name, the email, the password, date, submit, and color. IDs and classes can also be assigned to input tags. The placeholder attribute lets you specify the text that appears within the input element's content area. It is intended to be used to show an example input for the user. Now let's take a look at how these inputs look like and then make a simple login form. Although this form will not do much because it needs its backend. So let's jump into VS Code and open up our web development folder, and in here we will create a new file. We'll call it forms.html. We'll also create our boilerplate. Let's give it a title of forms. And within our body, we will type out some input with different types. Let's say input, and the first type will be text. Let me just copy this a few times. Actually, let's head on and open this up in our live server and see how our first input looks like. So as you can see, we have our first type of input, text. Then we can write in some text here, hit enter, and nothing happens. Let's change the second one in name. Let's hit save. Now let's pull in another one. Let's type in input with a type of email. Then an input with a type of password. Then an input with a type of date. A submit type. And our last input will be the type of color. So as we can see, our first 4 inputs look pretty much the same. Our last one, the date, lets us actually pick the date. So to go down here, to open up a calendar, we can pick the today's date or pick any date in the year. Our submit button will submit these inputs to our destination. So we click submit. For now, nothing happens. We have to give it an action and a destination. And our color picker lets us pick a color. Okay, so I will take this as an example, and actually let's say type in an H1, give a title of forms, and underneath here an H2, and within our H2 we'll say common input types. Let's hit save. Now underneath our inputs we'll create a small login form. So let's give this a H2 again, the title of simple login form. For our login form we will need 3 types of input. First we'll need an input of name. Then we need a second input with a type of password. And for our third input, we will need a type of submit. Let's hit save again. And let me just actually comment this out. And hit save. Oh, I want this also commented out. Let's move our comment to the H2. So we will only have our simple login form. Now if I would to type something in here and the password, the difference, as you can see, between type name and password, that it automatically dots out our password. And if we would hit submit, nothing would happen. That is because although the input tag appear and do their jobs, without a form tag, they are still missing their purpose. So what the form tag does, it binds these inputs together by giving them an action and a method, in order for it to have more grasp of what these inputs should actually do with the information that is given for them. But first I want to show you something else. In order for our user to know what to put in these inputs, we will give them a placeholder. So I say placeholder username. Let's hit save. You see it is grayed out, and as soon as I click in here and type something in, it disappears. So we can copy this and also give it for our password. And in here we'll say password. Let's hit save again. Now for our input type submit, we could give this a value of login. And if we hit save, the submit button turns to a login. His purpose stays the same, but now we have a name for it. So let's see what happens if we grab all this and put it into a form tag. Let's say form. Cut this out, wrap it into a form tag. Let's hit save again. And let's introduce something here and something in here. And now pay attention what happens if I press the login button. It now asks us where to send this information, because we didn't give it any action. So if we would say that we want to send it to HTTP, it should take us to Google. Hit save again and submit it. It will now take us to Google. So after we typed in our destination, let's give give these inputs a name. Let's say name. And in here we will type in username. And for the password, we will also give it a name, the name of password. Let's hit save again. Type something in our username, in our password. Let's see what happens if we hit the login. So it sent our form to Google, but it also told it what kind of username we had and what kind of password we use. And we don't want this. What actually happened is, although I didn't specify a method, the form automatically takes the method of get. So if you specify a method, say method post, and actually change this to wikipedia.org. Let's hit save again. Let me just change this get back to get. Hit save. Type something in. It sends Wikipedia our username and password. But if we change this to post, hit save, refresh the page, I'll go back actually, type our username again, password, and hit login. As you can see, it didn't send it our username and password. So see you in the next lecture where we'll be talking about labels. Welcome back. This will be actually a very short lecture, and in this lecture we will be learning about the label tag. Now the label tag represents a caption for an item in a user interface. Label is an inline tag, and it has an opening and a closing tag, and can also be styled by using CSS. So what do label tags do? Well, they actually make our site more accessible. So let's jump into VH Code and give a few examples. Now for this lecture we will be using as example our previous lecture where we made our first simple form. Now if we go up here, write about our first input tag and say label, and between our two label tags we write user, so username, and hit save. Now we added a label for this input. Let's do the same for the password and go above the password and say password. Hit save. Now we have a label for our user input and for our password. We could also take our input tag for the username and put it inside our label. Hit save again. And delete this one. Hit save again. And we'll see that actually it stays the same. Let's do the same thing for our password. This time I'll cut it out. Put it inside here. So this is a tag within the form tag. Hit save and see it stays exactly the same. Now let me just comment this form out. And we can actually select all this. So what I did here is I selected it and hit Control \, and it comments everything out. And let's just make a copy of it. And let's take out our input tags for our label tags. So we take this one out. And the password input. So they are no longer nested inside of them. One way that we can make them communicate with each other, so the label for the username to communicate with the input type username, is to give it an ID. So say ID, and the ID, so we say username. and copy this inside of here. So this will say that this label is for username, and this input has the ID of username. And we can actually make the same thing for our password. So let's just take out this ID, go into our input, say this is password, label for password, also copy in password, and hit save. So the main difference between this and this is that although visually these two are the same, the browser knows now that this label is connected to this input. So as I said, this is only a short lecture about labels and showing you how to connect them and what they do. So see you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, we will learn about simple form validations. There are also more complex ways to validate a form through JavaScript and backend server validations. But in this lecture, we will take a look at how to validate a form in HTML. Form validation helps us to ensure that users fill out forms in the correct format, in order to make sure that submitted data will work successfully with our application. So let's jump into VS Code and open up our previous lecture where we made our simple login form. So let's go under our form and make an h2 tag, and let's title it Simple Validation. Now let's just copy in our previous form. Let's take this a few steps down and comment this out. So once again, shortcut for commenting out a whole section is Ctrl \. Let's hit save again. Now let's say that we want our user to write in his username and password. Without this, he cannot go through with the form. So if we click now login, this form will still take us to Wikipedia. So there are two ways of doing this. One of them is called validating through not empty or required. And for this, we only have to type in our input tag required. So right here, we're going to write in required. Hit save. Let's see what happens if we want to log in to our form again. So let's click login. As we can see, the form yells at us and prompts us to fill out this particular field. So if we type in anything and hit login again, it would take us to the next step. So let's go back and also tell the password to be required. Let's save this, type in our name again, and if we type nothing in for our password and try to log in, it would yell at us and say, please fill out this field. So type in something, hit login, and it works again. Now there's a second type of form validation, and it's called data type validation. So for example, if we would take our input tag username, copy it right after the user, we'll make a email. Let's just put in email everywhere. And also have the required in this. If the input has the type of email, it will automatically make some data requirements. So let's see what it asks us. So we type in our name and we start typing in our email and try to log in. They prompt us that it needs a specific data type. So we give it the @ symbol, try to log in again. It says, aha, but you still need something else after the @. Where should it go to? So we type in the next part, hit login again, and it takes us to the password. If we type in something for a password and try to log in, it works. So what you need to remember here is you can make simple validation in HTML by simply putting in the required attribute. So that's it for this lecture. See you in the next one. Okay, so welcome back. In this lecture we will complete our form tag by learning about the radio button, the select tag, and the text area tag. So a quick explanation for these three will be that a radio button is actually a type of an input tag. So we'll write an input tag of type radio. The select tag is actually how we create drop-down menus, and I will show you a few examples in a few moments. And the text area tag is to create text inputs that are multiple lines long. So it's kind of different from the input type text, because in the text area tag we can have much more space. So let's say if you want to write somebody a message in a form, you will basically use a text area tag. Okay, so let's jump into VS Code. And in our VS Code, we will create a new file, which we will name, just name it radio and select and text .html. Okay, so now let's just create a short boilerplate and give it a title of oopsie. So let's give it a title of forms. So in our body we'll type our first input of a type radio. Then hit save, and we have our first radio button. And we will also type in another input with a type of checkbox. And here we have a radio button and a checkbox. Now the difference is that a checkbox can be checked or unchecked, but once a radio button is clicked, it will stay checked. So basically the checkbox will be used in cases like you want to select multiple things. Let's say we want a pizza and we don't want anchovies on it, but we want tomatoes on it, and we want cheese on it, but we don't want steak on it. I don't know. You know what I mean. Just select and unselect things. Now on the other hand, the radio button is usually used when we have different options, but we can only select one of them. So for example, when you're on your Google Maps and you type in a destination, it asks you, do you want to go with a car, with a local transportation, with a bicycle, or be a pedestrian? Okay, so let me give you an example for the radio buttons. Let's say, go down here under the body and say be an H2 example radio button. Okay. Now let's make 3 inputs of type radio. Let's copy this 3 times. Actually, could have just copied that one. Okay. And actually, let me just put this into a form. Say form. Copy this one out. So cut it out. Put it in down here. Okay, we have our 3 radio buttons. And let's give this a title. Let's just say, what do we want to pick? So, what type of cars do you like? Okay, let's say in a paragraph, a SUV, or truck, or sports car. Actually, sport car. Okay, let's save this. So, type of car do you like? SUV, truck, or sport car? Now, if we click here, you can see we can select all three of these. And we actually don't want that. We actually want that only one of these three can be selected. So we can make out one possible choice. Okay, so the next thing we do, we're going to give this input some labels. So we're going to say label for what? For SUVs. And this label is going to be for this input. And we're actually going to give it an ID of SUV. Save this one. And here say SUV. Okay, we're gonna take this one out, cut it out. What kind of cars do you like? Two dots. Say or. Okay, the same thing we're gonna do with our next one. Copy this label in. Say truck. This will have the ID of truck. This will say truck. And actually, let me just take this one out and copy this whole thing in. Say sport, 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 and this was actually truck. Okay, now we have our three separated labels and inputs. But the only problem here is we can still select all three of them. So what you have to do, although these are linked, so this label is for this input, and this label is for this input, and this label for this input. Oops. We have tell HTML that actually all these inputs are the same. So what we can do then is to give each input the same name. So actually HTML will know, okay, these three inputs are the same, so only one of them can be active at the same time. Let's give them a name. And we call them cars. Okay, this input, and for the last one, let's hit save. Let's see what will happen now. So as you can see, only one of these choices can be selected at the same time. Now that we have our selection defined, you either want an SUV, a truck, or a sports car. Now we have to confirm our selection. We do that. Although I showed you the input tag, but actually there's another way of doing this with the button tag. So if you give this a button and say yes, the name of yes, if you save this, because this button is in the form tag, instead of the form tag, it automatically turns into a submit button. So if I click SUV and look up here, hit yes, it tells me that car is on. And that's not what we wanted. We want the browser to send the information that I selected a car or type of SUV. So let's take a look at our input tag and see actually of what values it is composed of. So it is composed of a name, an ID, and a type. What we're missing here is actually the value. In order for cars equals to, it has to know to what it is equal to. So it's equal to a value. So if you type in value, this is an attribute, and we're actually going to say this is the value. I'm going to copy this. Actually, let me just value of truck, And here the same thing, value of sports. So this input is for cars with ID of sport, and it has the value of sport. The ID is connected with the label knows what it's asking us, and now it should also know if we hit save, if we select sport and hit yes, car equals sports. So we just sent an information that we want a sports car. Okay, so next up, let's take a look at our select tag. So if we type in select, hit enter, without typing in anything, you can see it automatically gives us a drop-down menu. Now because there's nothing in there, we have to put something in there. So if you think about it, what can you select in a select tag? Well, actually options. So we'll put in our select tag the option tag. And between these option tags, we'll give it a name. So let's say we selected A. Actually, let me just give it a real quick paragraph. And between the paragraph tags, we'll ask the user what kind of color the car should be. So okay, let's hit save. Now between the options tag, we'll say red. Save. Just copy this a few times. Or maybe a black. And here we'll say blue. And for last option, pink. Jesus, can't type. Okay, so what kind of color should the car be? You can select our color. Okay, so now that we have our colors, we would pick our car again, say it's red, and if we would hit yes, let's see what happens up here. What kind of information would the browser send? The information that the browser sends is still incomplete because we have to give our selection a name like we did with our input tags. Let's say color. And if I hit save and now select the SUV with blue, color of blue, hit yes, still nothing happens because we are missing the value. So let me just copy this quick in. Hit save again. Save our SUV, say it's pink, and there we have it. We want what kind of car do you want? We have an SUV. What kind of color should the SUV be? Should be pink. So for our last tag, as I said, we'll take a look at the text area tag. So let's just type in here. Actually, I want to give it a bit more space. So let's type in text area. Just to have something to compare it with, we also will type in an input with text. So text. Perfect. Okay, so text there. Input type text. Just type something in here. You see, it goes, but it doesn't grow. So the difference between input type text and text area is that for the text area, we can define rows and columns. Let's say this would be 50, hit save, it grows to 50, and it should be 5 tall or 15 tall. But actually, this is only on the first appearance, because let me just make this smaller, 15 to 50 or 50. At any time, we can make it actually bigger from here. So if you click here and drag this out, it will automatically grow. And we could type in here anything we want. Let me just make this smaller and give you an example. So if start typing furthermore, it will grow. And then hit the next level. So if you get to the end of it. For example, if you want to submit something and also you want to send a short message. So, hi, I am blah, 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 and I want blah, 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 and so far and so on. And you can then hit send, and it would then be sent to the end user. And if you want our information to appear in the browser, you just have to give it a name. So let's say message. Let's hit save. So we select our SUV with the color of, let's say, pink. Pink SUV. So beautiful. And type in something. Actually type in something. And let's hit yes. We'll have our car with a type of SUV with the color of pink and the message of something. So now that we concluded all our input types for a form, in the next lecture we'll take a deeper dive into a real exercise into a real form example. So see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll take a short recap about our form just before we jump into our form exercise. So let's just take a look at what kind of tags go into a form tag. So we have our input tags with the types, and this could be text, this could be email, password. They also can have a name, an ID, a placeholder, and a condition. Now in order for input tag to have a label, we will use a label tag. And the label tag will be linked or will be directed to the input tag through the name. Between label tags, we will write our label. Now I know that I didn't show you this till now, but emails can have conditions, and I want you to Google this. Because, like in life, you will probably head into a lot of problems that you will have to solve for yourself. This will give you a lot of headaches, but after you solve them, you'll feel pretty good. So let's continue on and take a look at another type of input, the type of date. This will give us a date picker. Next up will be an input tag with a type of radio. This gives us some radio buttons. This can have name, IDs, and also conditions. We can also assign a label in order for the label to know with which input it's communicating. The select tag will give us a few options to select. So in between the select tags, we'll type in our options. The select tag can have a name in order to know with which option it's communicating, and also an ID. The options can also have names in order for select tag to communicate with them. It can have values, and I want you to Google this. And here are two types missing. And here are two types missing, which I want you to search for in the net for selected and disabled. Next up, we have our input type checkboxes. And as we saw in the previous lectures, checkboxes can be checked and unchecked. And of course, the label that communicates with the checkboxes. And as a bonus, I would like you to take a look at the BR tag. Now, BR tags are not that commonly used, but basically what they do, produce an inline break in a text. So for example, if I would take this paragraph tag and I put in a BR tag, this will speed up the paragraph to be from here to here, and then BR, and split it up to continue here. So I hope this recap was helpful, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the form exercise. Now in this exercise, I want you to make two forms. One form for a registration and one form for a login. So these are actually two separate HTML files. In the first form, we will need to enter our credentials, so the first name, the last name, the date of birth. You have to say if the user is male, female, or other, the email address, the password. We also have to agree to the terms and conditions, which we will read. We will also introduce the terms and conditions. Then, when we hit submit, this form will automatically take us to the next form, to the login form. In the login form, we will need to introduce the email address, the password, and then login. And these two forms will have one, a post request or a post method, and this will have a get method. Although both of them in the future, you will see both of them will be post method, but I just want you to have the two different methods for these two different forms. Then further along this course, we will also finalize these forms and they will look like this. So this will be our register form and this will be our login form. And this will be obtained by using CSS. Because I said this is a HTML5 and a CSS free section, we will now slowly start to draft towards CSS free and start also styling our HTML. So let's take a short look at what we will actually have to create. So this will be a H1. This will actually be bigger. I just shrunk it a bit together so you can all see it. So this will be an H1. This will be an H2. This will be labels and inputs. This will be a label. This will be an input. You know what type of input. This will be labels and radio buttons. This will be label and then a select tab with some options in it. And as you can see, so we got three options here, but the first option is grayed out. And when the form starts, it automatically starts with account type. So you will need to choose a type. Now, I didn't show you this, but I actually want you to Google this a bit. So what I want you to Google is the select tag and the option tag and what kind of attributes can you give them, for the first one to be grayed out. So you won't be able to select the first one, only the last three. The next one will be the email address. And as I showed you in the previous lecture, so for the email address, this has to be a valid email address. You have to have the add. One thing about the password I didn't show you, and I want you also to Google this. The password will need to be between 5 and 10 characters long. So the minimum of 5 and the maximum of 10 characters. But this would be a link, so an anchor tag, and this will be a checkbox. And the submit will be an input of type submit. But this submit will then lead us, so if we click the submit, it will automatically open this page in a new tab. We will have our login. Now for our login, we'll need an H1, H2, H2, label, input, the last one being a submit button, which also will be an input tag of what type. One important note is that all these are mandatory. So if I try to hit submit now, it won't take me any further. So I have to type something in. Let's try it now. Nope, still have to pick the date. I'll pick the date, try submit again. I have to choose my gender, try submit again. I need to enter an email, then a prompt will appear. Please include the @ So this will need to happen. Then it still has to be a valid one. If I hit submit again, I have to enter a password. If the password is, so if this would be too short, it will prompt it to be between 5 and 10 characters. If it's too long, it will also yell at me. It has to be between 5 and 10 characters. Now the terms and conditions, as I said, this would be a link. It will go nowhere. If we just refresh the page, we have to, this is still too long. We have to check this box. And now if we would hit submit, it should open this form in a new tab. And if we hit login, it should take us to Wikipedia. Okay, so I wish you the best of luck. And in the next lecture, we'll go through these two forms completely together. Welcome back. So in our previous assignment, I gave you the assignment to create two forms. So one being a registration form and one being a login form. And in this lecture, we'll take a look at the solution for these two forms. So we jump to VS Code and start creating the solution. So in VS Code, we will create two new files. One being the, let's call it registration or register form.html. And a second one we will call login form.html. Okay, now that we have our two forms, the register form.html and the login form, let's first, let me just close all this up. And let's just first create the login form. So we'll start out with our boilerplate. In the title, we'll type in login form. And in our body, we'll create our form text. So we say form. Now my keyboard isn't working. And I said that this form will have the method of post. Okay. And this will take us to Wikipedia. So we say HTTP // Okay, within our form, we'll have two input tags, say input 1 and the second input. Let's save this and let's give them each a label. So we say label, and the first label will be for the email with the name of email. I spelled email wrong. Make this big E. And this input will be type email. And let's also give it a name of email, a ID of email, and a placeholder. Let me just space this out. So we say placeholder equals, within brackets, email, your email. Okay, let me just make this smaller. This is a bit too small. So we'll open this up with our live server and make it just a bit bigger. There we go. Okay. So now we have our email and our second input. We can see we have our placeholder. We have our label. What do we need now? We will need our second label. We'll say label. And this will be for the password. We'll say password. hit save, and we got our second label right here. Okay, so let's type out our input tag, type of password. We'll give it a name of password. Actually, I think I'm starting to have problems with my keyboard. It's a wireless keyboard and I think it's giving up on me. But the typos are my fault, so hehe. Okay, so we give it a name. We have a type. What kind of input? We have a type of password, a name of password, give it an ID of password. And we will also need a placeholder. Actually, in here, say place. Yep, my keyboard is giving up. Say enter password. Okay, let's hit save. We have a placeholder and the password. If you type something in, it will be automatically dotted out. What we now need is our last input, and that is the input type submit. It's over there, and we give it a value of login. Okay, perfect. So if you're probably wondering, how did I manage to put this one beneath this one in my example, it's actually with the last tip that I gave you in my previous lecture. It's with the BR tag, so the inline break. Let me just show you. If I type here BR, it sends it one level deeper. And the same thing here, BR, hit save, it's underneath another. Okay, we are still missing the welcome. So we're still missing two things in H1. Wow, my keyboard is on the deathbed. Okay, we give it an H1, welcome. I'm actually going to switch keyboards because this is horrible. Though this is louder, but still. Okay, so we say, welcome to your account. Ah, much better, much better. The keyboard is working. Hit save, welcome to your account. Give it an H2. And in here we say, and within the H2s, we'll say, please log in to continue. Oh, continue, hit save. So in theory, if I type my email and my password and hit login, it would send me to Wikipedia. But because we gave it a type of the input tag, a type of email, it's asking us to type in a valid email. So hit login, and this is a type of post. We don't see any of our information here in the string. So this is working, but we also wanted the password to have boundaries. And we said we wanted to have it between 5 and, so the minimum of 5 and the maximum of 10 characters. Let me show you how we can do this. So first of all, we don't want our user to be able to log in without a password. And the way we can do that is by giving it the property of pattern. We say pattern, hit enter, and inside here we say dot, camel case, and between this we'll say 5 and 10. And we'll also give it a title. So when the user doesn't type in a password between 5 and 10, a pop-up should appear, and this pop-up should have a title of password min 5 max 10 characters. Okay, let's try this once again. Type in on email, in a valid email address, and let's type in only 3 and save up. It will say please match the required format, password min 5 max 10. Type in some more, and now it takes us to Wikipedia. But what happens if we only hit the login? It still gets us to Wikipedia, and even if we don't insert an email, it still takes us to Wikipedia because we have to put in a condition, and the condition in the input tag of email should be required. Okay, hit save. So if you try to log in, the email is required. With the email, log in, it's working because we also have to give the password the type of required. So say required in the password, hit save again, and now if you type in an email, try to log in, password required, it has to be between 5 and 10. We type in more than 10, still has to be between 5 and 10, perfect. Let's try it now, and now it works. So we have our first form with the action to take us to Wikipedia, with the method of post, so it won't show up in our string all our information. We have an H1, welcome to your account, an H2, please log in. We have our email label, our email tag, which asks us to put in a valid email address, and it has the condition of required. We also have our password label with the password input tag, the placeholder, enter your password, and the condition between 5 and 10 characters. Okay, so let's head on to our second form. This will be a bit longer, our registration form. So we go to our register form, give it our boilerplate, we give the title of register form. Let's hit save. We will also open this up in our live server. Okay, so we have our title, register form, and we will give it an H1. And inside the H1, we'll say create a new account. Underneath our H1, we'll create our form tag. This will have an action and a method of get. Let's save this. Okay, and within our form we will give it an H2 of register, and underneath our H2 we'll have our first input with a input of text. This will be for, give it a name, this will be for the first name. And we'll give it an ID of first name. Let me just copy this one in here. Let's hit save and see what we have. Now we will give this a label. So this form is for the first name. And we'll also say first name as the label. Okay, let's hit save again. Perfect. I will already start to place them underneath one another. So I'll hit a BR, and two things we still need here. In our first input, we need a placeholder with the example of John. And we also need this input to be a required input. So we say required. Let's hit save. Perfect. We have our label, first name. Let me actually put a space in there. So first name, example, John. Type away. Okay, let me just copy this and insert it on our BR tag. And this will be the last name. And we'll say here last name. The type will remain text. The ID will be last name. The name also, and this would be Smith. Okay, so we already have our first two labels and inputs. Now the next thing we wanted to do, let me give this another break and copy this. The next thing would be a type of date input. So we say date. The name of the input will be date of birth. And actually we don't need a placeholder for this. We just need to replace the label and this one. And we take out the required field. Now actually the required field will live in. And what we don't need is an ID. Okay, so now we can pick our date. Let me just give this a bit of space here. Okay, so next up we have our free radio buttons and free labels for the gender. So let me copy this and put it in here. And we'll say this label will be for gender. We'll say gender choice. Say 1 or male. Because we will have 3 gender choices underneath here. And in the label we will say male. And the type would be radio. The name will be gender. The ID will be the same as here. And the placeholder will be, actually we don't need a placeholder, we now need a value of male. And let me down here, okay, so we already have our first radio button. And down here beneath the form's end, let me just put in our input button, our input tag. So say input, the type of submit, and the value of submit. Let's hit save. Okay, so let's see what happens. Type in the name. Actually, let's see if all of this works. So we want to submit, it asks for name, we hit submit, we type in a name, it asks for a last name, type in the last name, submit, still doesn't work, pick a date, try to submit, we have to pick something, okay, and now let's see what happens. So we have our first name equals to this, our last name equals to this, and date of birth equals to this, and the gender equals to male. So perfect. Now we see all the information that is being sent because the form has the method of get. So in the get method, you will see everything in here, and the post method, it will be hidden. Okay, let's continue on with our input tags, with our radio inputs. Let me just copy this. I want to copy it with the break. Nope, we don't wish to have a break here. Okay, let me change this to female. And this also to female. And we just copy this into female and this here. Let's hit save. Let's see if this works. Type in a name, pick a date, select our female, hit the submit. Gender equals female. Perfect. This is working. Let's have our last radio button for other. And we will also say here other and here. And this into here for the value. Let's verify this. Pick a date, check the other radio button, submit it. It works. Perfect. Up next we have our select tag with the options tag. So we say select. And the select tab will be for account type. Say account. So you have our name for account. So you have our select tag with the name of account type and the ID. This will be come in handy later on for the selected choice. Okay, between our select tags, we will put in our options. So we say option. So first option will have also the name of account type. And you see here in the value, we'll type in 0. And also give it two other attributes, the selected. So let me just quickly hit save here. You see nothing appears here. But if I would put in here, for example, account type and hit save, it appears and we can select it. And we don't want this because this should be, it's actually like a placeholder for the other input tags, but you can specify it like selected. So it's always selected when it appears and disabled in order for it not to be selectable. Okay, let's hit save again. So I know this wasn't in our assignment, but I found it really interesting for you to have this and just to have a pure example of this. So this is like a little bonus for the form exercise. Okay, so let's continue on with our selections. So the next option will also have the name of account type and it will have the value of administrator. Okay, copy this in here. Let's hit save. Account type administrator. Perfect. Let's copy this a few times. Oh, and I also forgot to give this a label. So label for what? For account type. Let me copy this in here and say account type. Copy this in here. Hit save. So choose your account type. And now we can start putting in our next options. Actually, a quick note, if you only click at the end of a tag and hit Ctrl C and then Ctrl V, it will copy it automatically. So Ctrl V again to automatically copy it down, the whole tag. Okay, so this is still a option with the account type, the name of account type, and this will have a value of contributor. Let me copy this one here. And the last one will be use visitor. Okay, so we have our three different account types. And we want to give this a break. BR tag. So the submit button goes down. We will put in our email and password tags, and actually this will just copy from here. Just hit Ctrl+C, registration form. So underneath our selection, our select tag, copy this one here, hit save. So account type, email, we are missing a break. So underneath our password input, between these break tags, we will put in our label for the agreement conditions. So say here, I agree the terms and conditions, exclamation mark. And now let's give it an input with a type of checkbox. And a name of, let's call it TC. You can call this anything you want, but the 4 has to be the same. So label has to be able to communicate with the input tag. So say TC, so terms and conditions, agreement. And also give it an ID of the same TC agreement. And we'll say that this is required. So the user cannot skip this one. Okay, so above our last label and input for the, oh, wait, we forgot something. What it is for, the label is for this. So above our label, right here actually, we'll give it a paragraph. And between the paragraph tags, we'll actually give an anchor tag, and in here we'll say terms and conditions. So let's hit save. Now we have our terms and conditions here, and we don't need this because this throws it too far underneath it. Let's hit save again. So we almost completed our form. The only thing that is missing, so let's just try this, submit, place a name, actually just say John, tab this, submit, hit enter, doesn't work, pick a date, submit, pick mail, submit, enter email, submit, email has to be valid. Try submit again. Please fill out the field. Only 2. You need it longer. Now if we submit, now it's working. We have our first name of John, the last name of Smith, and the birthday of this, and the gender of male, and the account type is contributor. The email address is this. And the password is this, and the terms and condition agreement is on, so it is checked. We agreed to the terms and conditions. The last thing we have to do is say if we submit, this should actually take us to our login form. Now let's see how we can do this. Actually, up here in our action, we only have to type in / and login form. So this should take us to our login form. Let's try this again. Let's hit save, because we will have the same problem as the last time. Type in something. Let's say contributor, email, password, agree, and voila! It takes us to the login form. Do the same thing here again. Type in our password, log in, and it takes us with a GET request to Wikipedia. So this was the solution for our form assignment. Okay, so see you in the next lecture. So welcome to the next assignment. This will be the list and text assignment. And in this assignment, I want you to create a HTML5 page with the name of terms and conditions. So in this page, I want you to use the following tags. So create an HTML5 page. The title of the page will be terms and conditions. and you will use H1, a button, a link, a anchor tag, H2 tag, an OL, LI, and P tag. And I also want you to research lorem ipsum. So what I want you to create in this page is make a title, make a button. This is actually linked. Make a paragraph, make an H2, and make an OL list. And in this list, these are Roman numerals. And within this list, we have another list, which then starts with 11 and 12 and 13. Then we have a second Roman numeral. Then the next list starts with 21, 22. And for the third Roman numeral, it starts with 31. And also, as you can see, these are linked. In this list, I want the items to be linked. Okay, I wish you the best of luck and see you in the solution then. In this lecture, we will create our solution for the list and text assignment. So let's jump into VS Code, and right in our folder, we'll create a new file and we'll call it terms and conditions. So let's type term.html. Let's start up with our boilerplate, and we said we're going to give it the title of terms and conditions. So terms. Let's hit save. Let's run it in our live server. And we will start up with an H1 tag. Say terms. Actually, I'm just going to copy this into here. Then we will create a button tag. And within this button tag, we will create a href, which will go nowhere for now. I'm sorry, an anchor tag with the name of home. Save this, so we have our button, and if we click it, this is linked. Then we will create a paragraph tag, and within this paragraph tag, for our dummy text, we'll use lorem ipsum. So if you type lorem, and if I hit enter, this will give me a dummy text. But what I want to show you, if you type, for example, lorem and then 100, it would give you from lorem ipsum 100 words. So let's hit save. And this is how we obtain 100 words. And actually you can type in lorem 10 and it will give you 10 words. So let's just keep it at 10 words. Now after our paragraph tag, we will create an H2 and we'll say summary. Under our H2, we'll create an ordered list tag with a type of Roman numeral 1. Then within our ordered list, we'll create a li list item with the name of privacy policy. And as you can see, we have our first Roman numeral. Now underneath this list item, we will create another ordered list. And within this ordered list, we will tell it to start at 11. Then we go down here, create our first list item. And within the list item, we'll create an anchor tag, which will go nowhere. And we'll name it log data. And let's just copy this a few times, actually 5 times. He will say communication. Then the next will be cookies. And the next one will be security. And the last one will be contact us. Okay, now we have our first list. Then underneath our OL, we'll create another list item. So underneath our second ordered list, return and refunds policy. And underneath this list item, we'll create another ordered list, which will start at 21. Let's just hit save. So we have our second Roman numeral. And within this ordered list, we'll create our list items. Actually, let me just copy all of this right in here. Let's call the first list item returns. So just copy in returns. Then the second one will be refunds. Then shipping. And actually we'll just delete this. Oops, not too much. Hit save. Copy this one once again. Rename it to end user license agreement. Just copy the agreement in here. This will start at 31. Let's say license restrictions. Modification of application. And contact us. Okay, so that's it for the solution for the list and text assignment. So see you in the next lecture. In this lecture we will extend our terms and conditions page by linking it together with our form logging page. So if we would actually click on the terms and conditions, this page will open up, and actually this page will be a more complete page. So we will link the different chapters within them together. There will be links in the page. So if I would click on the log and data, it would take me there. If I would click on the license, it would take me there. If I would click on this chapter and use a license agreement, it would take me directly to this chapter. Okay, so first I want to link this button to our home page. And for that, in the href, I'm just going to say registration form. And it already pops up. Hit enter, save it, and if I would click on this, it will open up my registration form. Because what we want is, after we read our terms and conditions, so if we would click on the terms and conditions, it will take us to our terms and conditions form, and if we click on home, it will take us back here. Okay, so let's save this again. And now go into my registration form, open it up in a new tab. So we'll go to where we created the terms and conditions input. So let's just see, it was right underneath the password. But it's actually pretty useful. So we could search, that I can finally show you for what the search is good. So if we type in password, to search everywhere that I have password, I go down password and find it in here. This is actually in the login form. That's not what we need. We need the register form. So right down here underneath the terms and conditions, we say this should be linked to the terms and conditions form. Let's hit save. I want to give this a second attribute. So if I would click on this now, it will open up the terms and conditions page. Click on home, get me back here. What I actually want to do is to open the terms and conditions page in the new tab. So from the start, the target, the target attribute is targeting the same page. But what it can do here is say underline blank. Save this and let's see what happens. So if I click on terms and conditions now, it opens it up in the new page. I click home, goes back here, click on it again, opens it up in a new page. Okay, let's just close all this up. So we have this fixed, we have this fixed. Now we'll go back to our terms and condition page and put in some content. So first, under our ordered list, we'll create another H2 and say Roman numeral 1. And let me just copy in the privacy policy. And underneath our H2, just type in a paragraph, learn ipsum of, let's say, 15 words. Underneath our paragraph tag, we'll create an H3 and we'll take our first subtitle. So log data with the 11. Let's hit save, go underneath, create another paragraph tag, and let's put in a normal lorem ipsum. Let's just copy this. Put in our conditions. Changes to 12. And we have our next one. Let's make a third one. This would be 13. And this would be cookies. Same lorem ipsum, further down. Okay, so how can we make that if I click, for example, cookies, it should take me automatically down to cookies? There's actually a pretty easy way to do this. We will give, first of all, the H3 tag an ID. And we'll actually give it the ID of cookies. So let's say hash cookies. Actually, just cookies. And then if we go back in an href, here, copying cookies again. And now let's say what happens if we click it. It takes us automatically down to the cookies section. So actually this is what we need to do to all our H3s in order for them to be connected within the page. So this is a link within the page. So let's take our privacy policy and wrap it into an H tag. And we cut this out from here. So this is also linked. And we'll give this an href. And down here, we'll give this an ID of href. Actually, the ID of privacy policy. Let's hit save. So we click on privacy policy, it takes us down. So I want you to do this to all of the categories. because we will be using this and link all these three together and then start taking a deeper dive into CSS and start styling all of this. So see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, I'll make a brief introduction into CSS3. So CSS3 stands for Cascading Style Sheet. Was invented in order to give our HTML some style. The way we give our HTML style is by targeting or selecting elements from our HTML. Basically, we will target tags, classes, IDs, properties of classes, properties of elements, and we will always make it in a property value package. Now there are three ways to write CSS, but only one of them is the right way. Earlier on, we would write CSS, or we would style our HTML by writing the style directly into the line. So if we wanted to turn this H1, create a new account, into a red color, we would write into our opening H1 tag style equals color and then give it the color of red. So equals the style equals an attribute, the attribute is color, and it would be red. The second way that we could style our HTML would be by writing into the head the tag of style. And in between these tags, we will take our H1, so we would target an element, give it a property, and then the name. Now the right way to do it is by creating a different CSS file. Then linking this CSS file within our HTML by using the link tag and the property of href. Now let me give you a quick example of these three ways. So we will jump into our VH Code and open up our terms and conditions HTML file that we created. But first, let's actually make a new folder. This folder we will call forms. In this form folder, we will drag and drop in by selecting, then holding the control key, the terms and conditions HTML file, the login form, and the registration form. And just drag them in to forms and say move. Now please take note that all our links are now broken. As we link together our register form to the login form, if we open this up in our live server and try to log in again, you will see that the link is broken. All we have to do to fix this is to go one level up, because we moved the login form into the form folder. So in the form folder is the login form. Let's hit save again, refresh this page. Actually, let's go back and hit refresh and type in our credentials again. And now it's working again. And we repeat this with the terms and conditions. Hit save. Let's go back here, click on this, and now it opens. Okay, within our forms, we'll create three new files. The first we will call registerstyle.css. So we'll type in register. Now this extension is actually really important in order for the program to know what kind of file this will be. Let's hit enter. Now create a second one called login style.css. And the last one will be tnc style.css. style.css. Now, in order to link our tnc style.css with our terms and conditions file, we now go into the head and right about the title, we type in link. This will create a link tag, and in this href, between these brackets, we'll give it the path. So let's say forms, and then select our tnc style.css. Let's hit save. And now let's go into our style tnc style.css and try to give this h1 terms and conditions. We'll target it, and because this is a h1 tag, we'll just type in h1, then say color equals red, and close it. And as we can see, our h1 terms and conditions turned into red. So this is pretty much it for this lecture. Now we know how to connect our CSS files to our HTML files. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture we'll learn about CSS selectors. A CSS selector is the part of the CSS rule that describes what elements in a document the rule will match. The matching elements will have the same rules specified style applied to them. For our general selectors, we have the following types. The type selector, this selects elements like content division elements like the div tag, the h1 to h6, the paragraph tag, ordered list, list item, and actually every element that we want to select, we will only have to type in the element name and then the name value pair. In order for us to select an ID, like for example the div tag with the ID of customized, we need to specify in a CSS the hash, then customize, then the name value pair. Now in order for us to select a class, like for example the div class of container, we'll need to put a dot, then type container, then the name value pair. We also have a universal select, which we normally use for general reset. So if we type into our CSS star and add in the name value pair, it will apply to anything that is in the HTML file. The attribute selector, like for example for input tag with a type of radio, in parentheses we'll simply type in type equals radio and the name value pair. There are also more advanced selectors, but more on this further along this course. There are special selectors like the combinators. Let's say A equals a division and B equals a paragraph. We can apply them sibling selectors like A plus B, general sibling selectors, child selectors, descendant selectors. And we also have our pseudo elements and pseudo classes. Now let's open up our terms and conditions HTML and the tnc style CSS. Now for this example, let's go into our CSS and let me just check if everything is saved. And delete this one. And let's take our first selection, the universal selector. Let's give it a star, camel case, and in here we're going to define that the color will be red. Let's see what happens if we hit save. As you can see, everything that is in the HTML will take this property of red. Now if we want to turn it black, let's hit save again. Or if we want to turn it blue, just type in blue, hit save again. As you can see, everything takes up the property of blue. We could also give it a background of orange. And this looks awful, but all our HTML will have this background of orange. Okay, let's delete this, save again. Let's actually go into our HTML and let's start assigning a few classes and IDs. So for a class, I would actually let's take the first portion of privacy policy. So if we go to our privacy policies, click on the link here. From here till here is our privacy policy. Now, as I said, a division tag is a general container. So if we want to put all of this into one container, we will specify, then from here, right above our H2 privacy policy, we'll make a div tag. And right after the opening div tag, we specify a class of container. You can name, so a class can have anything, any name you want. You can name this John, and it will still have a class, a division, a general container, div class of John. So let's take the closing tag and go right before our return and refund policy and close this up. Now a few things. If you tap on the opening class, it shows you where it closes. And another thing you can do, let's say that this is too big, you can just close it from here. So whoop, everything that is in here will be just shrunk together, but it's still in there. So let's make another class, another division tag, say class, another container. Now, because we have two containers and we like in the future to style this container and this container separately, we'll name this container RRP. This one we will name just license. Okay, let's take out the closing tag, go above our end user agreement, save it. And let's close this one up also, or shrink it down. And let's make a third division tag. So let's say div with a class of container. And this one we will call EULA. And let's take the closing tag, put it right underneath our last paragraph. In the previous assignment, I have already assigned IDs to my subcategories. So we have classes, we have IDs. Now let's try to style them. So if we hit save, you see, because the container is only a generic container, nothing happens on the page visually. But if I would go into CSS, and let's just take the container of license. And we said that we would select the container by typing dot. And now let's say background. We should have a color of yellow. Let's hit save. And now container for license, which was from here till here, has the background color of yellow. Now let's take a few steps back and style our H1. So let's take a general selector, like an H1, and give it a color of red. And hit save. Now let's take our H2 and give this a color of green. Now, because we had only H1 in our HTML, only this turned red. But because we have more H2s, all of the H2s turned green. But if you want to get more specific about our H2s, let's say this H2, the end user license agreement, should be blue, Then we have to go a level deeper and be more specific. And the most specific way that we can be is by taking the ID of something. So let me just close this up. Let's make it smaller. And we will take the ID of the end user agreement, which is this. And we said that an ID will be selected with a hash. Then we type in the name. And in here we'll say color orange. So hit save. And only this H2 with the ID of EULA will turn orange. All of the other ones will remain green. And just a note, there is a hierarchy in how specific something can be. And the highest order is the ID. Then comes the class and then the element. Because as I said, the ID should be unique for each and every page. But we could also have this class repeat itself in one page. So we could have the same class of container license for more elements. Now if we head back to our HTML and take for example this button, which has an href with the attribute of register form, we just copy this and go into our style. Let's actually go up here. You see the href of home, this button. Now if you want to select this, must say within parentheses, the href should have a color of red. And this is how we would communicate with our attribute selector. So that's it for now for selectors. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture we will focus on text formatting. We can format text by manipulating the following text properties: the font family, the font size, the font weight, the line height, the text height, and the text decoration. Now a quick definition about fonts. A font is a graphical representation of a text. Software programs allow users to change fonts used when typing text in the document. By definition, a font is a graphical representation of a text that may include the different typeface or point size. So when we will use font family, for example, in CSS, this is a property which specifies a prioritized list of one or more font family names. A font size is an attribute that refers to the size of the font from a baseline. And we will take a closer look on what baselines are, because in different browsers, the baseline will be different. Now the font weight is the CSS property that sets the weight or boldness of the font. The weights available depend on the font family you are using. On the other hand, line height is the property that sets the height of a line box, commonly used to set the distance between text lines. So if you remember, when you were typing in a text Word document, the distance between the lines was your line height. Text align is the CSS property that sets the horizontal alignment of a block element or table cell box. This means it works like vertical align, but in a horizontal direction. The text decoration is the CSS property that sets the appearance of a decorative line on text. So now we will jump into VS Code and give a few examples for these properties. In VS Code we will have our terms and conditions HTML opened and the CSS file, which we used in the previous lecture. Now we could actually take all of this and let's just comment it out. So let me say from here to here. And first I want to make a general reset for this page. So we'll say star and let's hit the margins for the entire page to 0. So this will take out any margins that we have natively input by the browser. So you can see the margin is literally null. And even if you go into our inspector by typing the F12 on our keyboard, we will see that the margin is 0. So let's just select the whole body, and margin is completely 0. Okay, let's close this up. Okay, first, font family. Basically, each browser and each software, it depends on if you're on a Windows or on a Mac machine, the probability that all the fonts are in one or another machine is really low. So that is why we define our own fonts. But these built-in fonts, VS Code for example, don't necessarily mean that a Mac will have the same fonts and display the same fonts as a Windows. So for the whole body, a font family of Arial, Helvetica Sans Serif, and save it. If a Mac machine will not have these fonts, it will default to its initial font family. So if the Mac, for example, would have Times New Roman as its default and it wouldn't have Arial, it would automatically turn all this text into Times New Roman and discard the Arial font. Okay, so now we defined for our whole HTML a font family of Arial, Helvetica, Sans Serif. So let me just leave in font family as Arial and give our H1 a font family of, let's say, Times New Roman. Let's hit save. So when we define CSS, when we take a look at how CSS is defined, is a cascading style sheet. But that means that it will go through my text here and see that, okay, so I have to display everything in Arial. Then it will go down further and see, okay, the H1 should be Times New Roman. So I'll override this Arial only for the H1 and change it to Times New Roman. So let's say that we want to change our H2s and give them a font family of, let's say, let's just pick a random one, so Lucid Sans Serif. Okay, so now our H2s have changed, and let me actually just take this out here and copy it here. Now for the font size, we want to say that our H2s are too small, or actually too big. So let's say font size should be 10 pixels. Let's hit save. And there are our H2s, and they shrunk down to 2 pixels. Defining font size by pixels is not the best idea. We have another way to define font size, and that is by typing in EM and then a number. What this EM does is a relative dimension to the baseline size. And what is the baseline? So let me just take this out and take a look in our inspector. So let's hit, this one is an H2, and let's hit inspect. Actually, let's grab this and inspect this. You see there that the font is 24 pixels by default. The H1 has a 32 pixels by default. And I believe this was an H3 here, exactly. This is 18.72 pixels. But different browsers will display the baseline font in different sizes. With what EM helps us is actually we will take a baseline font and always quantify it by a number. So if I would say that H1 is 32, the H2 is 24. So the difference between this and this is actually 8 pixels. The paragraph tag is 16 pixels. So 16 plus 8 equals 24. And the next biggest is 32. 24 plus 8 is 32. Now let's say that we have a customer and we agreed that our font size would be 10 pixels for what reason ever. So if I would put in here font size 10 pixels and hit save, everything would be 10 pixels. So this is the baseline font size that we agreed on. And we want our H1s to be 3 times the size of the baseline font. So we go into our H1 and say font size 3em and hit save. And we now have 30 pixels. So baseline is 10, everything is 10 pixels. And this is 3 times the height. Now our H2 should only be 2 times the height. We'll say font size 2em. Now this should be 20. Our H3 let's give it a font size of 1.5 baseline size. And if we take a look in our H3, it's 15 pixels. Okay, so now let's take a look in our font weight. Font weight, as we define it, is the boldness of the text. So let's say that we want, let me just close this. Actually, I'll leave it open. We want that the H1 to be the boldest thing in the page. So the boldest font in the page. So we take our H1 and give it a font weight. And font weight go from 100 to 900. We could also specify bold, bolder, or inherit. So let's go with 100, see what happens. Now let's change it up to 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, it's getting really bold now, 700, 800, and 900. So this is pretty much the boldest it gets with 900, but we could also specify just bold. Or if we want it to be max boldness, then we will specify bolder. Now let's take a look at line height. So as we said, line height is the difference between text. And for this example, let's just take our LIs and say that we want a greater distance between our LIs. So if we say line height 1.5 pixels, or actually let's just say EMs, this will give us the times 1.5 the base distance. Let's hit save. You see how the distance increases between our list items. We could also go with 2.5, or we could just specify pixels. So if we want them really tight together, we would say 1 pixel, and this would just overlap everything. Or if we know that our base font size is 10, they could say that the distance between two texts should be the baseline text height. Let's say 10 pixels, or actually 20 pixels, to have exactly one baseline height distance between our texts. Let me just close this. Now we'll give an example for the text align. So let's say we want our title, our H1, to be centered. Now by default, this is aligned left, and this is why I also took out all the margins, so we could see how far left this is. So if we would say h1 text align and center, this will push our h1 in the center of the page. So it doesn't matter how big the page is going to get, it will always stay in the center. Now we could also take our h2s. Let me just scroll down here and say that our h2s should be text align right. And this will push out all our h2s to the right of the page. So for the text align we have many options, but basically center, left, right are the most used ones. And you could also go with inherit, initial, justify, but we'll take a look at this much further on in our course. So let's just go with left again and leave it that way. Now for a text decoration, actually let me just pull this up. That's much better. Now how can we decorate our text? Let me just take our anchor tags, because we know that in this list we have anchor tags, but this will actually go to all our anchor tags. So you say text decoration. Let's say we want to draw a line through our text. So you say line through. And as you can see, through all our anchor tags, we have a line through. Let me just take this out, save it again. But what if we want that our anchor tags should no longer have this underline underneath them? Well, then we could just specify text decoration none. And this will take out all the underlines in our H tags. Now, one last thing I want to talk about before we conclude our lecture is that we can take fonts from somewhere else and integrate them in our HTML file or in our CSS file. There are many great fonts out there, and the best of them cost really much money. But you can go to Google Fonts, and let me just show you this. And there's a really huge load of fonts. So how can we integrate a Google font in our web page? Let's just say we want to take a Roboto font. This could change with time how we integrate Google Fonts in our web pages, but for now, this is the way to do it. So if you take a look at Google Fonts, and for the font Roboto, we see that it has countries and languages where it's mostly used. It can be styled with thin italic, light, regular, medium, bold, black, and it can have also different sizes. Now for the way how we integrate it in our HTML and CSS is just click on the select this font, and then this little pop-up will appear. And now there are two ways to integrate it. Either we copy this link in our HTML, let me just show you this. So right above our link tag, we copy this in, hit save. The difference between our CSS link tag and this link tag is that the href is no longer targeting our local file, but it's targeting a web page. And now let's go into our CSS. And up here, we will also copy in the font family. Take this in here. No, actually not hit save. Let's hit save now and see what happens. And let me actually just take out the font family from H1 and H2. So now we have integrated the Roboto font family in our HTML file. And now we can take it actually from, let's just say that our paragraph, let's change something quickly in here, paragraph. should have a font family of Arial with this, and our H2 should have a font family. Actually, let's integrate a second one. This is the best way to show you how this works. So let me just go back to Google Fonts and Railway. Let's take this one. Now I'll show you the other way to integrate it. So that was standard. Now we go to import, and actually only have to copy in this. And this will copy up into our CSS file. And because I had both of them selected, the link is actually Railway and Roboto. So if I take out Roboto, and let me just copy in only this. Now go to my H2s, or H1 actually, and copy in the font family for Railway. This is much better. First, so H1 should have a font family from Railway. As you can see, we can integrate one or more Google font families in our HTML and CSS file. So this is pretty much it about fonts. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, we will learn about colors and how to apply them in CSS. Now actually, there are 4 ways of defining colors in CSS. The first one being with the built-in colors. So for example, if we would take an H1 and give it a color of red, the H1 will be displayed in red. So we could pick a direct color or shades of a color. We could also tell the H1 to be a light blue or a sky blue, or to be a bright orange. But nobody actually uses this way of defining colors. This is more for debugging and just trying out quick things. The second way of defining colors is through hexadecimal numbers. Now the way this works is that we define a hash plus a 6-digit hexadecimal number. These reach from 0 to F. In this example, the hash is followed by 2 Fs and 4 zeros. This means that the first 2 refer to red, the second to green, and actually I'm missing a line here, but the last 2 would refer to blue. And this is actually pretty similar to our third way of defining colors in CSS, this being through RGB, which stands for red, green, and blue. And within these 3 channels, the red, green, and blue reach from values from 0 to 255. Now the fourth and last way is through RGBA, and the A stands for alpha, or to be more precise, for the transparency of the color. So we would specify the red, the green, the blue, and the alpha, which reaches from 0 to 1. Now let's jump into VH Code and give a few examples for this. In CSS, we will use our terms and conditions example from our previous lecture. And let me just comment this, take out the comment from here, hit save. We defined an H1 with a direct color. And in VH Code, if we hover over a color, we can change it. So if I would go down here and hit save again, this would turn into RGB. But let's actually only define a simple color. So let's say blue. Hit enter, the H1 turns into blue. Now I also said that there are shades of blue. So if I say blue, we could also take in a blue violet. And on the right side, you see the hexadecimal value for the blue. This is a complete blue. I said that the first 2 are for red, the second are for green, and the last is for blue, and the FF is the highest value that the blue can reach. So this is a pure blue. Now let's say we want a shade of sky blue. If we hover over it, we can also see the RGB value for the sky blue, or the hexadecimal number for the sky blue. Now if we type in for the color RGB, and as you can see, there are the three values, the three channels of RGB. So let's just select this and give the red a 0, the green the value of 0, and the blue the value of 255. If we want to mix a bit of green in this color, we will start from 0 and go upwards with how much green should be in this blue. So let's say 150 and hit save. It turns into a lighter blue. And if we also mix in 50 red, actually let me just make this more, 150 red. Okay, now let's say we want an RGBA, and let's go with black. So black would have 0, 0 and 0. Let's hit save. Let's say that we want some transparency for this black. So we jump into the alpha, give it a 0.5. And as you can see, it turns slightly transparent. Let's give it a 0.9, then 8, then 7, 6, and you get the idea here. It turns more and more transparent till we hit the value of 1, so we can hardly see it, or 0 for total transparency. So it's still there, but we can't see it anymore. Now one last thing, if you hover over a color in RGBA, or actually in anything else, you see that we get this color picker. And if we click on it and drag it around, the values for red, green and blue change. We can also change it from this meter. So let's just stay here and save it. And we can also change the transparency from here. Let's go with a darker shade. So what kind of elements can we assign colors? Well, pretty much everything. We could also tell this H1 to have a border of the thickness of 1 pixel with the color of red and the state of solid. Let's hit save. And the whole element will have a red border. Now, if we increase the thickness to 5, the border will be thicker. It will be 5 pixels thick. We could also change the state to dotted. Then we will get 5 pixel thick dots in the color of red. Now, if I would put here, instead of red, an RGBA, and actually let me just copy in this in here and delete this. And now let's decrease the transparency. So we would have a slightly transparent dotted greenish border. Now let's say we want to give this H1 a background color. So we say background of blue. Now let's change this RGB to red. So the border, more red and less transparency. Now we change the color to something that stands out like this red and decrease the transparency. We could also change the color of this button, this home button. So if we, let me just see how we define the button. It was here, so we say button. The background color, let's just give it an aqua. Now let's change the colors of these anchor tags. We say anchor tag, let's give it the color brown. Or for example, let's say that within this portion, we want this date to have a different color than the rest of the text. So if we took a look at our HTML in our privacy policy, and we open our license container, we saw that we put this date into a span, and we also gave it a class of date. So if I would take this class of date from the span, and let's just go somewhere here, and say that date should have a color of white. And now let's give it a hexadecimal number. So for the white, I could say 3 Fs and a hash, of course. And only this portion will turn white. So as you can see, we can assign colors almost to anything within HTML by using CSS, of course. So this is pretty much it for the colors. See you in the next lecture. So welcome back. In this lecture, we'll learn about the box model. Now the box model, according to MDN, in a document, each element is represented as a rectangular box. In CSS, each of these rectangular boxes is described by using the standard box model. Each box has 4 edges: the margin edge, which we can see here, the border edge, the padding edge, and the content edge. In order for an element to be represented as a box, it must be a block level element. Now let's jump into our Visual Studio Code and give some examples. In Visual Studio Code, we will open up our Terms and Conditions HTML and our TNC style CSS. And after we open it up in our browser, let's hit F12 or right click and inspect. And just click on the select an element in this page. And let's take a look at the body. So the body is, for example, a whole block or a whole box. Now each of these divs, for example, are box elements. If we would take the container license, so for example, just go beneath here and say container license and give it a margin. Let me just make this actually bigger so we can all see this. Okay, so we have our container selected. It has 0 margin, 0 border, 0 padding. So let's give it a margin of, let's say, 5 pixels, 20 pixels. Margin 20 pixels. Let's select it again, and we see it has a margin of 20 pixels. Now we could also say, so first of all, let me just explain something. This is margin top, right, bottom, left. So for example, if I would say the first thing we would write in here would be the top. So 10 pixels top, 5 pixels, and let's just increment it by 5, 15 pixels right, 20 pixels bottom, and 25 pixels to the left. Now, in order for you to understand this a bit easier, just imagine it always goes clockwise. It's like a clock, it goes from the left to the right. So if we have our div class container selected, so a container license, we see that it tells us it has 10 pixels top as a margin, 15 right, 20 bottom, 25 left. For example, if we wanted to declare only the top and the bottom, then we would say left and right 0. And if we only have two declarations in here, it would say top and bottom, left and right. So we would hit save. You see it has 10 top and bottom and 0 left and right. Let's change this to 0 top, 10 left and right. It has 10 left and right, 0 top and bottom. Of course, you could also declare this as margin dash top and say 10 pixels. Margin right. (15 pixels). Margin bottom 20 pixels, and margin left 25 pixels. And you would hit the same result, but actually let me just comment this out. So select all and control backslash. The same thing you could declare with this margin and writing in all the values. So 10 pixels, 15 pixels, 20 pixels, and 25 pixels. You would have the same result. The same thing goes for padding. Oh, actually, let's take border. For the border, we could say border to have a 5 pixel border of solid red color. And this would give it a 5 pixel border. But if we wanted to have only bottom border, then we'd have to declare it like bottom. And hit save, then the border would only be bottom or top, left, and right. Okay, now for the padding, we can say all around padding. So say padding of 30 pixels. And the content would be pushed in. So the green would be our padding, and the middle would be our content. Or we could say padding top and bottom 0, and only left and right 30. Let's hit save. See, the padding applies only to the left and the right. Let's comment this out. Let's say that we want only a padding to the top of 10 pixels. And this would push our content on the 10 pixels down. You see the green line here. So this would come in extremely handy further on in our course when we want to position our items. But for now, this is all for the box model. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. We continue our box model lecture with the property border radius. Now, a border radius can have different values. For example, pixels, EMs, rem, and percentages. The border radius lets you give elements shapes by defining the radius of the border. So, for an example, we will open up in our Visual Studio Code our login form, the HTML and the CSS. And in our HTML form and in our HTML file, we will give this form, we'll wrap it into a container, so into a div with a class of container. Let's just call it login. Let's hit save and close the tag right beneath our form tag. Okay, now we're going to grab this container class, go into our CSS, and first of all, let's give it a simple border. Let's say border with 1 pixel, solid, and the color of white. So we say hash 3fs. We can't see our border right now. Let's just give it red. So you can actually see what we're doing. Okay, so we have our red border. And we see that it's kind of going to the end of the page. So let's give it a width. Let me just make this smaller. Let's just give it a width of 200, let's just say 300 pixels. Now for our content to have some space between the edges of the border, we give it a bit of padding. Let's say padding 5 pixels. And another thing I want to do is to copy this H2 into our container. And actually delete this here. So our login is now within our login container. Our H2 is within our login container. Let's also give it a background color. Let's say color. And I will use a color, a hash color of 913A54. Now the color of the text, I'll make it white. And actually our border, I'll make it now a bit black, dark, so it stands out. Okay, now let's start playing around with our border. Let's start giving our border a simple value. We'll say border radius of 15 pixels and hit save. So if you give our border a simple value of 15 pixels, it will round off all the edges of the border by the same static value. And let me just comment this out. Let's say border radius. We could also add 4 values for each corner of the border. Let me just save this so the border is gone. And the border values are actually in the same directions as I told you in the previous lecture. So it's top, top left, top bottom right, and bottom left. So let's say 10 pixels, 15 pixels, 25 or 20 pixels, and 25 pixels. Let's hit save. And we can see how the border radius differs for our values. Let's also comment this one out. And once again, if you forgot about it, just select what you want to comment out and hit Ctrl \. So for example, by adding only 2 values, this will be applied to the top left and bottom and top right and bottom. Say border radius of 10 pixels and 25 pixels. And let's hit save. Actually, let me make this more exaggerated, 50 pixels. This is how we can achieve a concave value or a concave border. We could also give it a value of 0, then it would take a shape like this. Another thing that we could do, actually let me just copy this so you can have both examples. And you see our case scanning style sheet always takes in the next value. Copy this once more and comment this one out. So if values are in percentages, the radius will be based on the width and height of the element. So let me give you an example for this. Let's say 15%. And this is why I give it a width. So if I change the width to 200 pixels, the border radius gets smaller. With the percentages, we could do the same thing as with the pixels. So we can define for top left and bottom right, and top right and bottom left, if you only define 2 values. Let's just give this a 50%. It will take up a shape like this. Now another thing that we could do, let me just comment this out. Let's hit save. By default, the border radius will apply the same value to both the horizontal and the vertical value. So let me just copy this one. Let's say all around 15 pixels. And if we wanted to give the horizontal and the vertical value a different value, we could hit \, and say 25 or 30 pixels. Let's hit save and see how the horizontal has only 15 pixels of radius and the vertical has 30 pixels of radius. So that's it for our border radius. See you in the next lecture. Okay, so welcome back. In this lecture, we'll learn about the box shadow. Now the box shadow CSS property adds shadow effects around an element's frame. You can set multiple effects separated by commas. A box shadow is described by its X and Y axis, or horizontal and vertical axis, and its offsets relative to the element, blur, and separated radii and color. Now we can put in values in pixels, em, rem, but no percentages. And at least we have to have 2 values, so on the X and the Y axis. These values can also be negative, so this could be -20 or this could be -20. Let's jump into our Visual Studio Code and use our examples. So for this example, we will continue on with our login form. I'm going to go into our CSS, and actually let me just take out this border radius, and let me place this login form just a tinge for right, or actually let me place it to the middle, so I can say, because this is in a box content, so the whole box is from here to there. Actually, let's just take a look in our inspector, and if we go on the div class of container, we see that this container of div takes up the whole body width. So let me specify where this item should be in this container. So we say margin, and we want it to be 0 from top and bottom, and take an automatic value in the middle. Let's say 0 and auto. And as you can see, This puts our content right into the middle of our page. So no matter how bright the page is going to get, it will always stay in the middle. And you can actually see how the value changes when we hover our div container. So see, these two values are equal to one another. Okay, so let's get back to our shadow box. I'm actually going to grab the container again, and I'm actually going to put here a comment so you can all have this, and say box shadow. And let's style our box here. So as we said, we have to give it two values. Say box shadow. Let's just start with 20 pixels and 20 pixels. And let's hit save. Next, you just click this out. So one important thing to notice is that the box shadow will take up the color of the content. So in our case, I will specify this as black for the shadow color, and it will give us a black color, a black shadow cast, and it will be 20 pixels on the horizontal axis and 20 pixels on the vertical axis, or X and Y. But so I can demonstrate that actually it takes up the color of the content, let me just say color, and choose a free. And it's actually not closed. So as you can see, we changed our H, we changed our labels, our H2, our labels, to a different color, and it automatically takes up this color. But we can change this to black, or to blue, or even to RGB. And just say 200, 30, and 50. And actually here you can see how the color then changes. So let's say we want to move this shadow box on our axis to the negative, on our horizontal axis to the negative. Or we want to move it on our vertical axis to the negative, so it shifts it upwards. What we could also do is specify to EM or to RAM. That's a bit too much. Give it also positive values. But as I said, what we can do is give it percentage. This won't cast any shadows, so percentage do not work for box shadows. Okay, so let's stick with our EMs or RAMs. And that's just a bit too much. Let's say we only wanted to give it on a horizontal axis a shadow, so we will specify this as 0 and would be pushed to the right with 2 RAM. Or if we want it only on the other axis, then we'll specify the other one as 0. Let me actually make this black. Now what we can also do is give the RGBA value and give it the opacity. So let's say 0.5 opacity. And let it go on both axes. Or we could completely take it out of our item and say it's negative 330 pixels and 1 RAM. So this shifts it 330 pixels to the left. Let me just say 30 pixels. And here we'll say 200 pixels, also negative. This should actually push it up 200 pixels. Now another thing that we can do, let me just take out the RGB and also go back to 20 pixels, all of them positive. Actually, let's make it smaller, let's say 5 and 5 pixels. That's more like a shadow. We can have a third number, and this specifies the size of the blur. So the third number with the blur, and it will save 20 pixels of blur. So if we make this 5 pixel, it will start from 5 pixels, start to be blurry. And let me just demonstrate this. If we exaggerate a bit, 30 and 30 pixels, it will be 30 pixels and 30 pixels of shade, and then after 5 pixels the blur would start. So this would be actually a gradual decline in opacity. Let me just say 20 pixels. And you can clearly see the difference. It goes from its initial color or opacity to completely be blurry. Let's exaggerate the blur a bit. Let's make it 200. And as you can see, this makes it really soft. And just give this a 50 and this one a 50. Or let me just center it a bit. So I'll go with 5 and 5. As you can see, the blur is almost behind the item. So let me just take this back to 5. And let's introduce a fourth property, the spread. So we'll give it also a 5 pixel. Just take a look around here after I save it. So this actually specifies from which point the blur starts. So let me make this a bit clearer. I will put here 0 and 0 pixels. And actually let me just put here also 0. So we do have, let me increase it to 15. We do have a bit of opacity here. But if we increase this to 10, and let me make this actually more darker, this will actually push everything out. If I take this out, you see the blur stays only here. But if I introduce a value like 5 pixels, it will increase 5 pixels and then start to be blurry. So let's exaggerate this a bit and let's make it 250. And let's hit save. It goes 250 pixels and then starts to be blurry. Let's just make this 50 to be. There you go. That's much better. It goes 50 pixels and then it starts to be blurry. So actually it pushes out the blur. A very important thing to note here is that this value, the blur, cannot take in a negative value. So if we take negative 15, see nothing happens. But this one can take, and it will actually push in the blurs. Let me just make this smaller. See, there is a bit of blur here, but it's pushed into the item actually. So we could also combine this with an RGB A of 0, 0, 0 and the opacity 0.5. And let me just take this to 0. And you see we have a little bit of blur there, but it also have a 50% of opacity. Let me just increase this to 9 so you can see it. And if we introduce this again, it will be much stronger. So this is actually, if we keep this at 0 or nothing in there, this will just give us a more subtle look. Another thing that we can do here is, let's say we want to take our shadow and turn it inwards. So this looks like it pops out, but let's say we want it to drop in. So what you can do here is go to the beginning and type in inset. And this will drop in the shadow to the interior of the box. But one thing to note here is that this will always be above the color or above the background, but underneath the content. So if I, let me just change the color here to, let's say white. And increase the shadow to 50. You see the content is above the shadow. So the shadow is always underneath the content, but above the background. So let me just comment this out. And let's put two shadows. Let me just save this. So we have no box shadow. And I say box shadow again. And what if we want to have two shadows of two different colors on the same item? So let's say 20 pixels and 20 pixels. And also 20 pixels for the blur. Let's say this should be called black. And comma. Let's take all this and copy it once again. And say red. Let's hit save. As you can see, we have now two drop shadows. The first one being the black and the second one being the red one. And we can also insert a third one. But let's tell this one to be negative. And let's say this should be negative. And this should be blue. Let's change this to positive. And you see that also the colors change. Or we can turn this inside in or give it a fourth one. Let's just say we'll copy this and put our inset to the front. Okay, so that's about it with box shadows. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, we will learn about CSS3 advanced selectors. Now, there are two kinds of advanced selectors in CSS3, first being the pseudo elements and the second being the pseudo classes. A CSS pseudo element is a keyword added to a selector that lets you style a specific part of the selected element or elements. For example, first in line can be used to change the font of the first line of a paragraph. A CSS pseudo class is a keyword added to a selector that specifies a special state of the selected element or elements. For example, hover can be used to change the button's color when the user pointer hovers over it. We'll take a look at pseudo elements and pseudo selectors in the coming up lectures, but I would also like to take a few minutes and talk about something important. This being the important. And important actually means this is important. For example, if we have an element and we give it a color of blue and say that this is important, this color will not be overwritable in the CSS anymore. It will always stay the color blue. Or if you give it a font size of 30 pixels and say that this is important, we can no longer change the font size. So if we take a quick jump into our code editor and open up our login form, and actually let me just jump in to a login form and modify something. So I'd like to take the please login to continue outside of the container login and put it out here. Actually, I want to delete this. Hit save again. I also want to change or actually add after the form. Let me just make this bigger. Right after the form, I would like to specify another h2 and say log in. And this should actually take care of it. Let's get rid of these breakpoints. First I want to show you something. So if we hit Ctrl Z, if I select this break, and you see it also highlights this break, but it's not selected. So if I would Ctrl D, then it selects the second breakpoint also. And if we hit delete now, it deletes both of them. And what I want to do now is to wrap the login label and input and the password label and input into div, so it can be in a container element, so a block level element. So let's say we give this a div, and let's just copy this one out, cut it out, and paste it right here. And the same thing we will do with this one. So div, cut it out and paste it in here. And I want to wrap this into a div class of btn /login -login. Okay. Cut it out. Paste it in, hit save again, and I also want to give this a class of btn, so class of button. Okay, this should do it. Now let's jump into our CSS. And actually, let me just comment this whole thing out. Did I comment this out? Oh, because I have more comments in there. So, we could also delete this. We don't need this anymore. But what I want you to do is to go to Google Fonts. And in Google Fonts, we'll select our Roboto font. Actually, let me just add this font. And we want to import it in our CSS. So just copy this part, import it into CSS. And we also want our font family. So let's say star, and everything should have a font family of. Just take the, I just took the wrong font. So let me just delete this and delete this. And we actually wanted to take the Roboto font. There we go. And delete our Loro font. And this will leave us with the Roboto font. So let's copy the Roboto font here and the font family into the whole document. Great. Now let's hit save. All our fonts are now the Roboto font family. And what I quickly want to do is take out the margin and say margin 0. Not percent, just 0. That's much better. And we had our login. Actually want to give the login form an ID. So let's say ID of login. Okay, let's take this ID, go into our CSS, and let's target this ID by saying this should be the login, should have a color of 3 Fs. It turns white. It should have a padding of 5 pixels. And let's give the background color of, just write down this hash, so it's 913A54. Okay, now you can see our login again. Let's give it a width of 280 pixels and a margin of 0 top and bottom and auto left and right. So it was center it into our screen. Let's say position, so position relative. Give it a border of 2 pixels, solid and white. As you also give it a border radius of 15 pixels. Actually, this is all that we had in our previous CSS, but I want to show you something different. And a border shadow or actually a box shadow of 0.5 pixels, 14 pixels, and a RGBA of 0, 0, 0, and the opacity of 0.7. Let's hit save. Now we're forgetting something. Okay, so now let's take a look at our H1 and say text align to center, and it should have a padding of 1 rem all around. And now let's give it a font family of Times New Roman. So this changes our H1 from the import of Roboto font family to Times New Roman. Let me just quickly also style our H2s. I also give it a text align of center, a padding of 1 rem, say padding 1 rem, and the font family, let's say Arial. Now let's take a look at what important does. So if I would right before the semicolon say important and hit save, this will overwrite everything. So although I said that the H1 should be a font family of Times New Roman and the H2 should be a font family of Arial, this overwrites everything. So what the important does is it makes something more specific. It tells that no matter what happens, this is important and we should always take this into consideration. We can also change colors. For example, if I would say, so if I would take our class of login and say that within the class of login, the label, let me just go further down. All the labels should have the color of, I'll just say red, testing purposes. And we forgot the semicolon. That all the labels would turn red. But if I would specify here that the color should be actually black, and say that this is important, although I wanted to change the labels to red, they still stay black, unless I specify here that this is also important. So this is actually everything I wanted to show you about importance. If you specify that something is important, it will override every other action. So see you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, we will continue on our advanced selectors with the pseudo classes. And this right here are the most important pseudo classes that we will use further on in our course. This being the root, the hover, the focus, the enable and disable, the checked, the first child, nth child, and last child. So let's jump into our VS Code and give a few examples of this. Now right here above, we will take our first pseudo class, the root. And for this we just say root. And in here we'll define a few colors. So we will say primary color of, let's just say 0A, 5A, 6X. Let's close this one up. Then the second should be a dark. And we will also say 12202 free or A. I have too many twos in there. The next would be a light color. And for this we will say F4, 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 F4. A danger color. You can spell danger. And this should be D3, 0, D2, 0. A success color. Of 2A, triple A, 50. And we'll also make here a comment so that we know that this is the root. Now let us just quickly finish styling our login form. And let's take a look at our H1s. We want it to be a primary color. So in the H1 we'll say var. And then within parentheses, you just have to write primary and it already appears. And because we defined that the font family color, the main color should be important, we will take this out, or we could change it in within our H1s. So if we tell that this is important and hit save, then it would change to the color that we defined the H1s. Now for our H2s, we give them a color of var dark. Our divs that we defined say that all divs should have a padding of 5 pixels, so it'll be more evenly spread within here. Then if we go further down, next up we will take our value, and from the value we'll take our login. And for login we'll say padding with 5 pixels. So this would give it a 5 pixel spread within its container. And we'll give it a font family of Roboto. So actually, let me just copy this font family here. Copied it right here. Then we'll give it a font size, because this is a bit too small, of, let's say 18 pixels or 1.2 RAM. Actually 1 RAM is sufficient. So it has almost the same font size as the H2. And we give it the font weight of bold. Just to give it a color. And this would be the color of danger. So let's say var. And you will see why I give this a bit later and say that this is important. And now for button here, we will say that in the input, we will take the type, and within the type, we'll take the submit. And let's give it a padding of 10 pixels and auto. And let's give it a background of RGB. And say 22, 77 and 125. Now let's give it a border radius of 5 pixels and also give it a margin of 10 pixels and auto. And for our last thing, we'll take the btn dash login and tell it to display flex. So this would flex it into the middle. As I said, root is a CSS pseudo class that matches the root element of a tree representing the document. In HTML, root represents the HTML element and is identical to the selector HTML, except that its specificity is higher. So for example, let's take a look at our labels. Although these are all red now, because somewhere here we specified that labels are the color red, we could say var, and let's take the primary color. So we'll say primary, hit save, and now they are all taking the color of the primary color. But we could also tell it to be dark. This looks much better. We could also take our input and tell it to be var danger. Actually, danger. And this would take up the danger color. Now, let's see what happens if I would take this danger color and change it, let's say, yellow. Everything that has the danger variable in it would automatically change it. So this can get very useful when we have bigger projects and define our primary colors somehow in the root, and we then can just edit them by editing only these colors. So the last thing I want to show you is that, for example, if we would take the shadow, this RGB, so let's just cut it out here and specify it in the root. So we say shadow and let's just put it in right here. If we would take this variable and say var shadow, then we could use the shadow for everything within the page. And actually let me just so I have it for our login, and actually let me just put it in to our button also. So I think this was the submit one, or here. Now this gives the shadow to the whole div. This should be it. And we could also take it and put it into our H1. Let's hit save here. But because our H1 is occupying the whole section of the page, it will give it the div shadow. It will give it the shadow for the block element. Now, if you would change the opacity here, so let's say 5, or actually let's say 9. 9 and close the parenthesis. Whoa. This will change it all around. So this is actually what is beautiful about our root selector. Because if we change something in the root, it changes all over the place where we have introduced it. So we don't have to go in each individual tag and changes for example, in the login, in the H1s, and so far and so on. We only have to change it in one place. Okay, so that's it for this lecture. See you in the next one. In this lecture, we will talk about the hover property. Now, the pseudo class hover matches when the user interacts with an element with a pointer device, but does not necessarily activate it. It is generally triggered when the user hovers over an element with the cursor, for example, a mouse pointer. Now let's jump into our VS Code and give some examples of the hover state. Now the first example that I want to give you is, for example, if we take out or we comment out this shadow from the H1, and we would say H1 with a state of hover, and let's say that if you hover it, we want to give it the box shadow, and we'll take our root and say shadow. Let's hit save. So if you hover over H1, it will give it the box shadow. Now let's also take out the button shadow. So comment this one out. And let's just take the input value. So this. Well, actually, I also gave it a class, I think. Yep, a class of btn. So we will say btn hover let's hit save, so I'll take out the shadow. So if we hover over it, let's first give it the box shadow of the var shadow. So let's take a look. If you hover it, it has a shadow. But we also want it to change the color, so the background color. To be success, so the color of green. So as you can see, if we hover over it, it gives it a shadow, so it pops out and gives it the color of green. We can also change the color within this, so the text color. So if we say just color, and let's give it a var of light color. Oh, wait just a second. I should put this into the value. So let's copy this and let's give, I just want to point out that you can give the hover state to almost anything, to ID, a class, a subclass, whatever. So let's say hover. And we actually wanted to give it the color. So let's say color, not column, color. Color var light. Let's try this again. Tell it that this is important. And now it changes also color. Actually, I have to take this out. We could also toggle actually the inputs. So if we would take the password and the email and the password input, and this and they have a class of email. So wait a second. Let me give them a class of email, and here we give it a class of password. So right here underneath our btn, we'll say that the class of email and the class of password should have a hover state, and in the hover state, the background color should change to var dark. Did I take the labels? Oopsie. Yep, I accidentally gave it to the... They had an ID, so let me just change this to ID instead of class, and this should solve our problem. Oh yeah, so actually we have to put this in here, and now it's working. So we can hover our H's. So we added the hover attribute to the H1, to the inputs, and our bottom input. Let me open up a register form, and let's give a few extra examples. Because here in the register form, so open it up with live server, and let's get started with styling a bit this register form. Because in the next few lectures we will have a few examples which will regard this register form, and let me actually just make this a bit bigger so we can see it better. So first I want to give this register form a div. Let's give it a div with a container, div with a class of container. And we want this container to wrap around everything. So we go right underneath our form and close up our container div. And we also want to give a div to, and let me just give this form an ID. Let's say ID of form 1, so F1. Then let's pack this label into a div. So let's say just a div, and let's cut out this break. Or what we actually can do, can select this and say div. So this would be an opening, and this would be a closing. I can take this one out. And then we'll open up another div. So let's wrap choose mail into a div and close it up here. The last name we want to have wrapped into a div. So let's take this and close it up here. This is also a div. And this one. And actually we want to wrap up all our gender choices into one big div. So let's take this one out, this one out, and this one out. Let's give this a class of radio. This close, let me just check it. This close up here, okay. Let's comment this out. This is the gender section. This here, you should always use comments in your HTML so you know where, so you can have some kind of orientation. So this will be date of birth. We have an R here that we don't want. This would be our account type. And we want to wrap this also into a div, which ends beneath our here. And let's take this breakout. Then we have our emails and password section. We comment this also out, email and password. And wrap this one into a div. And close it up here. As you can remember, we put in this breaks, so this would be aligned. But now we'll wrap it into divs, so into block level elements. Here we'll have our terms and conditions. Which will also wrap into a div. Here we'll have our agreement. And our input button, and this we will give a class of btn submit, and let's wrap it in to our div. Okay, now we're heading to our style sheet. Close this up, and we'll just copy in our font family, so we'll have the same font. And let's start by taking off all the margins. Say margin 0. And the font family, actually let me just copy this from here. Let me just check if nope, we didn't connect it with our CSS. So say link style register CSS. Okay, now it's working. Okay, now let's start, give it some root. And we could actually copy this root from our login form. So we have the same root here. Let's start styling our F1 form. So we give it an ID of F1 and say that it should have a border of 1 pixel, solid, and with the color of var primary. Oh, I'm sorry, I meant light. Then we give a width of 300 pixels. Give the margin of 0 and auto. This puts it into the middle. Give it some padding of 5 pixels. a border radius of 15 pixels, a background color of var primary. Let me just change this danger back to its original state. So we were actually there. Okay. The next thing, we will specify the color. This should be var danger. I'm sorry, dark. Next up, we will give it a box shadow of shadow. And we would give it a Z index, which I'll explain later, of 2. Okay, next up is the H1. And this will give a text align of center. Next up, we will give it the font size of 4 EM, a padding, actually all around padding for 0.5 EM, and the Z index of 3. Now for the background, we give it a light color. Well, actually, I want to be this a var of primary. Then the color should be of var dark. And let's give some margin of 1 EM. Oh, actually, we don't need the margin right now. Okay, now for H2, we also give it a padding of 1 EM, text align, set align, of center, and a font size of 2 EM. Next up, we will take our input and the type of text, actually with the type of submit. I spelled type wrong. And this will give a padding of 10 pixels and 110 pixels. I mean 10. Next up, we will give the font weight of bold, a text transform of uppercase, and a background of primary color. Actually, this one I want to be dark or light. And the color of the text, we'd say it should be dark. So var dark. Next up, we will take our divs and we will just give it a small padding of 0.5 EM and the font weight of 800. And within our radio class, we'll say that the labels should have a padding of 5 pixels. And I believe I gave this terms and conditions. I wanted to give this a class of TC, terms and conditions. So the terms and conditions class will say that it should have a text declaration of none and a text align of center. And for now we will leave the color as blue. The last thing we want to do is give our input a border radius of 10 pixels and also a margin of 10 pixels and 10 pixels top and bottom. And what we also want to do is to change the color of this. Let me just see where I put it. So the color should be actually light. That's much better. Now let's give all this a hover state. So let's say if we want to toggle our button, so the class of btn, say that should be hover, and in the hover state should take up a background color of success. So if you hover over it, it should turn into green. Let's also take the inputs, give the hover state of background color dark. So if you hover over, then it turns it to dark. Now we'll take our terms and conditions and say if we hover over them, this should take up the color of success. So you want to read this, you just click on it, it takes us automatically to the link, but it turns green. And we can also, for the last thing, give our button a box shadow of shadow. So in the hover state, you should get a shadow. Okay, so this is pretty much it for hover. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, we'll take a look at our next stop in the pseudo selector classes, and we'll talk about the focus. The focus CSS pseudo class represents an element such as a form input that has received focus. It is generally triggered when the user clicks or taps on an element or selects it with the keyboard's tab key. So let's jump back into our Visual Studio Code, and we actually left off in our register form CSS. And let me just take out from our inputs. Let me comment this hover state out, and let's hit save. So if we hover over them, nothing happens. Okay, so let's say input, and this will actually select all our inputs. So let's take our inputs and let's give it the focus. And let's say if we focus this, then the background should have the dark color. Let's hit save. And if we click in here, it will turn black, or if it turn dark. But we see if we type in here, our text color is too dark for us to see. So we could also say that if you have focused this, then the color should be light. Let me just type in var light. So now if you focus this and try to type something, the color of the text would be white. Let me actually just put in here a comment. So this would be the focus. And the same thing we could do in our login form. And let's go down here and comment this out. Let's say focus. And also toggle our input. Let's say focus. And I would just say the background should be dark. So var dark. So this is okay. And because we already have our color defined as light for the text, wait a second. Yep. And we also need the color to be var white light. Okay, now this should work. No? Why is this working? Because we have our important in here. Okay, now it's working. So this is pretty much it for Focus. See you in the next lecture. So the next up in our lecture is the pseudo class enabled and the pseudo class disabled. The CSS pseudo class enabled represents any enabled element, or an element is enabled if it can be activated, selected, clicked on, typed into, and so far and so on, or accepts focus. The element also has a disabled state in which it can be activated or accepts focus. The disabled CSS pseudo class represents any disabled element, and like the enabled pseudo class element is disabled if it can be activated, selected, clicked on, typed into, or accepts focus. And the element also has an enabled state in which it can be activated or accepts focus. Now let's jump into our VS Code and give some examples of this. So our first example will be in our login form. So if we would take our input and say enabled, and we would give it a color of var success, and also say that this is important, and hit save, our type would turn into green because it chose the color of success, which is green. Now for the disabled state, so let's say input should be disabled. For this, we first have to go into our HTML file, and down here we should specify that the disabled state is equal to disabled. Now let's head it back into our CSS and say that this one, so the password, has the background color of, let's say, danger. And also tell it to be important. I was wondering why it's not red. Okay, this should solve the problem. So not only that it is red now, but also it can no longer be selected. What you would typically see is actually grayed out. So let me just go in here and add another variable of disabled color. And let's just pick let's close it to semicolon, and let's go into gray area. Something like that. And let's change this one to disabled. I actually want to make this a more lighter gray somewhere in this region. That's much better. Now this is what you would typically see if something is disabled. But who wants to disable a password? So let us go into our register CSS, and first of all copy this into the root, and also go into our HTML. Let's say we want to disable the date of birth. This should be actually above gender, and this input type will give it a disabled. And it will automatically disable it. So if we would, let me just take a look. So this is in the date of birth. Let's give this a class. So let's say class of date of birth. So head back into our CSS and here we'll comment this as enabled and disabled. We say that all the inputs that are enabled should have the background color of var success. Okay, so now we can clearly see what is enabled and what is disabled. And actually for the disabled, let me just copy this and say disabled. You should have danger. So this is pretty much it about enabled and disabled. See you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we will take a look at this checked statement. So the checked CSS pseudo class selector represents any radio, input type radio, checkbox, input type checkbox, or options element that is checked or toggled on a state. So let's take a look at this in our Visual Studio Code. And first of all, I just want to switch this to. So let me copy out the label, actually cut it out, and put it underneath our input box type check. And let's hit save. And now let's jump into CSS. And let me actually copy this. So the input. If this input is checked, then it should have a border, or actually a box shadow, of our shadow. So let's take a look at this. So if we check this, oh, I forgot to put in the what actually we are targeting here. So we're targeting the input of the type of checked or checkbox. Okay, so if this is checked, and we have too many parentheses here, that's better, and too many bars, this gets a box shadow. But if we specify here that plus the label, so the immediate label after this is checked, as you can see, it also gets a box shadow. Now let me say that this should take the color of success. As then you can see, if we uncheck it, it disappears, but if we check it, it turns green. Now the same thing from the radio buttons here. So if we would say input with the type equals to radio, actually I have to close this up here. And let's give this a box shadow of 0, 0, 0, 1 pixel. Oh no, actually I would leave it at the variable box shadow. And now the only thing we're missing is the check state. So if one of them is checked, it has a shadow. We could also toggle our option list here, and let's just say options. So option, and if you give it the state of checked, so if this option is checked, then it should have a color of success. So if you take admin or contributor, see the one we selected is going to turn green. So this is pretty much it about the pseudo class checked, and I'll see you in the next lecture. So in this lecture, we'll take a look at our last pseudo classes, the first child, nth child, and last child. So let's jump into our VS Code and let's take a look at some examples, and also will explain what these three actually do. So right underneath our options, let's comment out the first child, and actually let me just copy this, the nth child, and the last child. Okay, so the first child, CSS pseudo class, represents the first element among a group of sibling elements. The nth child pseudo selector in CSS matches elements based on their position in a group of siblings. And the last child, as the name says, represents the last element among a group of siblings. So let me give you some examples. If we would take the select options, actually option, and let's say the first child should have the color blue. Let's hit save. This would change in our selector options the first child to blue. Now for the nth child, we have more possibilities. So we say select, and in this the options, and here we'll say nth child, and here we would have to specify which number of child they should be. So the first child we have already selected, and if we take a short look in our options, we can see that we have 3 children. So our first options is the account type. The second option is the administrator. The third is the contributor, and the last child will be the visitor. And all these are in the select tag. Within the select tab, the 4 options. So let's head back into our CSS, and let's say that the second child, which should be the administrator, should have the color of red. Let's hit save, and as you can see, the second child is now red. Now if we would say the third child, so let's just replace this 2 with a 3, hit a save, the third child will be red. And the fourth child, hit save, and now the fourth child is red. Now let's actually change this to 2, and we see that the administrator is red. And go down here and say select, and within the select the options, or the option, and let's say last child. In this case, the last child should have the color of, let's just say blue. Now we already have blue. Black. Let's hit save. Actually, it is black. Yellow. Green. Green it shall be. Now, our last child is green. Or it's more greener. So, this is pretty much it about children. So the first, the nth, and the last child. And you will see this comes pretty in handy when we have huge packages and we only want to target specific parts of them. So this is pretty much it for the advanced selectors, the pseudo classes. Next up will be the pseudo elements. So see you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, we will take a look at our next advanced selectors, the pseudo elements. And to be more specific, we will take a look at the before attribute and the after attribute. And we will see how they behave as content property and as design elements. So for this purpose, we will jump back into our Visual Studio Code and create a new file. So within our Visual Studio Code, we will click out this form folder and create a new folder, which we will call pseudo elements. So pseudo elements. And in here, we'll create a new file. And we will call this before and after. .html. And we will also create a CSS file called index.css. Okay, now within our HTML file, we will just quickly make our boilerplate, give this a title of advanced selectors, pseudo selectors, actually pseudo elements, and I spelled pseudo wrong. Okay, and now we will link up our CSS to our HTML file. So say index and take our CSS within. Let's open this up in live server. So we will have our blank page. And let me just make this so it sticks out. And within our body, we'll create an h1 with a lorem just 2. Then we will create an h2, a paragraph tag. Okay, now let's jump into our CSS. And actually, let me just close this one up. And we'll just take out quickly the margins and the border. So say margin 0 and actually padding 0. So for our h1, you just give it a bit of position. And we'll say it should have a height of 100%. We'll give it a margin of 25%. Some font size of, let's say, 3 rem. This would be bigger. And I also want to give it a font family of Lucian. So right beneath our h1, we'll write a comment before and after. So in CSS, the before creates a pseudo element that is the first child of the selected element. And it's often used to add cosmetic content to an element within the content property. It is an inline by default. The after creates a pseudo element that is the last child of the selected element, and as the before, it is often used as cosmetic content to an element within the content property, and is also an inline element by default. It is also important to note that before is a level 3 specification, and it is written by typing it with 2 semicolons. So if I would type h1, we would have to type 2 semicolons and type before. and the double semicolons and the double columns stand for pseudo element, because the pseudo class has only one column. Like for example, the H1, if you give it a hover, it would only have one semicolon. And this is made so we can separate the pseudo classes from the pseudo elements. Okay, so let me take out this hover and give an example for the H1 before. So you could say that the background should be blue. It should be displayed as block, because we know it's natively displayed as an inline. Well, actually, let me take out the block and just give it a width of 10 pixels, a height of 10 pixels, and if we hit save, we can see that nothing happens because the before and the after need one more thing, that is called the content. And within this content, we will just type in simple columns. And the last thing that we need is for it to display as block. And let's take a short look in our developer tools. So let's just hit F12. And a pretty often misconception is that the before is before the element. So H1 is an element, but it's actually before the content. Now if we would copy this H1 and say after, you can see that before and after the content, we have these two blue blocks. Actually, if I make this 110, the width, and this one also, you see how it changes. One short note about the before and the after is that it does not work with images. Another example for the before and the after pseudo element is that within this content, we could actually write in a text and it will appear before the element. So if I would say sub, and we can actually style this, say font size of 16 pixels, and let's give it a background of black. Let's say that the color should be white. If I would take out this to widths and heights, so actually this, and we Ctrl D, I would select the other. Let me just do this two right here, and select this two, and hit save. And also copy, actually just say here nothing. And copy this background in here. Let's close our development tools. And if I would change this to inline, actually let me select both of this. And say inline. It would appear in the line of the element, so before and after. And let me just reduce this font size. Another cool thing that we can do with the before and after, let me just jump in right real quick in our HTML, and right here lorem 5 in our H2, and in our paragraph, Let me just write in a lorem 10, hit enter. And now let's jump back into our CSS. Let's style our H2 first. Just copy this H1 and say this 2 rem. Now let's give this H2 a before. And we will say that for the content, it should take up an image. And we could actually say URL. And I would just take Unsplash for this example. .it, and we want a picture with 100 and the width and height of 100. You can see how the image is displayed before the content. We can actually take this H2 and say after, and we have another image. Just a quick note, Unsplash is a site where you could automatically generate images. And if I would change this, height, and the height and the width would be changed. Okay, let me comment out these two images. So comment out this and this, and hit save again. And for the before, we'll say that it should display inline block, the margin of 0.08 pixels and 20 pixels. It should have a height of 3 pixels, a text shadow, none, background color of gray, and the hashtag would be 39s, and a width of 140 pixels. And close this with a semicolon and this with a semicolon. And nothing appears because we are still missing the content. Let's say content. You can see that before the lorem ipsum H2, we now have a line. We could also copy this into our after. If we wanted to display it as above and beneath the text, we would just have to say this should actually be only a block element. And let's increase the pixel size with actually the width should be 100%. So as you can see, you can do pretty cool things with before and after. For example, we could also specify that the paragraph should have a content open quote. So we would say content open quote. And because our paragraph is too small, let me just give it a quick height. I see that this is the paragraph. Should be 1 rem. So there's our paragraph with the opening quotes. Let's say we want to close these quotes. We just say after. Because these are closing quotes, just replace the opening with close. We can also style these quotes. Let's say they should have a color of gray, a font size of 3 rem, and also a background of black. which just looks awful. But you get the idea here. Let's also copy this in here now after for the closing quotes. Okay, so this is pretty much it for this lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this section, we will head into a bit of more advanced CSS, and we'll actually dedicate this section to Flexbox. Flexbox is a CSS technology that helps us create more flexible sites. So the CSS Flexbox layout module is a tool that allows us to style our layouts of our pages. Before the Flexbox layout module, there were 4 layout modes. This being the block, which was used for sections in a web page, the inline for text, table for 2-dimensional table data, and the positioned for explicit position of an element. The Flexbox layout module makes it easier to design flexible, responsive layout structure without using float or positioning. Now, how do we actually display something as being flexible? First of all, we have to declare it as flex. So in order for us to display something using Flexbox, we will first have to declare it as display flex. After that, the Flexbox has some attributes like flex direction, which can be row reverse, column, and column reverse. Flex wrap, by default there's no wrap, then we can declare it as wrap or wrap reverse. Justify content, like flex start, flex end, center, space between, space around, space evenly, start end, left right, plus self, on self. Align item, which can be stretch, flex start, flex end, center, baseline first, baseline, last baseline, start end, self, self end, plus self and on self. And at the end, we have align content, which can be flex start, flex end, and actually all above. And we'll be talking all about these attributes in the coming up lectures. One final note, you can also visit 2 sites for more in-depth documentation on this matter. Like for example, CSS Tricks, which has a pretty in-depth description on Flexbox, and with really good examples like the Flexbox has to be applied to a container and what are the items within this container. And of course, V3 Schools, where you will also find an in-depth documentation and how other browsers use Flexbox. So that's it for this lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this lecture, we'll continue our Flexbox and we will take a look at how to display something as flex and also at the attribute of flex direction. So first thing, we will create a new folder, go to our desktop, create a new folder called Flexbox. Just drag it in VS Code. And in here, we'll just create 2 simple files, one being an index.html and a style.css. Okay, we can close this up, make this just a bit bigger. Let's go into our HTML file, start a boilerplate, give it the title of Flexbox. And link our CSS up to it. Within our body, we'll create an h1 called Flexbox. And actually, I made a mistake again. Then we will create an h2. And we'll give this a name of here, display flex, displaying flex, and flex direction. Let's hit save. And underneath our H2, we'll create a container. So a div with the class of container. And also another div. And also another class of flex direction. And I really still can't spell, so flex direction. And hit enter. Within this div, we'll create 6 image tags. So create our first image tag. And I will provide the links in the description of this lecture. And next, let me just show you really quickly. So if you go to source.unsplash.com, you just have to copy this image tag into our HTML file. So actually, let me just put this right in here and open it up with our live server. And now we have our first image. But as I said, I want 6 images, so let me copy this 6 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now hit save. And we'll have the same image repeating itself, but there's no problem. You just have to change this. So let's call this a 1, this a 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's hit save again. This will actually give us different images. And a really quick styling, we'll take our image tag, give it a height of 200 pixels. Then we'll style our H1, giving it a text align of center, a color of white, so 3 Fs, a background color actually of 3 threes, and a font size of 3 rem. Let's hit save. Then we will copy this and also style our H2s, but this we will give a font size of 2. And if you don't like this font family, you could also change it very quickly. So let's just give our entire body a font family of whatever you like. I would change it to Sergio. Okay, these images aren't changed. We cannot find the photo. Let me just take a really quick look. I'll just make this 8, this 9. Let's see what happens. Okay, so those do exist. Let's make this a 1 that also exists. Make a 11. Okay, this doesn't exist. 23, 28. We already have a 28. Okay, then make this a 29. Nope, this does not exist. How about 6, 9? This is okay. This will make a 6, 10. And what are we missing? So the third image. No. So 6, 1, 8, 20. Yep. That's much better. So we have our 6 images, our H2 and our H3 tag. Now let's display this container of class of flex direction. So we will only take this flex direction class of flex direction, display as flex. And you can see this flexes all the images out to the end. So by displaying it as flex, this defines a flex container inline or block depending on the given value. It enables the flex context for all its direct children. So the children being the images, and they will flex in one direction. Now let's take a look at our first flex attribute, this being the flex direction. And for the first direction, we'll take row, and this is actually row. It automatically by default displays it as row. So let's make this smaller again. Then we have our row reverse. Take into consideration this was our first image. Now if we hit save, it becomes our last image. We could also display it as column. And this will go downwards. Actually, let me give it also a height of 280 width pixels. One space. This is not looking pretty good. Let's give this a height of 190. That's a bit better. Okay, so now we're displaying it with the flex direction of column, and we can also do column reverse. This should change the direction of the display, the flex. So this is pretty much it for this lecture. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this lecture, we'll take a look at the next attribute, a Flex Wrap from the Display Flex. Let's jump into our VS Code again. And we left off with these 6 images. And let's head back into our HTML. And a quick note, if you click in VS Code, this little arrow, this will close up the div from here to here. So let's close this up, copy it like this, make another h2 tag. This we will name Flex Wrap. And after this h2 tag, we'll copy our div once again in. Let's hit save. This will give us another section. So we'll be focusing on this Flex Wrap. Let's head back into our CSS. And really quickly, I forgot to change this to wrap. So now we can target this container with the class of Flex Wrap. We will also have to tell it to display as flex. Let's hit save. Now by default, flex items will all try to fit onto one line. You can change that and allow the items to wrap as needed with this property. So after we declare it as flex wrap, display as flex, we will now tell it how to wrap. So flex wrap. And the first option would be no wrap. And no wrap is actually by default, all the items will be on one line. Now if we tell it to wrap, I actually forgot to save our HTML. Let me just change it quickly back to no wrap. As you can see, they're all displayed in one line. Now for the wrap, flex item will wrap onto multiple lines from top to bottom. If you make this smaller, they will jump down into one line. Our next wrapping options will be the wrap reverse. And the wrap reverse, flex items will wrap onto multiple lines from bottom to top. So they actually flip this and wrap it upside down. Okay, so that's pretty much it for Flex Wrap. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. In this lecture, we will take a look at Justify Content, our next Flexbox display option. So let's head into our VS Code again, back to our HTML, close the Flex Wrap section up, and copy this underneath it. Rename this to Justify Content. And also the class. Let's hit save. And now we have our first section with the Justify Content. Now let's take this Justify Content class, go into our style.css. Let's tell it to display flex. Save. And now we can tell it to display to justify content. And our first option will be Flex Start. That Flex Start. So justify content defines the alignment along the main axis. It helps distribute extra free space left over when either all the flex items on one line are inflexible or are flexible but have reached their maximum size. It also exerts some control over the alignment of the items when they overflow the line. So the Flex Start is actually the default. Items are packed towards the start of the flex direction. So if we make this bigger, you see that there's no real change between this, but it takes up all the space. So between Flex Wrap and Justify Content, our first Flex Start option. Now let's see what happens if we change this to Flex End. With Flex End, items are packed towards the end of the flex direction. So let me just go down here and hit save. This will pack them towards the end. So I could show you the start, the end, the left and the right, but they are pretty much the same. What is interesting is the center. So justify content center, items are centered along the line. So if we hit save, that actually all the items will be centered towards the middle of the line. For this, let me just grab this container class of justify content and make the images a bit smaller. So we say height of 100 pixels. And within this, the images, and also width of 180 pixels. I actually have to make this much smaller, so 50 pixels. This 500. This should be 80 pixels. Now we can actually see pretty clearly what this attribute of justify content really does by centering it. It pushes everything to the center of the page, or actually the center of the container. Another option would be to specify them as space between. And the space between, items are evenly distributed in the line with equal space around them. So they will take up all the container size and have equal space between them. If they make this bigger, the space between the individual items gets bigger but still stays equal. We could also specify it as space around. And this will mean that the items are evenly distributed on the line within the spare space around them, but they also have equal space from the start and the end of the page. And for the last attribute, we will specify them as space evenly. And what this does is items are distributed so that the space between any two items is equal. And this is actually getting too small to see, but all around the items, the space will be equal. Okay, so this is pretty much it about justify content. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back. Next up in our Flexbox lecture, we'll talk about align items and we'll take a look at all its attributes. So back in our HTML, we'll copy this h2 and the divs with its container of justify content right beneath here. And we give it a new title of align items. And also change our justify content to align items. Now let's hit save and we have our next section. Now we'll just make this a bit smaller. And right in here in our CSS, we will take our class of align items, copy it in, And actually, I want to give the images a few paddings. So within our class of align items, the images should have a padding of 5 rem. Or actually 0.5 rem. Okay, next up, we'll say that the class of align items should be displayed as flags. Let's hit save. And as we know, as default, Flex will just flex this whole portion out. So this whole container. What we first want to do is take our attributes of Flex Wrap and we say wrap. So if the images come to take up the whole container, then we go further down. Now let's talk a bit about align items. Align items define the default behavior for how flex items are laid out along a cross-axis on a current line. So as we saw without the wrap, let me just comment this out, they will align along the main axis of the container. We can think of this as Justify Content version, but on the cross-axis. For the align item property, we will have the following states. So we'll say align item, and we can tell it to stretch. Normally, this will stretch out the items to the full width, to the full height of the container. But we actually can't see anything because all the items have the same height. As you can remember, we defined that the height should be the same for each item. Actually, in the Justify Content portion, we modified the width and the height of the items. Now, I could say that, for example, of 100 pixels, but this would give all the images a height of 100 pixels. We could go into our index and take each image apart and give it a style and a height. But we actually have a much better way of doing this. So let me just take this out. And if you can remember for our previous courses, we learned about the children. So our parent is the align item and the children are the images. So if we would take the container of align items as the parent container and say that the images first child should have a height of 100 pixels, then only the first image will have a height of 100 pixels. And we know that we have 6 children. We could copy this a few times and say that the nth child, the nth, and within parentheses, second child, there should be an H, should have a height of 50 pixels. Then copy this again. Actually, this is 3, 4, 5, and 6. And for the last one, we could tell it that the 6th element should also have a height of 50 pixels. Or, let me comment this out. Actually, copy it one time and comment it out. Or we could say last child and take this out, and this would have the same effect. And actually, let me just comment out the Flex Wrap. So the images will wrap within their container, and then take the third child, fourth child, and fifth child. And for this we'll give it 150, then 200. Well, this will be too big. Then we could take 150 again, 150, and let's hit save. Now for the align items, we could say flex start. This will start off all the images in the axis at the top, or flex end, and this will push all the images to this X, or we could say flex items center. This will center all the elements to the main axis. Now the last thing we will take a look at is we copy this once again and align content. This will give it the name, the class of content. The align content CSS property is pretty much similar to the align items, with the difference that this aligns a flex container's lines within when there are extra space in the cross axis, similar to how justify content aligns individual items within the main axis. So it has pretty much the same attributes as align item with flex start, flex end, center and stretch. But there are two more attributes that we will actually take a look at, and we'll copy this container first. So the class of align content, I would say that it should be this. So first of all, display it as flex, and I would give it a flex wrap of wrap, so to wrap around it. Now we tell it to align content with space between. With the space between attribute, items are evenly distributed. The first line is at the start of the container, while the last line is at the end. And in order for this to see it take effect, we will also have to take all the children. So the same thing we did for align items, and copy it right in here. And we will select this, then Ctrl D 5 times and say content. And we'll also give the images within the container of align content a small padding of 0.5 RAM. Okay, so this is pretty much it for this lecture. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Welcome back. This is just a short introduction of what is coming up next. So after we learned to control our Flexbox, now it's time to build our very first landing page using the Flex layout. In this landing page we'll build a menu, a header. Using this menu, we can scroll down to our 3 pages, the portfolio, the about, and the content. So if we would click on the portfolio, it would smooth scroll down to the portfolio section of the page, the about section of the page, and the contact section of the page. And also we will have in the bottom, as usually, a footer. This page will also be responsive. So if we make it smaller and stretch and shrink it together, you see that our text adapts and our content adapts also. If we take a look at the portfolio section of the page, the 6 images adapt according to the width of the page. Also the about section is flexible. Let me make this just a bit bigger. And also the content section, so to shrink it down completely, you can see it is completely responsive. Okay, so I hope you're excited, and let's start building our Flex layout landing page. Catch you in the next one. Bye bye. Welcome back, and as you are coming back, you're probably thinking, what the is this? This is Paint, this is not HTML, this is not CSS, this is not even JavaScript. And you're probably right. But first, we have to make some plans in order for us to know what we're about to do. So when you're thinking about your website, it has to be first of all clear what is your website about and what is your content. So as we saw in our previous lecture, we want to make a navigation bar, which was up here. And within this navigation bar, actually let me make this black, we had 4 buttons, 4 menu buttons. So we had 1, 2, 3, and 4. And each of these menu buttons did something. Well, this is too big. Let me just say 20. Not italic. The first one was home. Then we had our second one with portfolio. I made it too small. We had the third one with about. No. Here we go. You come with me, you little one. And then we had our last one with content. And we know that if we clicked on each one of these buttons, they took us to a separate section of the page. And we have 4 buttons, that means we have 4 sections. Excepting, of course, the last section, which was the footer. So we would just put in here the footer. Our first section was actually a head section. So we take this as header. Then we had our portfolio section. And I'm just going to copy this. Whoa. And our portfolio section, we know, was made out of 6 items. So 6 items with 6 images. Then we had our about section. And it's actually getting too small. I have to make it bigger. Zoop. That's much better. So let's just cut out this footer, put it right down here. And continue on with our with our about section, which, as we saw, had 3 sections, 3 separate sections. There was 1, and there was a second, we'll make green, and there was a third. And last but not least, we had our content section, which will also separate it into 2 separate sections. Let me just fill this out to make it more clear. So this was blue, green, and let's take gray for this, and this. Let's copy the about. And I'm gonna expand this actually here. This is ugly, but you get the idea. And copy the contact. And you also had, in the contact, we had two separate sections. And then the footer. Okay, now let's plan exactly the same thing using HTML and CSS and then applying the layout of Flex. So save this masterpiece. And right here on our desktop, we'll create a new folder called Flexbox Landing Page. Let's drag it into our VS Code. And start creating our index.html and our style.css. Position it right here. Let's open up our image again. So we can take a look at our plan. So what do we have to do first? Well, first of all, we need a boilerplate. Then we have to give this page a name. So Flexbox landing page. Then we have to link it up with our CSS. And now we know that we have three sections. A navigation bar, we got a G here. Then we have a header. And within the header, we also have our contents. So we say header plus content. After the header, we had our about section. Then our contact. And our footer. And exactly the 5 of these we'll copy also in our CSS. But using the CSS comment. So this, and this. Okay, let's close that up. And the last maintenance issue. And right here we will import our Google Fonts URL. So we'll go to Google Fonts. I will go this time with Lato. So choose the import at, make this smaller, take this in, font family, should be Lato, the whole margins, should be 0, and also the padding should be 0, so we don't have any conflict within our pages. Okay, so we're actually all set, and in the next lecture, we'll start with our navigation. So see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Welcome back. So in the previous lecture, we roughly drawed out what we wanted to do, how our web page should look like. We also implemented a few bullet points in our HTML, with navigation, header, about, content, contact, and footer. And we also implemented it in our CSS And then we implemented a Google Fonts link and set our font family to Lodo. So now let's take on our navigation and start writing our HTML for our navigation. Now, as you learned this far, for navigation, we can either type in nav, and this will tell HTML that this would be a navigation, or we could type in menu. So let's go with menu and give it a class of main menu. Then within our menu, we'll create a unordered list and also give it a class of nav. Now we'll create four list items. And within this list items, we'll give it an anchor tag, which the first will go to the same page. And our first one was home. Then we'll copy this 4 times. And 4, hit save. And actually let's open it up in our live server. And we can, now actually let me leave this open for now. Now let's change this to portfolio. The third one was about. And the last one was contact. Now let's go into our CSS and start styling our navigation bar. So the first thing we'll do is take the class of main menu. And actually, let me just write under navigation. So the class of main menu should get a background color of #333. And let's give it some padding of, let's say, 1 rem. And also we saw that it had a shadow box. So let's say box shadow, and we just go with 0, 0, 10 pixels, and a RGB color of 22, 22, 22, and with an opacity of 0.9. So we have this smooth shadow down here. And we can actually also change it to give this a 10 pixel smoothness so it bleeds out. Next up, we will take our anchor tags from the main menu. And for anchor tags, we'll say text decoration, none. Now we give it a text transform of uppercase, and this should actually be not a class but the tag itself, and the text should be between the anchors. So let's copy this one in here and this one in here. So the text should be between the anchor tags in order for them to be links. Okay, now let's give this anchor tag some color, and for the color we will choose the EF. Let's change the font size to 1.3 rem and the font weight to 600. And we'll also give them a bit of padding, so the anchor tags of 1 rem. Next up, we'll take our menu tag, and within our menu tag, the unordered list, and we'll say that this should be displayed, so the list style should have no styles, so none. And this will vanish our bullet points there. Then we go to the menu tag again, take our list items, and for the list items, we'll say border 1 pixel, solid red. And we'll also give the box shadow of actually the same shadow that we gave the menu. So let me just copy this and paste it in right here. As you can see, now all the tags have a shadow. And now it's time to display our menu. And to be more precise, the ULs on the unordered list, which we gave it a class of nav, to display it as flex. Now we have more possibilities. So we could say justify content as flex start. And this will push all the content to the start of the flex, or end, which would push our navigation to the end, or space between. And this will give it a space between all our tags and all our navigation buttons. As you can see, this is flexible, and if we extend it or press it together, the space becomes smaller. But one thing we forgot, to give the flex wrap. So if we tell it to flex wrap, the content will be pushed underneath each other. And actually I feel that I should give the LIs a bit of padding also, of 0.5 rem. One other thing we could do is tell all the items, actually let me increase the padding on the links. No, wait just a second, it was on the UL. So padding 0.5 rem. And let me take this padding out. That's much better. So for example, if we want our content from the menu to be placed at the end of the menu, we could say flex start, and we could take this contact and push it to the side by giving the last one of these a class. So we give it a class of right, and we'll take this class, go into our CSS, and tell that the class of right should have a margin left of auto. And if we hit save, you see that our last anchor tag was pushed completely to the right of the page. If we go into our inspector by pressing F12 and click on our selector, let's go into the menu and select the last one, the last LI, and you can see this orange line which is automatically added to the item. Okay, so now we have our navigation ready. In the next lecture, we'll take a look at the header. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Welcome back. In this lecture, we will continue on building our Flexbox landing page. As we left off, we already completed our menu section in the HTML and CSS portion. Now we'll be heading into the header. So for the header, we go under this header comments in our HTML and we'll type in the doc type of header. And in between the header tags, we'll give it an H1 with the title of Flexbox landing page. And underneath our H1, we'll continue on with our H2. Within our H2s, we'll write welcome to the Flexbox landing page. Where everything flexes. Okay, now let's hit save. Let's just minimize this. Let's take a look at our landing page, and right here we have our header section. Now we go into our CSS folder or CSS file, and underneath our comments, actually I prefer when I'm finished with something, between comments, I just put in a few lines and I know that that section has ended. And this is where the new section is beginning. And within our CSS then, we'll take the doc type header and say that the background color should be a RGB A free For the blue 3 also. And for the alpha, we'll give it a 0.7. And let's hit save. And I gave it a 0.7 so it had a bit of opacity. Next up, we would give the text a color because the black on the slightly blacker background doesn't seem to be fitting. So it tells it to have a color of EF, EF, EF. Then we give it a box shadow. And for the box shadow, actually, let me first give it the height of the content so you can better see what will happen. So we'll tell that the header should have the height of 100 viewport heights. That will display the content on the whole viewport. So if we hit save, you see that now the container for the header is 1 viewport high. And now we can get the background shadow and we'll say it should be 0, 0, 500 pixels. And then a RGB color of 5 for the green 5 and for the blue 5. And this would actually give it a shadow on the outside. The effect I want to create here is that the shadow should start here and here and here and also down here and go inwards by losing its power. The whole content, which would be in the middle of the page, would be concentrated in the middle. Or actually your focus will be then concentrated in the middle. So for this, we only have to tell that the shadows should be in set. As you can see, it's darker on the edges, then gets brighter on the inside. And now we will tell that the display of this header should be flex. This already flexes the items within, so the content within the container flexes from the left to the right. But we wanted to flex flow as a column. So it'd be one underneath the other. And then when we would justify the content as center, in the container, it would be on the x-axis in the center of the container. And we also want it to be in the middle of the page. And for this, we would align the items, actually, not the content, also center. And that's starting to look much better. Now we go further down, specify where the H1 is located. So within the header, the H1 should have a text align of also center. Then the font size, and let's just give it a 4 rem for font size. That's much better. Now we'll give it some margin of 3 rem. And you will see this take hold as soon as this starts to flex. So it will always stay in the middle. And also give it a padding of 2 rem. And what the margin and the padding helps us is to give some space between the whole H1 and the H2. I could have just said that margin top and margin bottom should be 3 and 3. But because we're in the Flexbox and because we already told the content to be justified center, it would be 2 lines of code that would be not necessary. So we had our margin, we had our padding, and now for some effect, I will give it a box shadow. And for the box shadow, I will tell it to be 0, 0, 15 pixels, and hash 111. And this would give us this nice shadow effect. And as you can see, if I decrease the margin, or actually the padding, the margin only decreases the distance between the H2 and the H1's container. But the padding, if I decrease this, then also the box would decrease. So the padding, as we learned, is between the item and its container. So let's leave this at 2. Now I want to give it just a bit of border radius of 15 pixels. So just a tinge to smooth down the edges. But if you prefer it rectangular, then don't give it a border radius. And that's pretty much it for our H1. Now for our H2, let me just scroll down here. And as I said, always specify where the H2 is. So if you have an idea that you want another H1 or another H2 within the page, don't get confused and select all the H2s in the page. For H2, we will just give it a font size of 3 rem and a padding of 3 rem. Actually, this I want it to be 2.5 rem. Now the last thing that I want to do is that I want to make this menu bar stick to the top so I can always see it. So if I scroll down, the menu bar should always stay on the top. So we go back into our menu CSS, and right underneath our menu right, we'll tell the whole menu tag that the position of it, so we want it to be fixed up here, so we'll select the fixed. And now we will also tell it, because you see the container shrinks down to its natural size, that the container should be 100% of the whole page. So it say that width of this menu should be 100%. And now it stretches throughout all of the page. And if we scroll down now, actually I don't have any content further down, but let me just go into the about and put a paragraph of lorem 150 and hit save. Now if we scroll down, you see that the menu bar sticks to the page. And if I would exaggerate this with a lorem 300, you will see that it still sticks to the top of the page. Okay, so that's pretty much it for our container here. Oh, one last thing. Just realize that H2 should also have a text align of center. Now it's much better. Okay, so that's it for our lecture. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. This lecture will continue on our Flexbox landing page. And we left off with the header section. So created our header, we gave it an H1 and an H2 of welcome to the Flexbox. And in our CSS, we styled it so it would be flexible, it would be the whole page, you get a bit of box shadow. And now we'll continue on with our next section, and this should be actually the portfolio. So in between comments, we will type a portfolio, and we will also copy this into our CSS. So right above the about section, and comment this out with CSS comment. Okay. Now we'll wrap our portfolio into a div, and we will give it an ID. Let's say ID of portfolio. In between our div tags, we will start out with an H2 and give the section the title of portfolio. Under our H2, we'll declare another class, another div class of container and portfolio content. And in between these div tags, we say image, and for the source, we'll give the HTTPS colons // source. So we'll link this to the Unsplash site, and this will generate us some random images. That will be the first one, and the other 5 I will actually just copy in. Okay, there we have it. Let's hit save. Now we have our portfolio section. Now it's time to style this. So we hand into our CSS, and we actually always want to make this stand out. So this is the end of the other section. And this is where the other section starts. So if I scroll, if the CSS is going to get bigger, I know exactly where I want to go. Okay, so within our CSS, we'll take up our class of portfolio content. So portfolio content. And for this, we want it to be displayed as flex. And as you know, flex is automatically displayed from left to right. In order to solve this, we will tell it to display to flex. So we'll give it the flex direction, and we will go with wrap. And this will put them underneath each other. And for our content, we want it to be justify content with space evenly. Now we will take within our class of portfolio only our images, and we'll give them a height of 25 viewport heights and hit save. And we could also give them a padding 0.5 rem. The last problem that we have is that our title is pushed to the left. So let's take on our H2, and actually, because if we take a look in our HTML, the H2, his nearest parent is the ID of portfolio. We'll take this portfolio ID, and only the H2 within this portfolio ID should be with text align, center. We will give it a padding of 3 rem, a font size of 2.5 rem. This looks already much better. And now let's check if our flex is working. So if I make this bigger, the images align and wrap in the container. If I make this smaller till we get to a font size, the images wrap underneath each other and then continue on wrapping and stay in the middle of the page. So we achieved our goal. The container is displayed as flex, the Flexbox is working, and now we can continue on to our next section. So see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back. As we left off in our previous lecture, we were at our portfolio section of the page. Now we'll continue our Flexbox landing page with the About section. So let's go into our HTML. Underneath our portfolio, we just close up these paragraphs, and let me actually delete them. Hit save. In our About section, we'll start out with a div with the ID of about and the class of container about. I'll go with the ID about, then dot container dot about. If I hit enter, it will give me a div with the ID about, class container, and subclass of about. So within our div, we'll start with an H2 again, write in the title about us, not US. Then we will give it another div with a class of container and a subclass of about content. Hit enter. And within this div, we'll create an H3 with our motto then a span, and within the span we'll type in between exclamation marks our motto that flexing means relaxing. That's a nice motto. The span is closed, the h3 is closed. Now we go under our h3 and start with a paragraph tag and with a lorem of 150. Hit save. And let's take a look at what we've done so far. Okay. Actually, let me make this paragraph tag smaller. Underneath the paragraph tag, and actually underneath our div, because we have this section finished, we'll create our history portion of the page, and we'll continue on with a class of container and history. Content. Let's hit enter. In here we'll give it another h3, our history, another span, and within the span, between quotes, we'll type in since 2000 till today. And give it another paragraph tag of lorem. Actually, I wanted a lorem 100. So say lorem 100. Hit enter. Make this smaller again. And for our next section, we'll create another container, another div with a container of a class container and disclaimer. Content. Hit enter, and within the digs, we will give it another h3 with a disclaimer. And there should be a capital D, then a span, and within the span again please read carefully, and then another paragraph tag with a lorem of 100. Okay, this should set us up for our about section. So let's go into our CSS. We said that this is finished. Give some space, and now we can go about our about section. So first thing we're going to do is the class of about. Actually, it's the ID of about. So a background color of 333, and the color of the text should be EF. Great. Now for a class of about container or content, we'll display this as flex. So this will be our first container of content. The about content we display this flex. So this will split it into two. And we'll give it a padding, just a notch of 1 rem. We will align the content center and justify the content with space between, or actually space evenly. And then align the the items. So this is one item, this is the second item. Also to the center. So this would push this into the center of its own container. In order to have some separations between these three, so this container, and this container, actually a visual separation, I would give it a box shadow of 0, 0, 10 pixels and a hash of 111. There we go. Next up is our history content. And for our history, we'll take the class of history. The content. And for the history content, we'll display this again as flex. We'll align the content to the center. Align the items to the center. And justify the content to space evenly. Then we will give it a padding of 1 rem. And also give it a box shadow of again 0, 0, 10 pixels and a hash of 111. Now for the next one, I'm just going to copy this, but for the purpose of the exercise, please type it out again. This would make you even better in CSS and HTML, because exercise over and over and over again will really implement this into your brain. So the next part would be the class of disclaimer. Let's hit save. And the spell disclaimer, let me just grab it. Okay, so all our free containers are now displaying as flex. Next up, we will take our about ID, and within this about ID, we'll tell that the h3 and the paragraph. So if you copy this, comma, and the P should have a width of 50%. You will pretty quickly see what this does. So 50% of the page should be taken up by the width and 50% of the page should be taken up by the paragraph. And then a padding, just a bit of 0.5 rem. As then you can see, the Flexbox is working. Okay, so next up, within our about ID, we'll tell the h3s to have a text align of center and a font size of 1.5 rem. Next up, the paragraph. This is only optional, but if you want, you could tell the paragraph to have a text align of justified. And what this will do is, as you can see, the paragraph isn't filling out all of the page. So if I hit now save, if you like this much better, you can make the paragraph to fill out all the content. But I will leave this up to you, how you want to display this. If you don't like it, just take this part and comment it out. But you can still leave it in there just for example purposes. I will leave it uncommented because I like this much better than the other one. So edit this span in this part and let me show you why we did that. So the span nearest parent, we could take the about as a subclass. And for the span, so in the about, the span should have a font style of italic. And you can play around with this, but we could also give it a font weight of 100. So this stands out from all of the page. So we have this bolded, our model, and flexing means relaxing for the model within the quotes. So the last thing we have to do here is actually style our title. So within the ID of about, the H2 should have the same font size and the same properties as this one. So if you go further up our CSS, we'll find how we styled our last H2. So just copy this into this, so it stays the same. So we have the same padding, the same font size, and the same text alignment. Okay, so that's it for this lecture. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. This lecture will continue on with our Flexbox landing page with the content section. So we'll close up our about and history section. For a comment, just make some few dots. There we go. Push this down. And actually, let's go into our HTML and make this smaller. So, the content part. For our content, we'll just make a div with ID of content, a contact. Then we will make an H2 of contact us. Underneath our H2, we'll create a section with a class of container and contact content. And within this section, we'll create a form. So form, we'll give it no action, but within this form we'll create an H3 with write us. And let's hit save and see what this does. So we have our contact us H3 and our, wait just a second, actually H2 and an H3. Underneath our H3, we'll create a label. This label will give it a name of name. Then under our label, we'll create an input of the type of text and a placeholder of name. Hit save. Then another label, and this will say email. Underneath this, a input of the type email and a placeholder of email, actually your email. Then a third label with message, and underneath this, not an input but a text area, which would be actually only 5 rows high. Let's hit save. So we have our 2 inputs and 1 text area. And the last thing, we'll create an input with the type of submit. And we already know what this does. This will give us a submit button. So with save, we'll have our submit button, which will just refresh the page. Now we have 2 sections within this contact us, and the second section actually after our form and after our section, we create another section and we will give this an ID of contact us. So we'll type in section with the ID of contact us. And within this section, we'll create an h3. You can find us. Underneath our h3, we'll create a div with a class of contact us. And within this, we will have a span of address. And within this, we will have a street, a postcode, and city. Then underneath our div, we'll create another div with the same class of contact us. We'll give it this span. Within this div, we will create a span with a phone. Of some kind of phone number. Oops, what did I do here? So we had our span and want this to be a phone. Plus something, something, something. Let's hit save. And copy this div. And instead of the phone, we'll say fax. And just type in something else. Some imaginary phone number. Fax number, actually. Okay, so let's see what we created. So we have two sections. One is the write us and the contact. And you can find us. Now let's jump into our CSS. And first, we'll take the form. And the form should have a... So we want to separate this. So this part should be the write us. And this part should be the you can find us. For this, we'll give the form a width of 300 pixels. We will tell it to display as flex. So this would put all our labels and inputs in a row or in a line. And then we will tell to flex flow in a column. So these three would be underneath each other. And let's hit save. And this looks already much better. Next up, within our ID of contact, the h3, so the two titles, should have a font size. The font size 1.5 rem. And now let's say that we want the two inputs, so the placeholders for these two inputs. Let's just take a look at our HTML. So these placeholders to have a darker background or whatever color of background. We could actually make this pretty easy. We'll just say placeholder. And as you guessed, this is a pseudo element. Background color should be this. Let's hit save. Now the difference is that if we will only give it a background color, so not specified as a pseudo element and placeholder, the background color would always stay the same. But if we click within here and type something in, the color disappears and we are left with the original color. Okay, so next up, we want this write us and you can find us to be placed aside of each other. In order to do this, we will have to tell the whole container for these two to be displayed as flex. And if you take a look in our HTML, we told that, actually, just a second, I have to cut this out. Yep, that's better. So this container with the class of container content, content spans from here to here. So this contains this form. So this, write us with the whole form, and this section of contact us. Yes, contact us. I hit save. Okay. So now we can take this class of contact us, and we'll tell this to be displayed as flex. And now we will tell that to justify the content, it's spaced evenly. And actually I took the wrong containers, so contact content, this is much better. And we also give this a bit of padding of 1 rem. There we go. Okay, next up we want to style this part. So we gave this a class of contact us. Let's copy this. Say that the class of contact us should have a background color of the same color as the above. The color of the text should be EF, lighter color. We should also give it a bit of padding. So the text and its container of 1 rem. So also give it a margin, 0.5 rem. A font weight of 500. And a text align of center. And the last thing I want to style a bit is this write us section, because the labels are sticking to the inputs and there's actually no space between them. And I actually want to take this opportunity and also style my title of this section, which was the contact us. Within the ID of contact, we'll take our H2, enter it to have a text align, center, or actually just copy what we already had in our about section. This was this for our H2. So it has a text line of center, a padding of 3 rem, and a font size of 2.5 rem. Okay, and last thing we want to style is our labels. So within our ID of contact, the label, the input, and the H3, and for each one of them, we'll copy this and this, and tell them to have a margin bottom of 0.5 rem. That is much better. Okay, so we did it. We just styled our contact us section and managed to display it as flex. And if we make this smaller, the last thing we want to do is that this or this wraps underneath of this. So for this, we only have to go into our contact and say flex wrap, enter to wrap. So if we make this smaller, they will wrap underneath of each other. And in order to give this, we can find us a bit of more padding. We'll only need to take our ID of contact us and right about here, we'll tell it to have a padding of 2 rem. Okay, so this is it for our Contact Us section. See you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Welcome back. We arrived at the finish of our project for the Flexbox landing page. The last thing we want to do is create a footer, style it, and then we will do some maintenance part on the page. Okay, so let's go into our HTML, and underneath our footer section, we will write a footer tag. So footer, and within this footer, write a paragraph, then a span. You can write anything you want. I will just write in my name, so Meinhard. And after the span, I'll write media. And for the copyright sign, you just have to do this and copy. 2019. And if we hit save, let's just take a look at how this will look. Here we have our copyright sign. And actually I just want to give this a bit of space. Perfect. Now let's go into CSS and underneath our footer. So we close this up. This is the end of the Contact Us section. Go underneath our footer and tell the footer to be displayed as flex. Then we'll justify the content as center and just give it a background color of #111. So this will be dark. A color of actually 3 Fs. And there you go. That's it for our footer. Let's see how this behaves. So this is looking good. And this is also looking good. Okay, let's do some basic maintenance with our page. If we take a look at our CSS, we can see that we kept repeating ourselves. For example, this H2s, we have the same thing over and over again. How can we make this shorter? Well, right here, we already know that we have in separate part of our page, so in the header section we have an H2. In the about section, we also have H2s. In the context section, we have H2s. Let's simplify this, because our main objective here is to be more efficient. So if we would take these 3 IDs of contact, then the next ID would be about, the next ID would be portfolio, don't forget the hash. And are we missing something? Nope, that's it. So within these 3 IDs, we can tell that the H2, and H2 should have the same properties. So we just cut this out and actually delete this and paste it in here. And let me just delete it everywhere now. So we don't need this. And we don't need this. So if we hit save, the H2s are the same all around our page. Another thing that we see is that we keep repeating ourselves with these colors. So what we could actually do here is if we know that we are using these three basic colors, then we go and create a root and tell it to have a primary dark, which would be the three ones, a secondary dark, which would be the three threes, a primary light. So actually, let me just copy this. And this in here. And this was EF, EF, EF. This was only F. Another thing that we see is this box shadow. So we could actually take this box shadow, and say shadow. Actually, primary shadow should be this. Let's hit save. And let's start replacing everywhere where we find, for example, we see that we have this here. We just say secondary dark. Then we see that we have our shadow here. He will say primary shadow. Actually, we could just make this shadow. You see the color? This is the primary white. We would say primary light. Here we also have a primary light. Here we would have a primary dark. A secondary dark. Secondary light. Primary dark again. But this was this actually a shadow? So this should be a shadow. There should also be a shadow. Secondary dark. Secondary shadow or secondary light. Primary dark. And primary light. So you see, we can always simplify our CSS and our HTML, and this is actually our job, always to find the simplest solution for everything. The last thing we want to do is that when we click on these menu items, it should take us to our sections. And the way we do that is that in the hrefs, we just type in the IDs. So for a portfolio section, we had the ID of portfolio, and it's actually here. Then within here, we had the ID of about. And within here, we had the ID of contact. So if we hit save, refresh our page, and click on the portfolio, this will take us to the portfolio, the about, and the contact. And the last thing I want to do, we want this page to scroll smoothly down so that you can see these chumps. We only have to type in here, scroll, behavior, smooth. Let's take a look at what this does. So if I click on the home page, it smoothly scrolls up to the home page. To about, it scrolls down to the about. Contact, it smoothly scrolls down to the contact. So we made it to the end of our project. What I want you to do next is to take this project, make a copy of it, and then destroy it and rearrange it as you want. Play around with it. For example, go into the flex and within the header, or let's just say the portfolio part of the page, see what happens if you space them. With space around, or with space between. What happens if you justify the items in another way? If you align the items in another way? Play around with the whole page. This exercise will really help you to understand better the Flexbox. Okay, so hope you enjoyed this little project. See you in the next section. Bye bye. Welcome back. In this section, we will take a look at the grid layout. Now, if you're asking yourself, what is the difference between a grid layout and a flex layout? Well, there are many differences and also many similarities, but the main difference is that flex layout is usually a one-dimensional and the grid layout is a two-dimensional layout. So for the flex layout, we had either columns or rows. For the grid layout, we can display columns and rows at the same time. And as you will see along this course, the grid layout gives us the possibility to make more flexible web pages. So in this course, we will learn how to display flex, take a look at the grid template columns and rows, the grid template area, grid template, grid gap, so the gap between the grid items. And now some similarities to flex layout are the justify item, align item, justify content, align content, grid auto column and rows, and grid flow. And for the purpose of this course, I actually made this whole page, which you can then download, or actually download the HTML and the CSS file and open it with live server. And if you click on any of this, it will jump down to the next lecture, where we will use CSS to give a few examples of this. Now, as I said, let me just make this smaller. The HTML, which is all of this. So if you scroll down, there's a whole lot of HTML in here. And the CSS, just put in some basic information for styling. But after that, we will continue on in exactly this CSS and style our grid layout. Okay, so hope you're excited. I know I am. See you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Welcome back. So I hope you downloaded the CSS grid file, zip actually. Now let's extract it here and open up via Visual Studio Code and just drag and drop it into your Visual Studio Code. Let's close this up. Okay, let's go into our HTML. After this is loaded, open up the web page with our web browser. So, let's get started with the CSS grid layout. Just make this bigger. Perfect. Close this up. Actually, I want to have both of these open. And if you don't notice, if you drag this, you see it starts jumping around. You can actually place it to this side, and then you have your HTML open on one side. Let me just make this bigger. your HTML opened on one side and your CSS open on the other side. And if you want, you could also drop it down here. The display would be split into two. But I actually prefer it this way. Bam. Okay. So first up, we'll take a look at what this grid is and what it contains. Okay, so the grid contains the following things. First of all, the grid must be in a container. And if you take a look in your HTML, let me actually close this up, the CSS. If you go under grid, you will see that we have an H1, which is up here. And then we have a container. This container has a class of container and a sub-container of grid parent. And I did this so each grid, because I copied this a bunch of times, we'll take each grid and give some example of this. So let's jump into a display grid, which would be actually this one right here. We'll take this display grid subclass, open up our CSS. Let's close this up. Go down here. And now I want to explain a few things about grid. So the grid must be in a container. It doesn't matter what name you give it. The main thing is that it is a container. Now this container, this grid container, contains items. So that's why I specified here. So this div from here to actually here. Let me just click on start and end div. This is one item. Now a quick note, sub items will not be displayed as grid. So our main item, our child, is the div within the div of class container display grid parent. So this is the parent from here to here, and its first child will be this div, not the H2. This is a sub element and will not be displayed as grid, also not be affected by the grid. So the grid has items. Then we have our grid lines, which I marked here with dashed lines. You see each item. This is actually done in CSS, but just for visual purposes, an item has his borders by the grid line. Then we have the grid track, which is always between the grid lines. So if you take a look here, between these lines, there's the grid track, and it runs in a column and in a row. Then we have our grid cell, which is the space between two adjacent rows or two adjacent columns. So this would be a grid cell. This would be a grid cell. Each one of these is actually a grid cell. And then we have our grid area, which is the total space surrounded by 4 grid lines. So this whole thing here would be the grid area. So let's repeat this. A grid is in a container. It has items. The grid container is always the parent. The grid items are the children. The children have grid lines, which are horizontal and vertical. Between those lines, there are grid tracks. Grid cells are the space between two adjacent row and two adjacent column grid lines. And grid area is the total space surrounded by 4 grid lines. So I hope that this makes the concept of the grid a bit more clear for you. So that's it for this lecture. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Welcome back. In this lecture, we will learn how to display a container as a grid layout. So if you go to our display grid template columns and rows, this would be actually here. Let me take this subclass, go into our CSS, and within here, first of all, we'll tell it to be displayed as grid. Hit save. Now we have two possibilities. First of all, by displaying something as grid, we define the element as a grid container and establish a new grid formatting context for its content. But it's not sufficient to only display something as grid. We have to tell it how many rows and how many columns should it have. So for this, we'll just type in grid template columns and just save this, and grid template rows, and hit save again. We know that we have 6 items within our grid, and we want to have 2 columns for this grid. So we just specify the number of columns by specifying the width of these columns. So we could tell it that the first column should be 70% and the second column should be 30%. And hit save. As you can see, the grid is split up into 2 columns, one with 70% and one with 30%. So this is a column and this is the second column. We could also express this not only in percentage but also pixels. So 200 pixels and 200 pixels. Or for example, one should be 200 pixels and the other one should be 500 pixels. Now for the grid row, we could also give it a 50% or let's say 40%. So this will specify the first grid row is 40% and the second could be 60%. Now the third row, as you can see, takes up an automatic value of the rest. Because if I type in here auto, you see nothing changes. For example, if I would type in auto for the columns, so auto, and this one should be also auto, it will still leave me with 2 columns. Now we'll hit save, but will take up the whole space of the container. So it's kind of a 50-50%. The difference is, if you can see, this is flexible and adjustable. If I make this smaller, the grid container becomes smaller. Oh, and one quick note. The container in which this grid is, I told it to be only, wait a second. Here we have it. So the main container, because in our HTML, all the grid containers are as class container and subclass, then it has another name. So the grid container has a width of 950 pixels. And I could make this width for example, 1100 pixels. Now our container is of 1100 pixels. Okay, so let's get back into our display template columns and rows. If I would tell it to have a third auto, so as often I put a value in here, the more columns I add to my grid. I have 6 items, so I could put in, for example, 6 times auto. Hit save. This would give me 6 columns. And let me just take this out. Oh, actually 300 pixels. If I would take one out, that means that there are only 5 columns and the next column will jump down here. So let's hit save. Now 4 columns. So please take note that I only define as soon as you define a value here, that means that you define the value for the first column, then the second column, then the third column, and the fourth column, and so on. As many items you have, and as soon as you give that grid template row a value, that means that you define the value for the first row. So let's play around a bit with this grid. And let's say that the first column should be 100 pixels. Then the second column should be 200 pixels. The third column should be auto, so it would take up the rest of the space. Then we would have a 200 pixels, a 100 pixel again. And for the last one, let's leave it also auto. Let's see what happens. So this means that the first column is 100 pixels, the second is 200, the third is auto, then 200, 100, and the last takes up the whole width of the container. So let's test this out. So if I would make this bigger, but first let me actually change the width of the container. So let's say it's 1500. So if I would make this bigger, you see that the item 3 and 6, which we gave it a value of auto, stretches out and takes up the rest of the empty space. And if I shrink it down, the other columns which are defined the value stay the same, and only the automatic one take up the rest of the space. Another thing that we can do, actually I will type this down here. So just copy this grid template and column. Now take this out. For example, if I would to display two columns, so two columns of 200 pixels, and hit save, there's another way of displaying columns. So if I know that I have a repetition here, so both columns will be 200, or let's say that all the three columns will be 200 pixels wide, I could tell it to repeat 3 times 200 pixels. And we get the same result. Actually, let me just comment this out, and you will see that I will get exactly the same result. And hit save. Now if I would say that should be repeated only 2 times, then I would get 2 columns with the width of 200 pixels. If I would add here another value, say a 100 pixel, this would mean that it will repeat 2 times the value of 200 pixels and 2 times the value of 100 pixels. So let's hit save. So as you can see, it repeats the first with 200, then a second with 100, then a 200, and then a 100 again. We can also do this for the rows. So let me just take out this 100. So you have enough items. And let's say repeat. And we actually need this here. 300 pixels 2 times. Let's hit save and see what happens. So we got 2 columns of 200 pixels, 3 rows, 2 of them being 300 pixels. And the last one, because it didn't give it any value, it's of the rest of the space. If I would turn this 2 into 3, this would give us 3 equal rows with 2 columns of 300 pixels height and 200 pixels width. Okay, another way we can, let's copy this once again. Another way we can define the columns is by fractions. So if I would say one fraction should be the column width, and the fraction means that the fraction unit allows us to set the size fraction of a free space of the grid container. So if I would say there should be one fraction and one fraction, this would display my items into 2 columns, which will take up 1 times the fraction of the whole width of the container and another time the fraction of the whole width of the container. if I would take out this fraction, the second one, and hit save, my items will take up the whole width of the container. I could even say that this should be 3 fractions. Or take this out and type in here 3, then add a 1 fraction. The first column would take up 3 fractions of the container, and the last column, because we defined it that it be 1 column of 3 fractions and 1 column of 1 fraction. So this means that the second column would take up 1 fraction of the width of the container. We could also specify this for rows. So in here we would say 1 fraction, 1 FR, and 2 FR. And hit save. And the last one should be 3 FR. So the first row should have 1 fraction, the second should have 2 fractions of its container, and the third one should have 3 fractions of its container. Let's make this up. Let's make this 3 and this 2. We could also tell it to repeat. Let me just copy this. And you should know now that CSS stays for cascading style sheets. So as soon as I repeat this down here, it will go through this. Okay, he wants me to do 200, 200, 200. Then now he wants me to do repeat 2 times 200. And now he wants me to do 3 fractions, 1 fraction. So it will always take in the last value. So let's copy this right underneath here and say 2 times 1 fraction. And here 3 times 1 fraction. Let's hit save. Now what we did is we told the container to repeat 1 fraction 2 times. And this also means that this is now flexible and will adapt as soon as I make the page smaller or I make the page bigger. Okay, so that's it for the grid template columns and rows. See you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. And welcome back. So last time we talked about grid templates, columns and rows. And now we're gonna actually take a look at grid area. Where did we have it? Grid template area. There we have it. Okay, so what is grid template area? It's the total space surrounded by 4 grid lines. A grid area may be comprised of any number of grid cells. The grid template area defines the grid template by referencing the name of the grid area, which are specified with the grid area property. Repeating the name of a grid area causes the content to space those cells. But this sounds really complex, so it's much better that I give you some examples. So we're just going to take our subclass from the container, the grid template area, go into our CSS, and right down here, we say class or grid template area, and within here, well, we will tell it to display grid. Hit save. Now, a grid template area is formed of, we have to specify the grid template columns and the grid template rows, first of all. So we'll say grid template grid template columns. Give it a repeat of 4 times 1 FR. And a grid template row, so grid template row of, let's say, the first row should be auto. Then the second row we will give it a repeat. So repeat of 3 times 200 pixels. Okay. Now comes the interesting part. With the grid template area property, we will actually draw with definitions our grid. So let me give you this example. We'll say that the grid should have a navigation which will span 4 columns. For this, we'll say nav once, nav twice, and let's just copy this 3 times and 4th time. So this whole thing will be on navigation. Then we don't leave this, but we will tell it that the next thing we want is a sidebar. So let's say, I'm actually just defining the elements here, drawing them out by defining them. Let's just say that. So next up, we'll have a sidebar, then a main area, then the main area will span over the 3rd column, and actually I forgot the N, main, main, and main. Okay, so this would be the nav, here will be the sidebar, and then the main will be spread out on 3 columns in the 2nd row. So this is our 1st row, this is our 2nd row. Okay. For the 3rd row, we will tell it to still have the sidebar, caps lock, so sidebar. Then it should have some content, then content again, content, and then at the bottom, I forgot an E. There we go. And let me just copy this. For 4th row, down here, we'll have a footer. Let's say footer or foot. Actually, it doesn't matter. And let me just select this. Tuck. Paste it in. Okay. There's still nothing changed because in this particular case, what we have to do is to take the items. So within our container, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items. There's 6 items. So for this, I'm just going to take the first item and let's specify it. So within our grid template area subclass of the container, I want the class of item 1. As you can see, I gave the items also a class of grid with a subclass of grid 1. And the first item should have a grid area of nav. I think you're already knowing what I'm trying to do here. So actually I will define each item what it is. Then I would take this, and actually if you hold down Alt Shift and arrow down on the PC, it's going to copy it. That's 1, 2, 3, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so let's change this to the second item, third item, the fourth item, the fifth, and the sixth. Now I want the second item to be the header. I actually forgot the header here. Oopsie. This will be sidebar. Let me just copy this actually. Because we got a main, but we don't have our header. So header. I'm too lazy today. Header. Okay, so the second item is the header. The third item is the sidebar. The fourth item will be the main. The fifth item will be the content. having trouble with that end there. And the last item will be the footer, or the foot. And after hitting save, this is what we got. So let's go over this again. And actually, in order for you to see this better, I will open our developer tools. So let's hit F12. And this is zoomed out in too much. Jesus. Reset. Okay. Reset. Perfect. Okay. Let's select our selector tool. Now, can you see those purple lines within our container? Those are actually the grid. And if I click here with my selector, I have selected the first item. And we told the first item to span 4 columns. So, I don't know if you can see this. If I move my mouse, it disappears. Let me try it with this one. There it is. See this grid line? That's 1 cell, 2, 3, and 4. The item of nav, for example, man, I can't select this. You can see it spans 3 columns. In the first cell, so in the first column, it spans 3 rows. So this is here, here, and here. The item, the second, the fourth, and the fifth item span exactly as we told them. So they should span 3 columns. Starting from the second column, we should span 3 columns. That will be the header, then the main also, and the content also. And the footer spans over 4 columns. Got it? Now let's change what we did. Let me just make this smaller. Whoop. Okay. If I would tell my grid to have a header here, not a sidebar, book, this jumps in here, and the sidebar only spans within the first column 2 rows. Here's our sidebar, because we assigned the third item the sidebar. I could also tell the sidebar to span the entire first column. Does it save? Or I could tell it to, let me just take this here, here. Okay. Let's switch the sidebar to be on the other side. Boom. Content. Does it save? Now it's on the right side. You can actually take out one of these and you can only remain with 2 columns and 3 rows, and you can combine them however you want. If I actually tell this to change to 3, so we have 3 columns, and take this one out, this one out, this one, and this one out, and this one. And we take a look in our inspector, developer tools, and we take our inspector here, and this is zoomed out, zoomed in again. Fantastic. Okay, we see now that the grid has only 3 columns. So I hope this makes clear how the grid area works. We actually define the grid within our CSS by drawing it out with words. Okay, hope you enjoyed this lecture. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In this lecture, we'll continue on with a grid template. Now, just a short note, let's say that we are lost in our huge HTML. We just click on the search loop here, or hit Ctrl-Shift-F, and let's type in grid template. Hit enter. Now this is really cool. In our two files that exist within our folder, in the index.html and the styles CSS, he found the following grid template definition, and we can also replace them if we want. So let's see, we are looking for grid template area template, and it takes us to our grid template. Isn't that cool? Okay, let's close this up, copy this grid template class, and let's go into our CSS, copy this in. Okay, so what is the grid template? So we saw that we had our grid template columns, grid template rows, grid template areas, and now we have our grid template. So what is this grid template? The grid template is used to set all the three things actually. So the grid template rows, grid template columns, and the grid template areas in one single declaration. And it's actually set in exactly the same order. So let's say that we want our grid template. First of all, we have to define that this class should be displayed as grid, display as grid. Then we need to tell it, a second, this jumped up. Then we need to tell it to display, to be a grid template. So not area, not columns, not rows, but the whole grid template should look like the following. And again, we will actually draw out our grid template. Let's say we want to have the header. So we want 3 columns. Well, we want 3 columns. Each one of them should be the header. And these columns should have a width of 100 pixels. Then we want another row. We should also have 3 columns for the footer. So let's say footer, F and F. And it actually doesn't matter what you type in here. This is mainly so it has some kind of declaration. So it sees that something should be repeated 3 times. And this should have a width of 200 pixels. And then we need a backslash and say auto 50 pixels and auto. Let's hit save and go to our grid template again. So let's see what just happened. We take our first row, which has 100 pixels width, and it has 3 columns. We take our second row, which has a width of 200 pixels, also has 3 columns. It has a height of 100 pixels. The second row has a height of 200 pixels. And now the columns have a width of auto, 50 pixels, and auto again. Let me just really quickly change this to 100 pixels. Let's see what happens. So this changed from 50 to 100 pixels, and this are auto. It means if I stretch them, they should either shrink or get larger. So let's shrink them. And except in the middle column, which stays the same, the other 2 columns, which are set to automatic, will increase within their container. So let's just comment this out. And copy this. Whoa. I misclicked. So cut this out, copy it in here. And so it's a bit more obvious. Let me just put them on separate rows. Okay, let's say we want to have 2 columns. Then we would take this out, and take this out. And let's say we want the third row to be within these 2 rows. So take this, copy it one more time. Let's say that this will be the main. So just gonna give it a name of an M. And this should be 150 pixels. Let's hit save. And I don't need this. Now we have our 2 columns and 3 rows. By simply telling the grid template, hey, I want the first row to have 2 columns and the height of the row should be 100 pixels. I want the second row to have 2 columns and the height should be 150 pixels. And I want a third row which also have 2 columns and a height of 200 pixels. Now I want the width of the first column to be automatic and the width of the second column to have only 100 pixels. Make this 500 pixels or 400 pixels. Grid template column. So grid template. As you can see, now we have an automatic column and a 400 column. And for our last example, I'll just copy this once again underneath here. If you want, you can comment it out, but if not, this is cascading style sheet, so it will take in the last value it sees. Let's say we want to have 3 columns, and the first column should have a height of auto. This should be also 3, and this should be also 3. And let's say this should be only 200 pixels. The other will leave as they are. And the last thing we want to do is to head into our HTML and copy this 3 right underneath here. And let's say that this is item 7, 8, and 9. And also the names here will be 7, 8, and 9. And the last thing we want to do is in our CSS, when we define these columns, this grid container, I'll just copy this last 3. Let's copy this 3 up here, so I don't have to change the colors within them. And let's say that this is 7, 8, 9. Get it? 7, 8, 9. Haha. No, not funny? Okay, now let's take a look at our grid template again. And let's head into our grid template CSS area. So now we defined that the grid template should have 3 columns, with the first row being a height of automatic, the second 150, the third 200, and actually I could give this a auto. And there we go. And this is pretty much everything you have to know about the grid template. So, see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back. Continuing on with our CSS grid, we will take a look at the gap. Now, the way we define gap has changed a bit. So, grid column gap is replaced by column gap. So, if we would take the class of grid gap, and within our grid gap, you would say display as grid. Hit save. And let's just create a quick grid. So grid template column of repeat 3 1FR and a grid template row of, let's say, 80 pixels and 200 pixels. So hit save. Let's take a look at our grid gap, how it looks. Perfect. Now, so as I said, there is the grid column gap, which you see is actually no longer in use. So you can use it, but if you hit on this, property is obsolete. Avoid using it. Specify the gutter between grid columns, replaced by column gap. So we don't type grid column gap anymore. We just type in column gap. And where is this gap? The gap is in the gutter. So between those 2 grid lines of the items. So if I would specify, so the column gap should be 50 pixels and hit save. This would give me a gap between the columns of 50 pixels. If I want to give it a gap between the rows, I would just have to type in row gap. of, let's say, 20 pixels. And now we have a gap between our items of 20 pixels. Also, the grid gap, which gives a gap for columns and rows, has been replaced by just gap. So let me just take this, copy it in here, display as grid. We'll just leave everything as it is, comment this part out. And instead of specifying columns and rows separately, I would just say gap. And now say 50 pixels. If we take a look at our CSS grid, now it has 50 pixels on the columns, between the columns and between the rows. Actually, let me just change it to 2FR so we get 2 columns and 3 rows. You see how the grid gap is equally 50 pixels on the columns and on the rows. So as you can see, the gap gives 50 pixels on the columns and the rows. But for example, if we want to have different values for the columns and the rows, the first value is actually for the rows. So 50 is for the rows and 100 is for the column. Let's hit save. Click on the grid gap. Now we say that we have only for the rows 50 pixels and 100 pixels for the column. Okay, so that's it for the gap. See you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back. So next up in our CSS grid will be the Justify Item section. Now, exactly as within Flexbox, Justify Item aligns grid items along the inline rows axis, as opposed to align items, which aligns along a block, so the column axis. And this value applies to all grid items inside the container. So let's go to our HTML and take our Justify Item class, apply the display grid, and let's say that the grid template column, oh, forgot to close that up. So we apply to the grid, so that the grid template columns should be a repeat 3 times 1FR. Let's hit save. And the grid template rows should be 100 pixels and 200 pixels. And let's hit save again. Let's go to our Justify Item. Now we have our grid displayed with 3 columns with 1FR, each taking up 1 fraction of its container, and with the height of 100 pixels, and the second row with 200 pixels. And actually I'm going to make this smaller. And I will give it a grid gap, so gap all around, with the rows being 100 pixels and the columns of 50 pixels. Let's hit save. Now let's take a look at our grid in the developing tools by hitting F12. And I'll just make this smaller, so reset this. Take our inspector, go to the Justify Item portion. Let's inspect this. So now let's tell it to justify items, for example, center. Let's take our developer tools again, and we can see these dotted lines are actually the grid items with the gap between them of 50 pixels between the columns and 100 pixels between the rows. And we can see that within the container, the item is justified center and taking up his own size. Now let's change this to end. And now, if we take our inspector tool again, we can see that the items are at the end of their row axis. We can also tell it to be at the start. Inspect this again. And now you can see there that they are at the start of their container. And you can play around with all the other options that you have here. But I mainly wanted to show you these three, and hopefully you understand what the justify items mean within our grid layout display. Okay, so that's it for justify items. As I said, I encourage you to play around with this, and I will see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. And welcome back. In this lecture, in our CSS grid layout, we'll take a look at align items. So for the align items part, we will take our container with the class of align items. Let's display it as grid. And also give it some basic form. Actually, I want the cap to be in there also, so we'll just copy that for our last exercise from justify items. Hit save. Go to our align items. Okay, so we have our grid again. Now, aligning items within the grid, the items are aligned along the block column axis, as opposite to justify items, which aligned along the inline row axis. So let's take a look at some examples. Within our align items container, exactly as in Flexbox, we can align items at the start of the container. Let's hit save. Oop, there we go, align items. And let's go into our developer tools. So hitting F12, zoom this down again. In our align items section, let's take our selector and take a look at how the grid looks. So as we said, the align item property aligns the grid items along the block column. As you can see, they're aligned at the top. So this is our grid. Let me actually take out this 100 from the row. I think we can see it this way better. Okay, as you can see, they are aligned to the top. So there is exactly where the alignment of the item starts. Now we could tell it to be at the end. And let's see what effect this has. So this aligns it at the block column X at the end. We can also tell them to be centered. And now they are in the center of their container. Or we can tell them to be stretched. And now they take up all their container. As in the previous lecture, there are many other options which I would like you to check out for yourself in order to exercise a bit more. Okay, so that's it for the align items part. See you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back. In this lecture, we'll take a look at justify content. So we go under here in our CSS at the justify content, and I'm actually going to let the developer tools open. And for our justify content, we will take our container again. I'm in the container class of justify content. And let me actually just copy this. And also copy almost all this in here. So that we display it as grid. The template columns, this time we'll display them in pixels. And I will show you just in a few seconds why we do that. And 150. And the grid row, we'll leave it as pixels. And also the grid gap. Okay, we'll take this one out. Hit a save. And we'll go to Justify Content again. Perfect. Now what Justify Content does is that in case that our total size of the grid is less than the size of its grid container, in this case, the grid items are sized with non-flexible units like pixels. So 200 pixels, 100 pixels, these are our grid units. We can set the alignment of the grid within the grid container, and this will align the grid along the inline row axis. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Come on. Okay, so we are here in our grid container. And if we take this, and actually did I hit save? Yep, I hit save. Okay, so let's just tell this that it should justify the content. Let's start with the start. And hit save. We'll go down to our justify content. And then let's take a look at this. So the start is actually the default value. Now, if we tell it to be at the end, and take our selector tool again, you see the grid actually ends here, and all the content is pushed to the end of the container. Now, let's just, this time we want to justify the content stretched. And hit save. And this takes out all its width. Actually, let me just take out this gap, because we don't need this anymore. We can then tell it to be justify content with space around. So you see that there's space between the items. And actually these are the exact same properties as within the Flexbox. So we have justify content with space between. Let's take our selector tools. So this is pushed all the way to the side, to the edge of the container, here and here. And there's space between the items. And then we have space evenly. So justify the content as space evenly. This will actually space our content, select the tool, evenly. So from the edge of its container, the space is evenly between the content and from the start of the container. And for the rest of the options, I would encourage you to try them out for yourself. Okay, see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Now in this lecture, we'll take a look at both Grid Auto columns and rows and the Grid Auto flow. And this will actually conclude our grid display layout. And after this, we'll create a new project using only CSS Grid. And with the help of CSS Grid, we'll create a grid layout landing page. So let's get on with our lecture. Now actually I want to just modify something here, because there's an end here and this doesn't work in CSS. So I took this out. Now let's take the class of Grid Auto columns and rows. Go into our CSS. And let's set it to be displayed as grid. Hit save. Now for this to work, actually let me just quickly give it a gap of 10 pixels. Let's hit save. And let's go down to our grid columns and rows. And now we have to give it a grid template area. Let's just say that we want to display this as 3 columns. So we say A. And let's hit save. So our grid template area knows that we have 3 columns. And they are actually, if I stitch this together, you can see they are responsive. Now, for the Grid Auto columns, we could tell them to have each of them 100 pixels. I said pixels, not XP. Let's take a look at this. So automatically, all the columns are assigned a 100 pixel width. We could also tell them to have a grid template, actually grid auto, rows of 200 pixels. And this will assign all rows automatically the height of 200 pixels. Now for the grid auto flow within CSS, this is a property that controls how the auto placement algorithm actually works. And this will specify exactly how auto placed items get flowed into a grid. So if I would take my, actually let's go back into our HTML and take on container of grid auto flow. So let's display it as grid. And also give it a gap of 10 pixels. I'm still typing XP. Man, I have to play some Diablo once again. And now we'll give it a grid template. So not template areas, only template of, let's say, repeat 1FR. And we also need a repeat 2 times 1FR. That's it, save. Now let's take a look at our grid auto flow column. Okay, so now that we have our grid set up, let's give it a grid auto flow. And here are our options. So we can have column, dense, and the auto placement algorithm places items by filling each column in turn, adding new columns as necessary. So let's try this out. If I hit save and change this to 2, you can see how our items within our container change to fit their size. If I make this smaller, you can see the changes happening instantly. Okay, let's comment this out. And let's say grid auto flow. Let's take rows. And wait just a second, if we hit this little information icon, it tells us that the auto placement algorithm places items by filling each row in turn. So let's select our row, hit save, and see what now happens. Let me just make this bigger. This fills out the rows so they are nice and tight. Okay, so we arrived at the finish of our grid layout lecture. Next up will be a project. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Welcome back. We will finish up our grid section of this course by building a landing page, but this time using the CSS grid layout. So let's take a look at what we're going to build. We'll build a landing page with a navigation bar. Each of the navigation items will take us to the different section of this page. We'll have a beautiful title with a logo, company name, and a little quote here. This background, if we hover out of it, will become blurry. And if we hover over our icon and title, this comes into focus. Each of these will take us to a different section of this page, so they are linked together. So if we go to the services and we hover over our free services, this will change size, color, and will also be displayed in a grid layout. The portfolio section of the page will just display some images. Then the About section of the page will have an icon, About Us, and a History section. This will also be displayed in 2 columns using CSS Grid. If we hover over this, the pop-up will appear, which will take us to another page. Also, the History portion will take us to another page. So if we click on this one, it will open up a new page with some text in it. And this will also link back to our main landing page. Now we have a contact section of this page, where we will also have an icon and some basic contact information, which will have also some social media icons. And if we would click on them, this will actually take us to our Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter. Also down here, we will have a footer. Now please take note, the footer and the menu are always stuck to the top and bottom of the page, so they never disappear. Okay, so let's start building our landing page using CSS Grid. So I hope you're excited and see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back. In this lecture we will lay plans to build our CSS Grid landing page. So first up, we will start up with creating a new folder which we will name Grid Layout landing page. We got the A there. Let's drag this in here. Okay, first thing we are going to create with not an index.html, but a boilerplate. The content of this boilerplate will be actually things that we will use in both our pages, because we saw that we needed an index.html, which will be our main landing page, and another HTML file, the about file. And these two pages will have some similarities, for example the footer and the menu. And for our CSS file, we will just create a style.css file. Let's open up our boilerplate HTML, and let's just close all this up. And let's think about what we're going to do. So first, we need our boilerplate. The title we will leave open. Up here, we will link our HTML to the style.css. And now within the body, we will comment out all the sections that we want to build. So we can see here in the menu bar that first we need a menu. Then we will need a services section. And actually, when I'm finished with the section, I'd like to close it. Now let's copy this in here a few more times. How many sections do we need? We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the footer. So we already have 2. That means we need 4. So just click here and Alt Shift down 4 times. After the services, we have our portfolio. Then we have our About section, our Contact section, and our Footer section. The last thing I want to include here, you see these little icons? These are actually from Font Awesome. So in this next section, I will include the script from Font Awesome. So this will be the script section. For your Font Awesome script, you will need to go to Font Awesome. So this is Font Awesome. Just register a username and you will get a free kit tool, which you will just copy the script code into your HTML. And this will link your HTML to Font Awesome. Okay, so now we have all we need to get started, and in the next lecture we'll start creating our sections. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Welcome back. So now that we got our boilerplate up and running, let's start building out our menu. So underneath our menu comment, we'll first create the menu tag, and within this an unordered list. Now we'll create some list items. And we also create a few anchor tags. And within these anchor tags, we also create some icons. Now previously I showed you about Font Awesome. So here are the icons that we can use in Font Awesome. And within your starter kit, you actually have a really huge variety of icons that you can choose from. So let me get up Font Awesome. And within Font Awesome, let's start to search for some icons. The first icon we're going to search for is a home icon. We type in the search bar home, and if you logged in, actually you have to be logged in order to find this. We'll take our first home icon, click on it. This will send us to our code. A home icon, we just copy this HTML, and actually let me take this out, and paste it in between the link tags. And right after our icon tag, we'll type in home. Now let's open this up in our live server and hit save. And actually let me just put this in right here. Okay, so now we have our very first home link. Now we see that we still need 4 icons. So let's get back into our HTML, and actually let's open up our document and copy this 4 times. So Alt Shift arrow down, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hit save again, and now let's start replacing our icons here. So for the next icon, we will need a tool. We know that we have to build our services, and for this we will need a tool icon. So let's type in here tool, hit enter, and we will choose this tool icon. Copy this link and replace it within our second navigation item. I actually don't need this. Let's hit save and take a look at our page. Now this one turned into a tool icon. Okay, up next we have a portfolio, and for this we chose a camera icon. So let's go into Font Awesome and search for camera. Take the first camera icon that we find, and we start to recognize a pattern here. So the icons are actually always named as, they always have a class of fuzz, then FA dash, and then the name. So if you just replace this home with camera, hit save, let's see what happens. Now we got our camera icon. So you don't necessarily have to copy this whole HTML text within here. You can just change the name right here and it will show you the new icon. Next up, we will need this, and I will actually tell you the name of this. What I chose is Braille. You just type in BRAILLE. If we click on this, you can see that the class is FA-Braille. Let's just type in here Braille. Open up our page, hit save again, and we have our new icon. And for the last icon, we chose this world icon. Actually, it's a globe. So let's just type in here globe. Go back to our document, hit save, and voila, we have our globe icon. Now let's start replacing these names. So actually here we had services. Then the next up was portfolio. Then we had the about. And last we had our contact. Perfect. Now we are all set to copy this menu HTML in between our index HTML and our about HTML. But actually, I still want to do something else. We already know what our sections should be, so let's just start building them out and add a bit of information in each one of them. So we know that the services would be a section which will have an ID of services. Then the next section with the portfolio section, and for this we will create a section. Then we'll give it a hash, which will be an ID, and we will give it an ID of portfolio. Then we will create our About section. Then we'll create another section and give it the ID of About. Then we will go to our Contact section, also create a section and give it the ID of Contact. Now because we have these 4 menu items, let's link them up to each of these sections. And we already know how to do that. So for the home, we'll tell it that this should go to the index HTML. For the services, we'll give it a hash and go to services. Then we will link up our portfolio. Our About section. And our Contact section. Now let's hit save. Now we should be all set up in order for us to populate our index and our About page. So next up, we're just going to copy this whole HTML, go into our index, paste it in, hit save, go into our About, and also paste it in, and hit save. So now, if we go to our boilerplate, hit save again, and go to home, this should actually open up the exactly same page. But for this, let me just give this section one thing that we miss is the header. Right underneath our menu, we'll say that the menu ends here. And this would be the header section because the index page actually has a header. And for now, we just type in H1. This is the landing page. And we'll just copy this H1, go into our About, go right about here, underneath our menu, and tell it that this is the About page. Let's hit save. And now within our boilerplate, let's click on Home. And this will send us to our landing page. And if we click on our About page, this should actually send us to our About page. But wait, this one will only send us within its page. For you see, this is the difference. I actually told the href that no matter what happens, the home will always send us to the index. So to this page. When we're in the home page, I could tell it, if I click on the About item in the menu, this would actually send us to the About section of the page. And then, within our About section, we can then send them to the About page. So I hope this makes sense for you. If this would have more web pages, then that would make sense to send them to different web pages. But because this is only a landing page, we'll always navigate them in our different sections. Okay, so this is pretty much it for this lecture. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. And welcome back. In this lecture, we will continue on building our CSS grid layout landing page. The last time we left off, we were at our menu. Now let's open our CSS style. Let's start inputting some basic operations. So this is without styling any of our navigation or contact or portfolio sections. These are just some basics that we want to have in our page. So first of all, let's import a Google font. You could choose whatever font you want, but I'm going to go with Roboto. So select our Roboto font. Choose the import. Import it in our CSS, hit save. Now let's tell everything to have a margin of 0, a padding of 0, and the font family of, actually let's just copy this font family, and there we go. Next up, I'm going to define some basic colors and shadows. So, as you saw in our landing page, we had two kinds of themes. Once we have a black background or a darker background where we have white writing or a light color for our text. Now, if we have a light background, then we have a darker color for our text. A dark background again and a light color for our text. So now that we know that, we will actually jump between two things, light and dark. And for this, I'm just going to tell the root. And within some comments, I'll say that this would be a light color, light text color. And I will have a shortcut for this, LTC. Then I will create a dark text color, and this one will be DTC. Next up, I will create a effect color, effect text color, and this one will be ATC. Oops, forgot an A here. E. Then we will have a dark background color, which we will call DBG, and a light background color. Let me just copy this. This will be the light background color with LDG and a dark background color. And then we will also have some icon colors. Let's just call them icon color. We will give it an IC and a shadow. So each time I'm going to make a shadow, I'll just type in shadow. This will automatically give me the same shadow. Okay, so this will be the LTC with a color of #EF. Then down here, a dark color, which we will name DTC, with a hash of 333. And I forgot to close this one up. It's safe here. Then a effect color. Let me just copy this. And you can just copy this hash. So it will be an E7 DB7T. This is kind of a gold color. Okay, light background, so we'll have a LBG for light background. And this will be the same hash as here in the above light text. And actually we could also copy this for the dark background color. We just rename this to BG. Now last, we will have our icon colors. So this will be IC and with a hash. Then we'll tell 007 BF0. This will give us this blue color. Now for our shadow, we'll tell it to be a shadow of 0, 0, 50 pixels, 15 pixels, 1 pixel, and a RGBA of 0, 0, 0, and 0.8. Next up, I'm gonna tell the body, so each time we start, we're gonna start with something. So for the body, we'll give it a background dark background color. The color of the text will be a light text color. The scroll behavior will be smooth. Okay, so we now are all set up to start styling our navigation. So for the navigation, just tell this to end here. We'll do some changes here, but first I want to populate the HTML so it makes sense to you. So let's go down here and say that, actually let's just take this navigation, which menu, comment it out here. So from here we will start our menu. We said that we want our menu to be fixed up here. So first let's take the menu tag, give it a position of fixed. Let's give it a background color of black. This and the footer will be black. Now, because we want this to be always on top, we'll also give it a Z index of 3. And we will tell it to be positioned top to 0. And it should also have a width of 100% of its container. Now, we have in our menu an unordered list. So let's take this unordered list and display it as grid. So we'll tell that within the menu, the ULs should be displayed, not direction, be displayed as grid. And for our grid template column, because we want them to be displayed in columns, we'll tell it to repeat. So how many items do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tell it to repeat 5 times auto. And this will align our items in 5 columns. And we'll also want to justify the content to start from here and go in the right direction. So let's say to flex from start. Okay, next up, we will take our links from the menu. Let's tell them to have a text decoration of none. And I also want them to be displayed as uppercase, so let's tell them to have a text transform to uppercase. You don't have to do this. I love to have them as uppercase always. Next up, we will change the color to text color light. So light text color. We will also give them just a tinge of a padding from 0.2 rem. Actually, let's just try 3 rem. Oh, that's much better. Okay. Now next up, we have to take our list items because the 8 tags are after the list items. So now I want to take my list items and get rid of the points from the unordered list and also give them some design. So within the menu and within our UL, the list items should have a text decoration of none, a font size of 1.2 rem, a font width of 800. We'll also give them some padding, just to have some separations between them, of 0.5 rem, and list tiling of none. And one last thing I want to do is within the menu, let's take those icons, so only the icons within the menu should have a padding to their right of 0.2 rem. Actually, I could also give them free RAM. Going free RAM. So there's a clear separation between the icon and the text. Now let's give them that hover effect that we have here. So for this, we will take the menu, and within the menu, the UL, LI, and give them a hover. And also within the menu, the eyes, to the icons, also give them a hover. And also the link tags. Now when we hover over them, we want their color to change to the text effect color. So the effect text. Let's hit save and see if we did this right. Perfect. So we hover over them. You could also if you want, give them a font size. Let's take a look. So we had an initial font size for them, 1.2 RAM. So you could make just a tinge of 1.4 RAM. And this would give them this effect. But I think this is too brutal. Let's try 1.3 RAM. Then the effect is much better. If you want, you can leave it this way. If not, just comment this out. Hit save. And this can work also. Okay, so that's it for our menu section. Next up, we will create and style our header section. So, see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Next up in our lecture, for the CSS Grid Layout landing page, will be the header part of the web page. But first, let's jump into our HTML, and with that I mean within our index HTML. And actually, let's give this a name. So this is the Grid Layout landing page. Page A. Okay, let's hit save. And also let's rename our about page about and history. So we have these two. If we open up our about page and click on home, this should take us back to our landing page. Okay, so let's close this up. Actually, let me place them so. Okay, so what's up next? We will create this section of the page. And for this, just going to go into our index HTML, make this whole menu smaller, and go into our header. And within our header, we'll actually give this a name, a class, to give it a class of header. Let's go down with this, and we're actually going to take out this H1 because we don't need it right now. So within our header, we'll create another div with a class of content. Within this div, we'll give it a link, and this link, if we click on this one, it should take us to our portfolio section. So we just say hash portfolio. Within our anchor tags, we'll create an image tag, and for the source, I'm just going to give this the source. So I also create an image folder where I place my logo in. I would recommend you to always consider creating a .png file for the logos. We'll give it an alternate name for logo, and I will also give it a class of logo. And now after this anchor tag, now we'll create our H1, and we'll also give it a class of title. And within here, we'll just type in welcome to, And now we'll give it a B tag, which we will give a class of B, because I want to actually, and here we'll just type in my name, and after the B tag we'll type in media. Now I'll explain to you why I did this, because I want to be able to take this strong tag, so this bold tag of B, and give it some style. That is why I wrap my name within a B tag. So if you can see here on our original page, is if I hover over my name, it changes font size and it changes color. Now the next thing we need to do to write in this text here. And for this, we're going to go under our H1, create a paragraph tag, which will give a class of quote. And within here, this is actually just a really good quote that I like. It's from Sun Tzu's book, The Art of War. And this actually means, the general who loses a battle makes but few calculations beforehand. Thus, too many calculations lead to victory, and few calculations to defeat. This actually means prepare yourself, make plans and execute them. Or for a more modern proverb on this, those who fail to plan to fail. So this is actually a really great quote that I like. Okay, so we're finished with our HTML part of this. Let's go into our CSS and just take our header from here so we can separate this. So we're going to go right under our menu, where our menu ends, and start styling our header. So first of all, for the class of header, we will want to give this a hover effect. So when we hover over this, over our whole header, we want the following to happen. So we're going to take in the content, and say that the height should be 100 viewport heights. The width should have 100% of its container. For the background, we'll actually give this a background image. So we want to type in a background image, and we'll take in a URL. And I'm just actually going to copy this URL in. This is a URL from Unsplashed. You can change this and put in another URL if you wish. And then we will give it a background size of cover, a background repeat of no repeat, and the background position of center. And for the display option, this is actually the only thing that we will display as block, and we will also give it a filter of blur 10 pixels, and we'll give it a transition of all 1000 milliseconds. Now we can't see anything right now, but if I hover over this, then the image appears. So for this, we will go down here and take our class of header with the hover effect, and say that after the hover, we want our filter to have a blur of 0 pixels. And now we will take header hover, and within this the content. So as you can remember, we had our header with the class of header, and then we have this div of content. So this div with the class of content, we will tell that the filter blur should be 2 pixels. So this will also blur in. Now next up, let me just go up here. Next up, we will take our header class, but this time without the hover, and we want only the content. When we hover over the content, to have a cursor of pointer and the filter of blur 0 pixels. And now let's position our content so we can see something of. So we'll take the class of content and position it absolute. And we will also give it a Z index of 1. Now for the top, so we want to position this. And for the top, we will tell it to be 20% from the top. From the left, 50%. Then we will give it a margin of minus 150 pixels, a width of 300 pixels, and a height of 300 pixels. This will actually be a square. Now for the text, we want it to be aligned center. We give it a text, align center. And we'll also give it a transition, all 1000 milliseconds. Okay, next up, for the logo within our content, we'll take the class of logo. And we'll tell this also to have a height of 300 pixels. And we'll also give some padding only from the top of 5 rem. So now our logo is centered within the page. Now we'll take our content title and give it a font size of 2.2 rem. And in order to separate our text from our logo, we'll tell this to have a margin from the top of 1 rem. Now next up, we will take the quote. So from our content, the quote. And for this, we're going to give a line height of 1.7. So this is more spread out. And we'll also give it a margin from the top again of 1 rem. And also for the quote, we'll give it a before of content open quote. In order to see this quote, we'll give it a font size of 2 rem. Now we will take this quote right here. I should have copied it wrong. So we'll take this quote and give it an after of close quote. This will open and close the quote. Now for our name here, as you can remember, I give it a bold tag and a class of B. So we will just take this class of B. Let's say B hover. Give it a color of eText, so effect. Then change the font size when we hover over it to 3 rem. And we'll also give it a transition of 1000 milliseconds, easy in, out. And don't worry about this, because we will learn about this in the next lecture. And wait just a second, I made a small mistake here. This has to be actually after. So there we go. Now if you hover over it, this disappears. If you hover over the menu, the background disappears and the logo comes in the front. Then if you hover over the image is focused, and if you hover over text, the text is focused. Okay, so this is pretty much it for the header section. I hope you find this useful, and see you in the next lecture where we take on our services. So, see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In this lecture, we'll continue building our landing page using CSS Grid layout. So last time, we left out at the service section. Now let's go to our service section. And let's also give this service section a class of service. Actually, of services. Now next up we will create an H2, which we'll name services. Then under our H2, we'll create a grid with a class of container and a subclass of grid free. And let's hit enter. And within this div, we'll continue on with another div, but this one will give a class of services. Next up, we will create an icon tag. And for this, we're going to go to Font Awesome again. And within Font Awesome, we will search for the following icon. We'll say camera, retro. Click on the icon and then just copy our icon tag. Let's paste this in here. And after this icon tag, we'll give it an h3. And between the h3 tags, we'll type in photo. Next, we'll create a paragraph tag. And within the paragraph tags, we'll just put on some dummy text, so give it a Lorem Ipsum. So let's see how this is working out. Okay, we have our services down here. Now we'll copy all of this. So the div from here to here. And we'll copy this 2 times. So this 1 and 2. Now we will leave the class as services for all 3 of them. And actually we will only change the icon. This will be a video. And the last one will be a film. Let's hit save. So there are 3 services. Now in order to make these icons bigger, we could either take care of this in CSS, or because in Font Awesome there's something built in, you can actually go after the class, give it a space, then type in FA-3x. So this is the video icon. Let's see what happens down here. You see this is now 3 times bigger. And we'll repeat this for the rest of the 2 icons. Should we need a space there? No, not a B. Let's hit save again. And also for the film. Okay, so this is going along nicely. So next up, we will head into our CSS and start styling this. Actually, we'll just close this up. And let's take this services, go into our CSS, comment this portion out, and this also. Okay, so first things first. First we want to style our H2. Because we know that we explicitly put our H2 outside of this container of grid, this will be not affected by our grid container. So let's take the H2 and say we wanted a text align of center for the title. Give it a padding of 1 rem, a margin from the top. So let's say margin top of 4 rem. Then we give the font size of 2.5 rem. And if you want, you can also give this a letter spacing to be much more spread out. So let's say letter spacing of 5 pixels. And this will introduce 5 pixels between each letter. Let's hit save. If you don't like this, you can make it smaller or leave it completely out. Let's exaggerate this for just a bit and give it a 50 pixel spread or spacing. This will look like this. but this is much too exaggerated for me, so let's leave it at 5 pixels. As I said, these are only personal preferences. You can style this any way you want. Okay, next up, we will take the class of grid-free. And explicitly give this a subclass so we can know that we want to display this as a grid in 3 columns. So we will tell this class of grid-free to display as grid. Now for the grid template columns, we will give it a repeat 3 times 1fr. Now next up, we want some space between these grid columns, so we give it a gap of 25 pixels. Now we will give it a text align of center. So the whole text is aligned in the center, also the icons. And we'll also give it a margin of auto. Okay, next up, we'll take our class of services. Actually, the name is services or service? Service. Okay, because each one of them is a service. And I will tell this if I hover over it, then following things will happen. You should have a box shadow. Just typing shadow because we defined it in our box section. We'll give it a padding of 1 rem. You actually should take a look at this, how this changes. Then we'll give it a background color of completely black. So now if I hover over it, the background turns into black, into the color black. Now we'll give it a transition of ease in out 500 milliseconds. Let's hit save. So we have a much smoother transition. And we also want then when we hover over it, that color to change. So for this, we just give it the color of effect text color. Now the color also changes. Next up, we will chamfer the borders a bit. So we'll tell it the border radius of 15 pixels. Then now we have those nice rounded up borders. And we also want, when we hover over it, the cursor to turn into a pointer. So for the cursor, we tell it to be pointer. So now when we hover over it, we turn into a pointer. Okay, so that's it for our services section. See you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. And welcome back. In this lecture, we'll continue with our landing page using CSS Grid. And now we're going to jump into our portfolio section of the page. So we already defined the section. We'll create another div class of portfolio. After that, we're going to give, and actually before the portfolio class, I want to give it an h2. So for the title, name it portfolio. Now we go back into our div, and within here we're going to create another container. So a div with a class of container, and a subclass with portfolio content. Okay, within this, we're just going to create some image tags. And for the source, we're just going to copy in these HTTP links. And let's hit save now. You could go to Unsplash source and make your own collection. This is just my preference. Just if you want, you can also type in exactly this part, but just change the numbers here. And you will see you will constantly get different images. Now that's it for the HTML part. Now let's go into our CSS. And actually I want to copy this portfolio section. So the comment, copy it into our CSS. and comment this one out and also this one. So have a nice separation between our CSS portion. Now we'll take the class of portfolio and we're actually going to tackle the H2. And I just realized I made a mistake here. So you have to be extra careful. If you define something for one H2, this will define it for all H2s within the page. So you want to specify exactly what this H2 is. And in our case, this H2 was in our services class. So I'm just going to take this class and say this is only for the services. So this H2 won't affect the rest of our page. And in this case, we actually want to give this some more padding, let's say 4 rem. I'm going to minimize this margin from the top to 2 rem. Okay, so let's head back into our portfolio section. And within here, we're going to tell the H2 to have a background color of light background. Or was this actually, just take a quick look here. Now it was outside our class, so we have to give it the ID of portfolio. We just change this to a hash, save it again, and now we have it in here. We only need to change the color. Because we have a light background, we'll give it a dark text color. And there we have our portfolio H2. And for this, I'm just going to copy in these values from our services, hit save. And for the padding, I'm going to go with 2. Now for our images, so these images are actually in our subclass of portfolio content. And we will only take the image tags and we will give these images a width of 450 pixels. Also give it a border of 10 pixels, the light text color. And also in order for us to have this frame around the images. Now next up, we'll also give these images a box shadow of shadow. And in order for them to have a little bit of padding between them, we'll tell them to have a margin of 0.5 rem. Now we'll take our portfolio content class again. Now we will get a display as grid. And for our structure, we'll tell them to have a grid template column of repeat, autofill, then comma, min max, and now we'll tell them to have a 450 pixel and 2 FR. And we will also give them an alignment of the items to the center. Now if we want to take out this margin, because we will tell the grid to have a justify content of space evenly. So let's just give this a full screen and see how this is displayed. And now because we have enough content, let's go up here into our CSS and right after our body, we'll take all our classes of container and tell them to have a max width of 110 pixels, a margin of auto, and an overflow of hidden. Let's hit save. Now we limited our container to have a width of 1100 pixels. So no matter how big I make this, everything that has a class of container will only have a width of 1100 pixels. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this part of the lecture. Next up we will type out our about section of the page. So see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Welcome back. In this lecture we will continue on our CSS landing page with the grid layout. So last time we left off at our portfolio section, and now we'll continue on with our about section. And for this we go and jump into our index HTML, go into our about section. This one will give a class of about and with a subclass of BG light, so background light. Now within our sections, we'll give it a H2. Within our H2, we'll give it a title of about. And because we already start seeing some repetitions within our code, we'll now take our CSS H2 and actually copy this one out and cut it completely out. Go up into the starter section underneath our container and paste it in. And we can now delete this in our portfolio section, then go to our services, delete this also. Then let's see, I think that's everything because in our header section we don't need it. Now let's hit save. And now we know that each time we're gonna style an A2, it will automatically have all this CSS. Okay, so let's continue on. Underneath our H2, we will start out with our div class of container. And within this container, and also give it a subclass of grid-2, because this grid we want to have only 2 columns, but these 2 columns we will actually give them 2 separate divs. So one of them will be the left part of the grid, and the other will be the right. Okay, so within our left part, we just give it an icon, and this is also from Font Awesome. So this will have the class of FAS, so FAS, FA of dash Braille, and this will be actually 10x. So let's hit save and see what happens. So it loaded this icon. This is huge. Let me just give it the real. So this will be the original size, and now we increase it to 10x. And underneath this, we'll actually just give it an H3 with the title of About Us. Let's hit save. So this will be right underneath each other. Now let's go into our right class. And within here, we will also start off with an H3 with About Us. But this one we will wrap into an anchor tag. So right after the first H3, we'll type an anchor tag. For the href, we'll give it the About HTML. And we'll also give this anchor tag an attribute. So let's just type in attribute equals click here to read more, exclamation mark. Let's hit save. So this is our second one. And actually this should be within here. And right underneath our H3, we'll give a paragraph tag, lorem ipsum. Then we will copy all of this one time. And this will be our history section. And let's hit save. So we have these 2 sections. Now let's start styling our about section. So we'll just take from up here, this portion, copy it into our CSS. Comment this out. And comment the about part. Now for the grid part. So we'll take our class of grid-2. We'll tell it to display as grid. Then we will give it a grid template columns of repeat 2fr to 1fr. This will split our grid into 2 columns. We'll give it a grid gap of 20 pixel, actually just gap because they changed it. And we'll give it a text align to the left. And we will also give it some margin of auto. Next up for our ID of about, and within this the icon with the class of FA Rayleigh, want this to have a color of icon. Now for our anchor tags, we will tell our anchor tags that within the ID of about, all the anchor tags which have the attribute of attribute should have a position relative. And now we will copy this attribute that they should have it after of a content of attribute. So now you can see that after the attribute, the text blends in, but we cannot select it, but we can only click it because we have it in an anchor tag. Now we actually want this to disappear, and only when we hover over it, it should appear. But first, we will have to position this a bit. So we'll say that this should be displayed as a block. So because we told it to be after the item within the container, and it should be blocked, it will now take off the whole width of the element. Now, its position should be absolute. Its background color should be the color of dark background. The color of the text should be light. Now we also want to give it just a tinge of a padding of 0.5 EM, a border radius of 5 pixels. It should be also from the bottom 100%. To the left it should be 0. It should have a white space of no wrap. Now we'll also give it a transform of scale 0. Now we'll give it a transition of transform. Our transform is out of 150 milliseconds. Now we can't see anything yet because we also have to define this with the hover effect. So within our ID of about, the anchor tag, if we hover over the anchor tag which has an attribute, we'll now give this a hover for the after. And for the after, we will just tell it to scale to 1. Let's hit save. Now when we hover over it, the click here to read more appears. And we can see this one because I forgot to give all these containers some basic padding and margin. So let me just go in here where we defined the CSS for our containers, and we will give our container a padding of 4 rem top and bottom and 1 rem left and right. Now this is much better. Doesn't this have a class of container? Let me just check if the service, if we forgot the services to put them into a class of services, class of container. So only this part. Let's actually have to type in here. They should also have a container class. Now that's much better. Okay, now we go back to our CSS, and down here, now I want to start our anchor tags to have some no font. So we'll take the container of about, the container with the class of about, and we'll say that the anchor tags should have a text declaration of none, so the line under them disappears. And we will also give them a color of light text color. Actually, I will give them a color of icon. So IC. And because they are in this anchor tag, we can also give them a font size of, let's say, 2 rem. Actually, let me just make this 1.5 rem, and that's much better. And the last thing we want to do is to take our about class and give the paragraph within this about class some letter spacing of, let's say, 2 pixels. This actually looks awful. Let's change it to 1.5 pixels. Maybe 1 pixel. That's much better. Okay, we are almost finished up with our about section. The last thing we want to do is actually create our about section. So we already created our about page by implementing the boilerplate. let's just take a look at this. And we see that we have almost everything in here. And within this part, let's create our About page. Then we will go under our menu within the About section, but we'll also give this a class of About and History. Now down here, we'll give this a span with an ID of About, and actually we'll create another span. This will be History. Now within our About span, we'll create an H2 with About Us, and after this H2, we'll give this a paragraph with a lorem 200, and let's just copy this one more time. Now go up here, let's hit save. Now go up here and close this paragraph and this paragraph. Copy all of this. So from our H2 and the two paragraphs within our second span. And the only thing we will change here is the H2, which we will rename to History. Let's hit save. And now let's click on Home. Go into our Home index. And up here within our HTML, we'll go now back to our About section. And within our About section, when we click this, actually let me just go to the About section. When we click this, this should actually take us here, but to the appropriate section of the page. So actually let me just copy in some more text in our About section. So close these two paragraphs up. And actually let me copy this in one more time. Go back here, close this up, and copy this one more time. Now let's hit save. So we got a bunch of text here. Close this up again. And now let me actually wrap these paragraphs into div. Okay, so what I want to achieve here actually is when we click here in our About section on About, or when we click on History, it should automatically take us down to this part. And we can achieve this by going into our HTML, and within our About section, when we typed in this href, it should take us to another HTML. We'll just give this the ID of About, and the other one we'll give it the ID of History. Now let's go back to our About section. Actually, let me just change this up. This is no longer the ID of About. The href, this should actually take us to the index.html. And within the index.html, it should take us to the About section. So if I click on this, it should take us back to our index.html in the About section. And when I click on History, this should take us directly in the About page to the History section. So let's try this out. And it took us directly to the History section. Now we can change all of this. So this should be also index.html, index.html, and for the contact also index.html. Let's hit save. So If we are in our About HTML and we click on Services, this should take us back to the index HTML with the section of services. So let's try this out. Click on it and this takes us automatically to the services. So this wraps up our About section for the CSS Grid Layout landing page. Next up will be the Contact section and the footer. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Welcome back. In this lecture we'll take on the Contact section of the CSS Grid landing page. So within our section, we'll start up by giving it an H2. And within our H2s, we'll type in the contact. Underneath our H2s, we'll create a div with a class of container and a subclass of grid2. Underneath this container, we'll create another div with the class of center. And within our center class, we create an icon tag, which will give a class from font awesome with fas fa-id-card. Now let's hit save. Let's go down to our contact page and we already have our icon. Underneath our icon, we'll create an h3 and within our h3 we'll type in get in touch. Next up we'll create another div which will give a class of mid, and within this div we'll create another div and we'll give this a class of info. And within this we'll just create a bold tag with address. Then we'll create an icon tag and give this the class from font awesome fas fa-map -marker -alt. Let's hit save. Actually, misspelled here. There should be a P and we forgot an R here. And after our icon, we'll type in street, then comma city, then comma country. So this div closes up here and the midsection closes up here. So we're going to copy this down here, hit save, and change this to phone. Then for the icon, we'll create a subclass of FAF phone, hit save. Now we got our little phone icon here. And for the text, we're just going to type in some imaginary phone number. Then we will copy this again. And now we replace this phone with email. And for the font awesome, we will type in envelope. And we'll give some fictive example at web email address. Hit save again. Now we'll create another one for our website. For this we'll change our icon to globe and we'll replace this with www.examplepage.com. Now we'll copy this again and before our bold tag we'll give it a label tag. And we'll actually wrap this whole thing into a label. So from here to here. Let's hit save. Now for our icon, this should be a FAB and then FA Facebook. This will give us a Facebook icon. Let's hit save. There we have it. A little Facebook icon. We will replace this text with follow us. And we will also wrap this icon within an anchor tag. And this will actually take us to https:// and don't forget the dots, www.facebook.com. And if we click on this, actually forgot to take this and put it in here. Now it should be an icon. And if we click on this, this should actually take us to Facebook. So you saw Facebook briefly loading there. Now we'll take this from this anchor tag down. We actually can delete this www website. We can take this anchor tag and the icon tag and copy it 4 more times. And let me just delete this Facebook href. And for this, we will type in LinkedIn. Then YouTube and Instagram. After we hit save, this will give us all the Facebook icon, the LinkedIn icon, YouTube and Instagram icon. Okay, now we can go back into our CSS and start styling all of this. And actually this icon here, get in touch, we wanted to have, where did we have it? Card. We also need to give this an FA10X. Okay, let's go into our HTML. Let's say this is the end of the About page. And here starts the Contact section. So within our CSS, we'll take the idea of contact and we'll take the hrefreeze and the class of FA ID card and tell them to have the color of icon. Then they should have a text align. To the left, a padding of 1 rem and a font size of 2 rem. Now we'll take the class of info and give them a background color of light background, a text color of dark text, a padding of 1 rem, and a margin of 15 pixels. All the icons in the ID of contact should have the color of icon. And this will actually replace what we wrote up here. So I could take this out. And the icon will still stay blue. Within the class of info, all the icons should get a padding of 0.5 rem. So this will spread out the icons evenly. Okay, so that's it for our contact section. See you in the last one where we'll explore the footer. Bye bye. Welcome back. We arrived at our last section, the footer section. So let's just start off with the HTML. And this is actually quite simple. We'll just give it a footer tag. Within this footer, a paragraph tag, then a span. Then we give it I will type in my name. Again, you can type in everything you want. And after the span, we'll type media and ampersand, then copy, close this up, and 2019. Let's hit save. And now we got our footer down here. Okay, now let's style it. So we go down here. Let's take a footer comment. Comment this out. Now let's start styling our footer. So we'll take our footer tag and give it a position of fixed bottom 0, a width of 100% of its container, a background color of black. The color is automatically white. Now we'll give it a text align of center. And we will give it just a bit of padding on 0.3 rem. And the last thing I want to do is within this footer tag, we'll take the span and give it the color of effect text. And actually, let me just space this out a bit. So give one space here, hit save, and there we have it. So let's go through our page and see if everything is working properly. So if we click on our home button, this actually refreshes the page and I don't like it. So let's go back into our menu and open up our menu. Actually this, don't want to be at index. I just want to stay on display page. So if I go to the about and hit home, this will just jump up to the header of the page. And one thing I don't like, the scroll smoothly doesn't seem to be working. And let's see why that is. So we defined here scroll smoothly. Let me just take this out and put it in here. Okay, now it's working. Now this services, I don't like that this only ends here. So let's go to our H2 within the services. So H2 is within this container. So that's the section. What had we defined? Let me just make this smaller a bit. Actually, this is how I like to work. I have my CSS on one side and my HTML on the other side. So let's search for services. Okay. You can just copy this and search for it. So within our CSS, there's our services section. Okay, so we told the H2, we took it completely out. It's up there. We told this to be a container. Actually, this is messing up everything because the container has a maximum width of, and because the H2 services, actually this class is the only one that I gave it. Actually, from this section we can take out this. From this section we can actually take out. Where is the span closing here? Is it always that way? Let me just check this very quick. Close this up. So we have our services down here. Section starts here, ends there. I actually just want to take out this class of container because we don't need it. Okay. Now this pans out completely, but the containers always stay with 1100 pixels. That's working. I would actually want to give this a bit of padding. So within our services, we have an H3, we have some icons, and we have some paragraphs. Now this is actually quite easy. Again, we will go down to our services section, and right down here we will tell that within our ID of services, the hrefreeze, let's copy this one time, the hrefreeze, the icons, and the paragraphs should have a padding of, let's say, 0.3 rem. Icons, okay. Let's see how this looks now. This is looking much better. Okay, we forgot to replace this text. So this should be, first thing is photo, then comes video. And then comes production. Okay. This is also looking good. They are responsive. The about section, I want to make this one bigger. So just make this smaller again. Go into our about. And we see that this is the section here. And in our HTML, about the index, here's the about section within our HTML. You see how quickly you can navigate between parts then. So within our about section, we want to take this, and this is this h2. It's actually this h3 about us. And let's just see. So in the contact we have this Let me just copy this. This you don't need at all. It must stay the same. Actually not, because the alignment flips out then. This is aligned perfectly. And we're going to do exactly the same thing here for the about. And in here we had this icon class. So let's take this, replace it here, hit save. Much better. Now, are we still missing something here? This alignment, I don't like this alignment. We're still in our about section, and we have this. We just copy this into here. Make this smaller and this smaller. And these two are in the class of right, so we actually need this class of right. And turn this whole thing to have a text align to the left. Alright, so I hope you enjoyed this lecture and this landing page. I strongly encourage you to make a copy of this and start fooling around with it. Change up everything, exercise, exercise, exercise. Okay, so see you in the next section. Bye-bye. Welcome back. So before we even jump into JavaScript or Sass or SCSS, we should first take a look at some enhanced powers in CSS3, and that would be the statements. And to be more precise, these are the at rules. There are many at rules, but we will specifically concentrate on that import, at media, and at keyframes. Let's just call them a part of CSS that gives CSS a bit more power. And with this power, we can simplify our CSS, make it shorter and more easier to read. So an at rule is a CSS statement that instructs CSS how to behave. Now let's take, for example, the at import attribute. This defines the characters set used by the style sheet. And with this we can import different CSS files. Next up we have the at media statement. And this is a conditional group rule that will apply its content if the device meets the criteria of the conditions defined using the media query. And last, we have the at keyframe statement. This statement describes the aspect of intermediate steps in a CSS animation sequence. Now let's jump back into Visual Studio Code and let's take a look and give some examples to all these three statements. So on your desktop, we'll just create a new folder. And let's just name this at rules, CSS statement. Okay, let's drag this into Visual Studio Code. Make this bigger, close this up. And within this folder, let's create first an index.html and a style.css. But actually this time we'll call it main.css. In our HTML, let's create our boilerplate very quickly. Let's link this up to our main CSS. Hit save. Let's give it as a name of CSS3 statements. And let's just quickly type in an h1 with hello world prime. Then create an h2. This is the important secondary color. I just misspelled secondary. Okay, now right under our h2, we'll create a div with the class of container. And here we'll create another div. We give it a paragraph of lorem ipsum. And we will copy this. We'll take this and we'll hit Alt Shift down 5 times. Did I manage it? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, perfect. Let's hit save. Let's open this in our live server. Just size this up really quick. Okay, there we go. So we have our h1, we have our h2, and we have some lorem ipsum content, which are all nested within some divs. This main container should actually be at the end. We'll just take a look. So this is the class, the div. Oh, I accidentally copied it out. Wait. Everything back. We only want to have one container. So we wanted to copy this div right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's much better. Did I just copy this? Oh shit. Okay, let's delete this. and this. Now this closes up here. Perfect. Now, normally we'll type into our CSS something like h1 should be color of red, and our h1 would be red, and they would give it a padding of 2 rem, let's say, margin of 1 rem, and you get the idea. We would give it a text align, center, this with the title. Now what if there's another way where we could put all our basic configuration for color, for text height, for text align in some place else. So we don't have it in our main CSS, we would have it somewhere else. Now let's create another file, and for this let's create another file with the line under and call it config.css. Now let's say root, and within this root let's define a few colors that we would like to use within our page. So a color prime of, let's say, hash 333. Then we would use a color sec for secondary with a hash of 111. And we could also define a shadow of, let's say, 0, 0, 10, and a RGB of 0, 0, and 0 for the 3 channels. Now, back into our main CSS, we would tell the h1 to have the color of var color sec. Nothing happens. Now this is where the import comes into play. So right here above, we'll tell our CSS to import. And what should it import? Now between brackets, we'll tell it to import the config.css. Now if I would to hit save, let's see what happens with our h1. And actually I misspelled config, there's an N too much here. And hit save again. Let me just make this a bit more clearer. If we turn it red, hit save here. Now this means that CSS will import this CSS file and use all the properties he sees within this config.css. Back into our config file, let's say all our h1s should always have a free rem font size. So we'll say main font should have free rem. Back to our main CSS, we'll then tell the h1 to have a font size of var main font. Let's hit save, and our font for the h1 takes in the value of free rem. Let's say that our sec font, secondary font size, and let me actually show you how I do this. So I would tell it, so within these comments, I would say that main font size equals mf. Then I would know that this should actually be mf. So a shortcut. Then secondary font size should be equal to sf. So this is my shortcut. And down here I would say sf is 2 rem. So back in our main, I would only specify this as being mf. Hit save, and the h2 should have a color. Should have a color of var color secondary. And we can't see any effects taking change here because this was, well, pretty black. Let's turn it to blue, but I want a much darker blue. So something like magenta almost. Okay, now let's hit save. Now I still can see this. Bit lighter. This is better. And it should have a font size of variable SF. Let's hit save. Now this comes pretty in handy when you want to change something but you don't want to go into each H1, each H2 or each property that you set. You know that your primary colors are some kind of color, your secondary colors, your shadows, your font sizes, your font families. You can all specify them in some kind of configuration CSS, or you can name it whatever you want. You can name it grandma. And then come into the main, say import this CSS, and then you will just take the values that you added here. Hope this is pretty clear. Actually, let me just give this a box shadow of var shadow. And I forgot the pixels here. Now it has a box shadow. So as you can see, you could set any variable you want within here, then just import it into your main CSS and it will take effect. Now let's say we want to display our container. So I'll go back to our index HTML. We'll take this class of container, go into the main, and just display it as grid. We'll tell it display grid, and we will give it a grid template. Columns of 40% and 60%, and a grid template row of 200 pixels and 300 pixels, and let's also give it a gap of, let's say, 1 rem. This should be enough. So let's take a look at our grid by opening the developer tools, taking this selector. So you can see our grid having these items with the column, with 2 columns and 3 rows. And here we have the gap between our columns and rows. Let's close this up. Now let's say that we want our container, and this is a new attribute that I'm going to show you. So the immediate div that is in this container, so should have a box shadow of var shadow, and then we'll take the container again and tell that the immediate div, but the nth child of odd should have the color of, let's say, var color secondary. So what we did here, we took the odd child, so always the odd number. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is always the odd, and we could also give it a background color. So let's go into our config and say here that background color should be BGL. So the variable BGL for BG light, and let's just give it a RGBA of, let's say, 150, 130, and 130, and with the opacity of 0.8. So let's say that background color, back into our main CSS, should be a var of BGL. Let's hit save. I forgot to dash here. And if we don't like this background color, we could just go in here and change it up. So what would be better here? Let's take a look at something like this. Nope, this is awful. How about more red? Nope, this is also awful. I think I'm just going to stick with something really dark, so this stands out. Now this is hard to see, but you get the idea. Actually, let me change the secondary to something more light. There we go. Head back into our main CSS. And let's say that we want, in the second column, we want to insert another grid. Let's go back into our HTML. And let me just make this a bit smaller so we can see this. So this div, this is our third div, and we want to go in our fourth div. And for our fourth div, right under our fourth div, within it, we'll create another div, but this time with a class of nested. And within this nested class, we'll create another div with a paragraph tag, some lorem 10. Let's just copy this a few times. Let's say 6 times. 1. Okay, 5 times, so we have 6. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's hit save again. Now we see that within our fourth element, now we have 6 new elements. Now let's say that we want to display them as little boxes here. So we go into our main CSS. And let's say the class of nested should be displayed as grid, but this time we will specify the grid template columns as being repeat 3 times 1fr. Now let's take our div in the nested class. So within the nested class, the div, and give them a background color of var. Actually, we could just copy this within here. Let's hit save. And let's give this a color of, let's say, var secondary. And actually, I want to give the grid a bit of a gap. So let's say 0.3 rem. And now back into our divs, we could also give them a border of 1 pixel solid red and tell the text to be aligned center. So text align center. They also should have a box shadow of var shadow. Now that we have nested our 6 divs, and within this div, let's say we want this page, if it becomes smaller, to rearrange itself. And this is where the media query comes into play. Now, let's just make this bigger, hit F12, or open our developer tools, take our selector tool, and let's take a look at this page. This page is at the moment at the width of 1023, and we could actually make this bigger. So let's say the page would be at 1200. And want the page, if we make it smaller, so let's say it comes to a tablet format, to rearrange itself, or when it comes to a cell phone format, to be arranged in another way. Because if we actually take a look at this in an iPhone 10 format, this is how the page would look. You just deselect this item. Let's say we want the grid items to be one underneath each other. But when they're on the desktop, they should stay like this. So how can we do that? Let me just close up our developer tools. Now let's say that media, so we tell it that at media, and within parentheses, max width of 900 pixels. And what should happen when the page is at 900 pixels? The container, so our class of container, should be displayed as flex. And we also want it to flex wrap. Now open our developer tools again. And we see that it has a width of 1058 Now, if we come to 900, let's see what happens. So as soon as we hit 900, the text will be displayed as flex and it wraps underneath each other. Now if we come to a mobile size, which is 375 for this iPhone 10, we can see that our columns here become far too small for them to be read. Maybe we want to have this grid displayed in just 2 columns. So how can we do that? Actually, I'm going to leave this open and create another Miria query. And this one I would tell that as soon as he hits 400 pixels, the class of container should be displayed as flex and flex wrap, but we also want that the nested element, the nested class, should have a grid template columns of repeat 2 times 1fr. And if we hit save now, we see how the columns turned from 3 to 2. And if we would make this bigger, so make it responsive again, and leave the 400, so keep your eyes on this value, leave the 400 width, they turn into 3 columns again. We can also tell it that at the 400 pixel mark, in the nested class, the divs should have a background color of var, and did we actually define a background color? BG light. But it's actually dark, so let me copy this down here. And this is D. This is L. Let me make this light. Some kind of light color. And the text should be then transformed into the primary. And this we will give a more darker color. Okay, so in within here, let me change this to D. Hit save. And also this into D. Hit save again. And now I'll take my BGL and copy it in here. And also the color should turn into var color primary. Let's see what happens if you go under 400 width. You can immediately see the effects. So as you can see, this is a pretty easy way to style our web pages according on what kind of device they are viewed on. Okay, so that's it for the add media. So next up we will talk about keyframes. The keyframes describe the aspect of intermediate steps in a CSS animation sequence. So let me give you a short example. Let's say that we want the jump from tablet to mobile on this page to have some kind of animation. And in this case, let's say that our 6 items here within this grid column should have some kind of animation to stand out. So this jump from white and black background to gray and another color for the text should have some kind of animation. Now here's how we could do that. We would tell it that add keyframe, and now comes the important part. When you say add keyframes, you have to give it a name. And just so that this sticks with you, I'm going to name this Grandma. So this is just a name that you give the keyframe. And you tell the keyframe to go from a height of 0%, go to where? To a height of 100%. Now when we're referring to a keyframe, we're referring to an animation. So what should be animated? Well, we want to animate this right here. And this right here is within a container that has a class of nested, and the items are the divs. And we will tell these divs to have an animation. And now let's see what an animation takes in. An animation takes in a name duration, timing function, daily interaction count, direction, and the fill mode. So the name would be grandma, the duration will be 2 seconds, the transition function could be is in, out, and is out. Now choose the is in, out. The delay should be 0 seconds. And the last thing I'm going to give it is an interaction count. I could tell it to have none or infinite. Let me just copy this, put it in right here, and comment this out. Because first I want to show you without infinite. Let's hit save, and we can already see this animation. If we refresh the page again, we can now see the animation. And actually, we wanted to achieve this. So when the user goes from tablet to phone, this animation should kick in. Now how can we achieve that? You're asking yourself, couldn't we just include it in the media? Well, of course we can. So let me copy this once again. Actually comment this out. And copy it in right here. And now we'll take this and copy it, because I want to give another example then. And copy it into our media. And comment this one out. Now if I hit save and go from tablet or responsive desktop to phone, we can see our animation happen. Let's take a look again. Over 500, and then as we reach 400, the animation kicks in. So we told the media, as soon as you reach 400 pixels, the container should be flexed, the flex should be wrapped, the nested grid element should turn into a grid template column of two columns, each one taking up the whole width. The nested div element should change the background color to variable background. So whatever color we gave them, the color of the text should change, and they also should have an animation kick in. Let me comment out this keyframe and give you another example. Actually, let me also copy it. So let's say that this time we want our grandma to transform. What kind of transformation do we give it? A translation on the x-axis from negative 100% to 0%. Well, what do you think this will do? So on the x-axis, from negative 100, so this is 0, from its initial position, it should come back completely in. Let's hit save and see what happens. So it came from negative 100 and slid in. We can also tell it to translate on the y-axis. So we just copy this. Give it another transformation on the y-axis. Let's hit save again. And you can see it comes down. And for example, here in our 2, so from to, we can tell it to have a color of RGB A with gamma 250, 255, 255, 255, and 0. Let's see what this does. So this would actually take on in our text and disappear. But we could also tell it to go from completely transparent. Let's hit save again. And let me just comment out this transfer, this transform translate, and hit save again. The effect would now be that as soon as we pop this 400 pixels, the text will blend in. Now let's comment out this infinite and see what happens. Hit save and just keep your eyes here. This will give it an infinite loop. We could also change the pacing to 0.5 seconds. This will flash. These are now actually milliseconds, because we could also tell it to be 50 milliseconds. .500 milliseconds, 5,000 milliseconds, or we could just leave it at 5 seconds. So let's recap what we did in this lecture. We now know that we can import in our CSS other CSS styles by using @import. We also know that if we use the media, so @media, we can change how the display behaves on different display sizes. We know what keyframes do now. We know that we can make animations. And we also know that we can nest a keyframe in a media. So I hope you learned a lot. Next up, we will implement this in a few exercises. So see you in the next one. Bye bye.